age group Israeli conflict is first and foremost, but there are other things going on right around, which I know you're well aware of. The ceasefire that has been offered by Biden Israel, air quotes, offered through Biden, which is complete garbage, we know, is still pending. It is not a very good ceasefire for age group of Palestine. It sounds good on surface, but and I'm all for a ceasefire, believe me. But the ceasefire, which is still pending, which the U.S. administration and Israel are blaming the age group as the holdup, which is complete. It's complete untrue. There are clauses in there that gives Israel the right to go back in anytime they want to, and as they say, complete their mission, which they keep saying the mission. Well, we know what the real mission is: to move the Palestinians out so they can pump oil, natural gas, and finish their canal and sell beachfront property at the end of the day. So that is still pending. As the age group would like a complete ceasefire, lay down arms, leave Gaza, swap prisoners and hostages, all that stuff, which we want. But there's a paragraph 15, when I got in the weeds of it, this basically states that, like I said, Israel has the right to go in anytime they want to do whatever they want again. And that's the gotcha. It's a trap. It's not a good ceasefire. It's a 3-phase ceasefire in which this phase 2 and phase sign something like that. Again, I want a ceasefire. People all over the world want a ceasefire, but it's just not a legitimate ceasefire when you give the other person, the other party, any right, any time to go back in and do whatever they want to do. It's a terrible ceasefire. And again, U.S. and Israel, Neil and Bob, the two little ruffians of the world, blaming the age group on it. And people over here will buy that because of the media and everything like that. So that's the latest and greatest with that ceasefire. Also, the Israeli IDF has declared that once they are done in Rafah, they are going to cease operations temporarily, not according to ceasefire, just because they feel like they need to move all their troops up to northern Israel to take on Lebanon / Big H group. I know we've heard all about that. One of the things that happened this week, in case you were unaware of, was the at least 10-minute drone video photograph footage that Big H sent over Israel to pinpoint all of their military installations, Navy, you name it, Iron Dome placements, that sort of thing. Israel did not even know that the drone was flying over their country for quite a while, and to the point where the Israeli media has said this is one of the most humiliating days in Israeli history, which every day is a new humiliating day in Israeli history, as we've seen going forward. They just top themselves day in and day out. So that is the hot spot right now beyond Palestine and Gaza. They're moving troops up there. They have already kind of targeted, pinpointed certain H leaders up there, Big H leaders up there. The U.S. has put its full backing to Israel in case something happens. Now, I don't know what that means. We don't know what full backing means. If that means just continue to send more weapons, same amount of weapons, or actually get involved with this. The U.S. would be a fool to get involved with this by, once again, Israel dragging the United States into another one of their battles, their wars with them, to pretty much do the dirty work on their behalf, I'm sure, which we always seem to because we are suckers, and Israel's the best con man on the face of the planet. They are. And money, of course, AIPAC, everything. Get reelected. Campaign's coming up this year. We got to have some money. All right, we'll give you what you want. Just give us reelected, basically, in America. We cannot. So that is firing up this week. It's firing up today. I'm just getting caught up on some of the daily, hourly updates. Troops are being moved up there. The problem with Israel attacking Big H is they are walking into a hornet's nest. This is not 2006 anymore. Big H has got tens of thousands of troops ready to go. They have got missile technology, the equivalent of Israel, and they have drone technology, the equivalent of Israel. Plus, H group, Houthis, whoever wants to jump in there too and fire, which all their missiles can make it up there where they need to. The one thing I am concerned about with the Lebanese attack is if they do attack and start firing missiles, there will be a lot of civilian casualties. On top of this, even though H group can hold their own, there will be a lot of Lebanese civilian casualties, I fear. But again, Israel does not care about anybody but Israel and their march to whatever it is they're trying to march to. At the end of the day, their survival. And I'm trying not to get too much opinionated. But that's really it. I mean, that's in a nutshell. Let's see what else. Syria. The U.S. is very concerned, even though they say they will back them. I don't know the extent of a regional war starting, which would include Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Jordan, probably, Houthis, H group, and Iran. Okay. But that is the one thing the United States is trying to avoid whatsoever is Iran joining anything. Because if Iran joins, that might mean Russia and China might jump into. And who knows? Who else? North Korea. We don't know. But again, this is what Israel is doing. It is, again, bringing everybody to the brink of Armageddon for their own cause, their own narcissistic self-interest, and money. So I did get a little opinion, sorry. But that's it in a nutshell. So I will be keeping tabs on this daily, the Lebanese hotspot. I hope we can avoid anything happening in Lebanon. This is like another escalation by Israel, who is the biggest, never mind. You know what I mean? They are going to drag the world down if we don't watch it. And they'll drag the United States down, the West, everybody. They don't care. They don't. And it's unfortunate that humanity has to pay the price for their narcissistic, self-serving, self-aggrieved, me mindset. So I hope I've covered a pretty good bit. That's pretty much the latest and greatest. If anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask me. So I'll flip it back over to you, Bella.
That's awesome. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Oh, okay. So I will be expanding our infamous Professor Liam and Mariama. Take it. Well, before Mariama takes it, please, I'm going to do another mod announcement. Up above, there's that golden heart. Help us out, Professor Liam. Point at that heart for us. Just point up. Yep, there. So there's that golden heart. Let's join the team by clicking on that heart. It's just one coin if possible. Let's like the live, share the live, and it's time to have fun. Mariama, I'll leave it up to you.
I have someone with me to introduce our beloved Professor Liam, her speaker today, because it's something that we share with Professor Liam is a love for cats. He loves cats. They say, hi, Sebastian. So our speaker needs no introduction. He has so much knowledge about Palestinian history, world history in general. So no waste more time. Please, everybody, a big clap for Professor Liam. Thank you.
I will snap my fingers.
Hello. So I guess I just dive into this then. So this is the second of the little summer slate that Freedom Advocate has me to do. And we left off last time talking about the agricultural expansion in Palestine in the later 19th century. So they're entering into global markets. Citrus and olive cultivation is growing significantly from the 1850s on. We talked about the whole Jaffa oranges last time and all that. And it's worth understanding that contrary to some of the Zionist narratives, progress and modernity weren't brought by colonization. They were already underway, as they were in the rest of the world that's sort of trying to adapt to European changes. Oh, someone's already asking about the picture. I mean, it's just a group of guys from the time in Palestine, just sort of like general, like, what is going on there? Oh, jeez. This cat's playing with something or other. I've got a bunch of toys around because there's a kitten, and kittens love toys, and my fat cat is playing with one of the toys, which is funny to watch.
How's the new kitten doing?
She's doing very well. She's extremely bold, charges around, tries to own the place. Kind of makes my old lady a little unhappy that she has to share, but she don't mind too much. She's taking it with a a good deal of grace. But yeah, the kitten settled in quite nicely. Actually, it's been a dozen years since I've had a cat that does this, but I woke up this morning to the kitten grooming my beard. I'm like, what is that? Oh, what is going on here? Like, the kitten's just like licking away. I'm like, what are you doing? So apparently I'm her kitten too. So yeah, there's that. But yeah, hello. Okay, yeah, so just one just some random elegant dudes and awesome fezzes as to start here. But I'm gonna, like I did last time, kind of move through some little images as we go along, and this one will be clearer than others, but just to try and illustrate some things with maps or whatever. If it's super important, I'll point at it. Otherwise, it's just adding a little bit of color to this. The land reforms that we were talking about last time do bear on the conflict, and by the time you get into the later Ottoman period that we talked about last time too, the central authorities are already beginning to try and restrict outside land purchases because they opened it up to outside land purchases with the land reform policies that began in the 1850s and onward. But once people started walking in and saying like, hi, I'll offer you 3 times market value if you sell to, our foreign concern, like, more and more people were doing that, especially a lot of absentee landowners who were not present in Palestine, so didn't really understand the impact it was going to have. And a lot of this just has to do with, and I'll talk a little bit about this in a bit as we get into to Zionism, but there is a distinction between practical and political Zionism, and the political Zionists are often people that have no interest whatsoever in moving. They're just supportive of the enterprise. And they're people who can donate cash. So I might be perfectly happy as a dentist in Berlin. I've got a nice practice here. I'm comfortable. I don't face a lot of racism. Things are good. So I'm just going to donate, and somebody else who's in worse situation farther east in Europe and experiencing a lot of prejudice, then they can then move to Palestine and do it instead. So money being accumulated this way is being used to purchase chunks of land. Now, that also frequently gets overstated. It really isn't a huge amount of it, but by the time you get to the fight for independence in the middle of the 20th century, it's about 6% of Palestine total that's been bought up. But they are beginning to purchase land, and that is going to have a bit of an impact on how a lot of this works. But the people who move, the people who often head off to Palestine to settle there, there's going to be a wide range of approaches to that. It's not as monolithic as some people have argued in terms of how Zionists are going to interact with people. And I'll talk about some of the specifics along the way there. There are people who work with the Palestinians who are already present on it. Oh, cool, I bought land, but you live here already? Crap. Well, I guess we'll work together. We'll build over there, and you're already here, and we'll find some way to work together. Others would walk in and say, hi, I own your land. Get the hell out. So there's a tremendous amount of variation there. There are people who walk in super, super racist towards the Palestinian population, and others who walk in and say, gosh, these guys seem like they have a very authentic connection to the land and the soil. Maybe they live more like our ancestors did. Maybe we can become more like them. And they start assimilating into Palestinian society. So there's a wide range of responses in the early Zionist movement based upon their encounters with Palestinians as they get there. So we'll talk a little bit about how that plays out, because today, I think for the as a plan for today, I want to try and we're going to bounce back and forth a little bit in topics. I'm going to talk a bit about the development of Zionism in Europe, some of its early impacts in Palestine with the first Aliyah, some of the changes back that'll create the second wave, and some major changes in Zionism with, by the time Herzl shows up on it, we'll talk about that. We'll look at how that's building up and some of the pressures that are building in the early 20th century in Palestine. And then we'll look at World War I and how it's going to change it. So I think those are my 5 basic things. I really want to try and get through the First World War, so to the end of the teens. I don't think we can get really beyond that today, but next time we'll look at the British Mandatory period. Okay, so let's see. Last thing I want to, I remember the little mouse here. Yeah, that's right. So last thing I want to point to here is something about, we talked a lot about Palestinian social structure and political structure last time, what it was like for them, the degrees of decentralization present, their modernization approaches. So we want to point out that nationalism does not yet exist here. Nationalism is very much a European import. And in talking about Zionism, I'll have to clarify a definition for anybody who hasn't run into this yet. But nationalism itself doesn't exist, but a sense of place, of who they are, the building blocks of an actual nation are there already. And well, I guess now's probably a good time to do this. So simplest way to do this: a nation is a group of people with something in common. It has nothing to do with countries, borders, laws, anything else. So the nation is the people with some kind of common political identity. That doesn't mean they have a state. So there is a Kurdish nation, a Balochi nation. There's tons of nations in the world that don't have countries or states. So a nation is a group of people, but given some kind of political shape, some kind of formal identity. And you can start to see that developing in Palestine early in the 20th century. So this is an issue of a newspaper, Palestine, from about 1911. They're well aware of where they live and its history and their ties to it. So there is a developing Palestinian nation. Nationalism is the idea that nations deserve a state. States are governing institutions, borders, police, laws, all that kind of stuff, militaries, parliaments, everything else. It's the formal structures of governance that make up a state. And then sort of a side point there, what makes a country distinct is a country is a state that's sovereign. So Palestine is already a state, period. There is a Palestinian state today. There is not a country of Palestine because it's not sovereign, but there are governing institutions. In fact, there are two sets of governing institutions because they can't get along well enough between the West Bank and Gaza. But there are state structures already present. They're just not recognized as having sovereign control of the land under their feet. So that's kind of important as we get further and further into this conflict to know that distinction there. But Palestinian nationalism does not yet exist in the late 19th and early 20th century. There's no consciousness that being Palestinian means you need to have a country, a nation state, a country that's just for your people, because that's an unusual idea that's really only spreading in Europe across the 19th century and doesn't spread around the rest of the world until the 20th century, really only the mid-20th century for the most part. Nation states are unusual as an idea and very, very modern. So when people are always wondering, oh, well, there was no drive for a Palestinian country so that they weren't a distinct people. Well, that's just nonsense, because there's distinct peoples all over the world that didn't have countries just for them, because that was a stupid idea that no one was pursuing before this point. So just to keep that in mind. So not yet a nationalist movement, but there is a Palestinian nation. We do have that, and we can use that later in building up our drive to Palestinian nationalism as we get further into the 20th century and these across the summer or whatever. Okay, so it takes us into beginnings of Zionism. So we need to talk a bit about what Zionism is and is not. I'll give a nice pithy definition for it in a little bit. But it is it does have a lot of different forms and variants. And I want to talk a little bit about the basis for it, i.e. the basis for a Jewish nationhood, as well as some things that can be considered kind of Zionism, but we really shouldn't, because they're not like the modern form of it that we're all talking about. They're very different. The basic understanding has shifted a lot over time. It has a ton of different uses. So when we just talk about one kind of Zionism, we're kind of missing something. But it is the political form that we're going to be dealing with here is new, and even it has several variations, but it has an older basis. And the older basis really is in the cultural memory and history of Jewish people scattered around the world. When people try to argue that Judaism is not an ethnicity, that's nonsensical. It very much is and always was. And it has a distinct sort of like tribal identity. You don't adopt the religion separately from everything else. The religion and the cultural / tribal identity were always linked. It's really only now, like, from later 20th century on, that you have significant numbers of Jews that don't really, I suppose, live as Jews, but they practice a Jewish religion. So they're Jewish on high holidays, they're Jewish on Saturday, but they go to synagogue maybe, or maybe not even that. But they don't live in a Jewish community according to Jewish customs. They don't structure their entire lives around it, which for most of our history where Judaism has existed, that was the case. Jews lived among other Jews in Jewish communities with Jewish cultural ideals. So it has to be understood as having that kind of tribal or ethnic basis to it. The connection that they have to the land, to the ancient kingdoms there, which is based in part upon biblical memories. And we have to understand that the Bible has elements of history in it, but also elements of political propaganda. There's a lot in it that cannot be taken very seriously. So, for example, biblically, there was originally a unified Israel that broke into the states of Samaria and Judah, or Israel and Judah, in the hill country. And that's actually a later fabrication. Israel in the north and Judah south of it were actually always separate until a very late period after the Assyrians, when Judah conquered the northern territories. And then that's where that useful fiction comes in. So there are places where it's accurate and places where it really isn't, but the memories within Judaism are based largely on that biblical narrative, on that usable history, on how they remember things. And again, parts of that really are accurate. So there is a connection there, but they've scattered around the world, and they've been scattered around the world for more than 2,500 years. Diaspora starts long before the Romans. You have Assyrians contributing to that, Persians contributing to that, Greeks contributing to that, then the Romans come along. And some of them had moved voluntarily earlier on in different sections and lived in different parts of the area. So they're moved around, but everywhere they go, they do retain some romantic connection to it. Not a sense that they have to go back and take control of it and build a country there, but like there's a sympathetic memory of it. This is where we're from. This is the ancient homeland. This is part of our traditions. So that's worth keeping in mind here, that even after the collapses, especially in the 2nd century under the Romans, when significant numbers of Jews leave, not all, again, they were not formally expelled from Palestine ever. That's also a Zionist myth. They were expelled from Jerusalem, not from the country as a whole. But they do leave in large numbers and settle in other areas in order to preserve a sense of self. But wherever they go, they're going to retain some kind of consciousness, some kind of memory of, historic Jerusalem and their ties to it, and the religious aspects of it. So you get in like your Passover Haggadah, the Seders or whatever, you can end with like, toasting, next year in Jerusalem. It's like, next year we'll be back in Jerusalem, next year we'll go home, whatever. There's this romantic religious connection to it, but that's not tied to a political yearning. There's no political movement that says, let's go back and take this territory, let's all move back en masse. There's just this romantic yearning and a kind of messianic ideal that, someday when God has forgiven us and he sees that we've kept his remaining commandments well enough and we deserve forgiveness and redemption, then we'll get the Messiah and then we'll be able to go home. But that's kind of like an apocalyptic sort of transformation of the world, which clearly hasn't happened. So that can be understood as a kind of Zionism itself. And I tend to refer to it as traditional Zionism, i.e. much more theological. You're waiting for Hamashiach, the Messiah, to come, and that will inaugurate a transformation of the world, a return to what God had originally intended for it, and boom, then you can live there again, and cool, that's that. But it's a whole different ball of wax from what we're talking about today, as far as the later political movements. Now, another thing to keep in mind, and this is something that Zionists absolutely hate to be reminded of, a lot of the Jews who stayed behind, they became they became modern Palestinians. They converted. They became Hellenists. They became then Christians and Muslims. They just assimilated into the various religio-cultural and political frameworks that followed after antiquity here. So the most of the Jewish population never actually leaves. It's small sections that move out and create the larger diaspora. And it's really two basic survival strategies. One is if you scatter into very small communities and you live in, live in small areas off by yourself, you're not really a threat to anybody, so no one's really going to care that you keep your own language, traditions, religion, whatever, because there's not enough of you to cause any problems. It's not like you're going to revolt against the political authority. You're not a concern to anybody else, so you can practice your religion and be left alone. The other survival strategy, and a very common one around the world, is that you just assimilate over time. How do we think like the Latin language spread? Why do they speak Spanish in Spain? Well, because people who lived in the Iberian Peninsula gradually adopted a form of Latin, which is an ancestor to Spain. So it's to Spanish, so it's you're assimilating into a broader imperial cultural framework. And that happens in Palestine too. So people left behind in Palestine, they speak Aramaic and Greek, and they're mostly Hellenists and then Christians, and then some of them later convert to Islam, and they're rolling with it. The Arabs come in, they bring in Arabic, so they create their own version of Arabic that has a significant amount of Aramaic in it. But a lot of the Palestinian population actually descend from Samaritans and Jews who stayed behind and culturally assimilated. The ones who didn't are the moved outside are the ones who are ancestral to Jews. And it's weird for a lot of Jews today to think about that, because we wouldn't mass convert to some other religion. Well, that's because you're descendants of people who took a very hard line on the religious practices, and the people who stayed behind are not. but like genetically the same people originally. But there is this connection. But that connection is, again, quite different from what we're going to see going forward. Another thing to keep in mind here too is that because of that romantic connection to the land, there are times when Jews do move to Palestine, and that's been happening for 2,000 years. People move back in and settle there, or they pass through and they stay there for a while and then they move on to somewhere else. People have always been coming in. It's not been a single homogenous, small Jewish, old Yishuv community that's there the whole time. There have been other people that have come in. Two common examples I give of that that are well before the rise of modern Zionism is go back into the so about the beginning of the 18th century, about 1700 or so, there's a movement of some Hasidic Jews out of Eastern Europe down into Palestine. By the time you get to the end of the 18th century, most of them have completely assimilated into Palestinian Judaism or have left. They struggled to make it work, but they did come in, they did try, and some of them stayed. But it didn't really work as a transfer of their culture into this new land. And earlier than that, if you think about when Spain in 1492 expelled the Jewish population, or rather, most stayed there too. That's another thing people like to forget. This is why a significant amount of Spain's DNA today is partly Sephardic, partly Jewish. A lot of people just said, "Oh, well, I'll be Catholic. I'll stay," because the option was leave with nothing, leave penniless, or stay here and you get to keep all your shit, but you got to be Catholic from now on. So just a personal choice. Many people left, many people stayed. A lot of the ones who left, they ended up in places like Morocco. They ended up in Greece. So like the Jewish community in Saloniki descended from Spanish Jews, but also in Palestine, in Tzafed or Tzfat in the Eastern Galilee. So just northwest of where Lake Kinneret is. They established a community there, of these Spanish, these Sephardic Jews, and it stayed a Kabbalistic center ever since because they were practitioners of that in Spain. And they're not Zionists. They're not they're not doing it for some political purpose. They're just like, hey, we need a new place to live, and these guys are going to let us live here. They're not going to overtly persecute us. Why not? We'll just go there. So they end up all over the place, but some of them ended up in Palestine. So there are movements before, but it's the population is never very big. By the time you get to about 1856, so looking in the decade just before the first Zionist publications start showing up in Europe, the Jewish population of Palestine is somewhere around 17,000. And they're mostly in just 4 cities, in Jerusalem, in Hebron, also called Al-Khalil, in Tiberias, and in Sfat, or Safed. Basically 4 holy cities that all have certain shrines, certain things to take care of, and there's a Jewish community present there. So they are Palestinian Jews living in Palestine, and aren't really Zionist. So there's that kind of sums up the situation there. From here, we have to start talking about where these newer forms of Zionism are going to come from. It's a very small percentage at the time. I think the total population in Palestine at that time was maybe 200,000 people. I don't remember the exact number. But it's close to that. It's quite low still. So it's a noticeable percentage, but it's still relatively small. Someone's asking. Okay, so from there, the development of Zionism in Europe depends upon something that's happening in Europe. And for that, I have to take another slight step back and differentiate between 3 different terms that are sometimes used very sloppily or interchangeably. Anti-Judaism, Judeophobia, and anti-Semitism. Because they're actually distinct things. The oldest of them is anti-Judaism, and that is a theological hatred of Jews. Most ancient persecutions of Jews were actually political, not religious or racist or anything else. They rose up in rebellion and they got crushed for it, because religion and culture, religion and language, they were always interconnected in the ancient world. You didn't go and like convert to the ancient Egyptian religion. You didn't go and convert to the Sumerian religion. You were just born Sumerian. That was that. So if Jews as a population politically rose up in rebellion and got crushed, well, yes, you are unaliving large numbers of Jews, but that's not because they were Jewish, it's because they rebelled. Persecutions for religious reasons really only developed with Christianity. There was some problems earlier, like where, I don't know, for example, the Seleucids tried to impose Hellenism, but that was largely political because it was how they legitimated authority for the state. It's relatively unusual. The first sustained theological criticism of Judaism is Christian. And Christian anti-Judaism is rooted in its own understanding of self, as it breaks out of being originally a sect of Judaism, because the early Christians were all Jews, and becomes a Hellenistic faith. And most of the rituals, beliefs, practices of Christianity actually come from the Hellenistic world, not Judaism, largely because that's where it spreads and takes off and works. But doing that, it ends up divorcing itself very forcefully from Judaism. And to avoid sort of, I don't know, blaming the Romans for killing the Savior, they shifted onto the Jews. The Jews killed Christ. So you've got the charge of deicide. The Jews are Christ killers. And then the idea that the church, that Christianity is the new chosen people, is the new Israel, and has superseded the Jews. So the Jews have been cast out by God. They've been rejected by God because they rejected the Messiah. And that is the foundation for a lot of persecution in the Christian world, especially in Europe, and it picks up heavily in the Middle Ages. It gets much, much more forceful. The first actual victims of the Crusades were Jews in Western Germany that got massacred along the way out. And that's around the time when you start coming up with all kinds of terrible ideas like the blood libel, where they say that Jews will kidnap Christian children and ritually murder them and drain their blood and use it to make Passover matzah. If anyone's ever seen those matzah crackers, blood is not an ingredient in matzah. Matzah is just like this tasteless, flat-ass, disgusting piece of bread cracker thing. And yeah, you don't need blood for that. In fact, if they knew anything about Judaism at all, I mean, the consumption of blood is strictly forbidden in kashrus, in the kosher laws. So the idea of consuming non-kosher, like human blood, when no blood at all can be consumed, is just fantastically stupid. But it spreads from the Middle Ages on, and it's used to persecute Jews. Some people like them. Yeah, I use them for I'll sometimes make like little lasagnas with them. There's all kinds of neat little recipes you can make with them. But yeah, I don't really care for the taste of matzah. Matzo balls are okay, matzo ball soup, but like the crackers, just they're not very good. My opinion. The persecutions there, they really kick into high gear in the Middle Ages, but they're all still theologically based. So people can technically convert out of it, and many people do. So I don't know, like Moses Mendelssohn, Benjamin Disraeli. I mean, there's a lot of significant people in European history that were descended from Jews who converted to Christianity. I mean, Benjamin Disraeli was actually a British prime minister, but he was Anglican, but originally of Jewish origin. So that's the theological aspect, anti-Judaism. There's another source of hatred in Europe that contributes to a lot of this as well that actually is distinct, and that's Judeophobia. And Judeophobia is a fear of an unassimilable outsider population. So you're looking at the people who they have their long beards and their funny hats, and they eat weird foods, and they live in their own little villages, and they write in their own funny little language. And like, oh, what are you doing in my country? Ah, you're weird. Like, racists are racist. Like, so Judeophobia is something that idiots and racists would adopt because they would see a population that's different from them, and difference is somehow threatening to these fragile snowflakes. You might get the sense that I really don't like bigots. But there's that kind of hatred that's there all along here, because Jewish people tended to live in Jewish communities. So they would live in the shtetl, and their local, they'd have their local rabbinical court to resolve everything. And that local court would have authority over their own population, would enforce their Jewish law on people and hold the community together. And people would look at them like, what are you doing? And they're speaking various Jewish languages. The two most common in Europe are Ladino and Yiddish, but there are others all around the world. Wherever Jews went, they tended to partly assimilate. So they would adopt a form of a local language, but they would always write it in their own script to make it a little distinct, and then add some loanwords to it. So Yiddish is basically a form of medieval High German, but written in a late Aramaic script, the modern Hebrew script. Or like Ladino is based on medieval Spanish. Right, so it's a Romance language, but it's a Jewish language. So there's a lot of those around the world. Those are the two common ones in Europe. So, but they're only partly assimilating. They still write in their own script. They still keep their own communities. They still keep kosher. They're still doing all their own thing. So people look at them, who are you people? And racist or that. So Judeophobia is just that. It's a fear of an alien other in the country. Anti-Semitism is a whole new thing. And that's one of the things that's actually going to drive the development of Zionism, because Jews put up with anti-Judaism and Judeophobia for a long frickin' time. That they're not new. There's nothing unique about those showing up here. But anti-Semitism will be new. Oh, if anyone's interested, Martin Luther initially thought, hey, the Jews rejected the Catholics, but I don't like the Catholics anymore either. So they'll like my new groovy remixed version of Christianity, and they'll convert to it. And when the Jews are like, yeah, bro, we're not into the Jesus thing, like, oh, and I hate the Jews. And they started writing like books like this attacking the Jews. So it didn't stay just a Catholic and Orthodox thing where it was deeply theologically rooted, but it also became even a Protestant thing. It was a generalized Christian problem that built up there. So this kind of hatred is around for a long, long frickin' time. They're used to that. There's nothing new about it. Anti-Semitism is different. The term itself isn't coined until later in the 19th century. But the antecedents for it are building up across the 19th century with the rise of Enlightenment ways of thinking, secularism, and more scientific thought. The development of scientific racism. So think about late 18th century German biologist Blumenbach's sort of like typology of people. You're kind of like, laying out what are the, measuring skulls and figuring out what the different races are of the world, which fortunately with the rise of genetic science in the middle of the 19th century, we know is complete horseshit. But lots of people believed this shit at the time. So they started racializing the problem. And the key here is with the rise of secular cultures, with the Enlightenment in Europe and the scientific revolution and all these changes, a lot of people who grew up hating Jews now have a hard time explaining why. Because you just grew up, you grew up, I don't know, your family was a good Catholic family, a good Lutheran family, whatever. So of course you hate Jews. Yeah, but now you're like, but why? I can't say I hate them because they're Christ killers, because I don't believe in Christ anymore. Because again, a lot of these guys were, they're atheists. They're like 19th century scientific Enlightenment type figures. They're not into this, the traditional religions. So suddenly the theological excuse isn't good enough. And so they need a replacement for the traditional Judenhass, just hating Jews. And that's where anti-Semitism comes in, because anti-Semitism argues that Jews are a distinct biological race, that they have Jewish blood, and that makes them a fundamentally different category of human, which we know is just stupid. Like everywhere Jews have gone throughout all of history, they've intermarried, which is why the Chinese Jews look Chinese, and the Ethiopian Jews look Ethiopian, and the Moroccan Jews look Moroccan, and Polish Jews can be blonde and blue-eyed. Everywhere Jews have gone, they've intermarried with peoples because they're human, go figure. But coming up with a scientific racist idea that all these things are like there's distinct races in the world, and the Germans are a distinct biological race, which is also nonsensical. For crying out loud, a lot of the population of Eastern Germany, like their ancestry is actually Slavic. They just Germanized at some point. There are no biological races. It's all nonsense. But it's widely believed in the 19th century. And anti-Semitism is a distinct form of racism. This is one of the reasons that I actually push back hard against people trying to expand the term anti-Semitism to refer to all speakers of Semitic languages. Palestinians are Semites, so you're anti-Semitic. Well, no, what you're doing is you're co-opting a 19th century scientific racist term and making Palestinians now a distinct race that other people can hate on for biological reasons. Why would you want to do that? The term is just stupid in the first place, but it's around. Honestly, I wish we'd just go back to using something like Judeophobia, because the basis for anti-Semitism has really faded. There aren't a lot of believers left in eugenics and race realism and whatnot. There's a bunch of like idiot far-rightists who are into that stuff, but they're a pretty small part of the general population, and all the science is against them. So I don't know why we keep using the term anti-Semitism. It just needs to go away. But expanding the term to apply to other people just adopts 19th century racist logic. And I can't accept that as an idea. I don't want us to start thinking that of Arabs and Ethiopians as like, Semitic in a racial sense that we're supposed to hate on or something. It's just dumb. But anyway, anti-Semitism is distinctly rooted in 19th century race science. And it will be important for this part of our story, because this is when people believed that shit. This is when the science couldn't shoot it down. Although, to be fair, there were people in the late 19th century who were deeply critical of it. In fact, the founders of the academic discipline of anthropology were saying, y'all are full of shit. This doesn't make any sense. This is all wrong. And criticizing it from the beginning. But there was no way to definitively prove it until we unlocked the genome and could show people, look, genetically, races don't exist. Oh, okay. And then it can change. But until that point, it's kind of common. Now, there's a confluence between anti-Semitism and Judeophobia that you can see on things like this. So I've got here, this is so this is actually from one of the founding fathers of anti-Semitism, but leave that aside here. This is a campaign poster from France. This is a guy running for public office, and he is running as the anti-Semite candidate, the anti-Semitic candidate. Vote for me because I hate Jews more than the next guy, is his argument. And the argument that he's making there ultimately is still more Judeophobic than anti-Semitic. The word is just becoming the common term for it, but it's ultimately not what's driving a lot of this, because what's happening in this period, and I'll talk about why in a moment, more and more Jews are moving into the cities, and they're adopting the local vernacular, and they're shaving their beards, and they're assimilating and becoming like everybody else. So as they're doing that, again, you've got some shithead looking, oh, some Jews moved in next door. Well, there goes the neighborhood. That sucks, right? And people are resentful of that, because Jews had always been a small persecuted minority living off to the side. People have been able to kind of ignore them and kick them around every now and then, but you didn't live around them. You weren't interacting with them. And people are like, really upset by this, in the same way that tons of idiots around the world today are upset by multiculturalism. That's what's driving this. It's not ultimately anti-Semitism even, but it is part of it, because that's the more educated approach. They're taking the scientific reason for hating Jews. But the reason this guy is campaigning for votes is that Jews were moving into the neighborhood, and people didn't like that. And we have to understand that that was completely acceptable. Like, everyone got it. No one cared. Like, this, of course, is the time when we could still elect literal Klansmen as presidents in the U.S. I mean, racism and hatred of Jews are just perfectly socially acceptable throughout the Christian world. There's no criticism of it really in any significant numbers. Minority criticisms, but nothing significant that could stop it. So, worth keeping in mind some of that background, at least, for it. And one of the things that ends up really differentiating anti-Semitism, at least among the elites, so again, different from the much more simple reasons to hate Jews, Judeophobia and anti-Judaism, this anti-Semitic discourse is overwhelmingly an elite phenomenon among more educated people who think of themselves as scientific and enlightened. And for them, the science of the day was all super racist. You guys have probably heard of eugenic thinking and, hey, if we just sterilize all the criminals, then crime will stop, which is just stupid, but people believed it. They took this stuff very, very seriously at the time. And that was the educated discourse. So what you've got here, and I'm kind of representing some of these ideas with some later, some Yahtzee political cartoons on the on this side. This is actually a Serbian propaganda poster. But what you got here is these racialized depictions. Jews are short and have big noses, and they're distinct features, and there's something negative in their blood, and we don't want to interact with them. We don't want to have Jews around. They will poison the blood of the nation. So you're looking to say countries like the U.S. that have all these anti-miscegenation laws where you can't, no interracial marriages are allowed because you don't want to pollute your blood, or some, again, stupid racist stuff there. So this is something that they're really thinking about. And just look at like how they're going to depict the Jewish figure versus like the Teutonic figure here. This is not what Schindler looked like. This giant, this tall blonde, whatever, square jawed dude. But they're just stupid stereotypes that are based on the fraudulent idea that there's something in the blood that makes you Jewish. It's just not the case. This one here just is a neat one too, showing this is a Serbian propaganda poster. I don't know if you can see it well enough, especially on the small screen here, but the Jew is holding a set of scales and weighing, on the one hand, a giant pile of money, and on the other hand, a good socialist worker or something. It's like, like, do they care about people? Or are they just going to always go for money or whatever? And you still see a lot of that kind of reflexive racist shit. And sadly, a lot of directly Judeophobic and anti-Semitic discourses still exist, and all we do is we just exchange the word Jew for Zionist and use the same basic ideas. This is my criticism of a lot of the arguments around AIPAC, is that it goes back to this arguments about how Jews are all about money and using money to control the world or whatever, and never mind the fact that the vast majority of money that goes into AIPAC is actually from American Christians. But we just leave that out, and people just straight up borrow literally 19th century anti-Semitic slogans and just swap in the word Zionist. It's something really to be cautious of, because there's a lot of really shitty arguments floating around. But this kind of stuff is very, very common at the time. This is super normalized. And this is where Zionism is going to build up. One of the saddest things about this whole process is that Palestinians have been forced to pay for Europe's crimes, Europe's racist stupidity. So Europeans treated Jews like shit, and Palestinians have been made to suffer for that. But the fact that Palestinians are suffering at the hands of Israelis does not mean that Jews did not suffer in Europe too. We do not understand where it came from and what started this as an idea. Why it was believable, how it got to be normalized. And as we're going forward in this across the summer too, I'll help you guys understand why it is that so much of the world Jewish community really swallowed the Zionist ideal. And that took a long time. It's really not until after the second half of the 20th century, after the creation of the State of Israel, and really after some later events too, that it just becomes sort of normalized. A lot of Jewish communities around the world were deeply opposed to Zionism all the way into the 1950s. It was a minority position overall, but it became the overwhelming majority position, and there are reasons for that we'll need to talk about later. Okay, so one of the things that's going to push things along, gotta pause here for this. Good. Okay. Now, one of the things that is going to drive this is a term that I mentioned a moment ago, enlightenment. And I'm obviously not going to talk about the general European Enlightenment, and all the philosophers, starting from like the late 17th and through the 18th century. Not really the problem here, but know that the concept of enlightenment, this new drive towards secularism and philosophy and secular governments and everything else, science, is drifting slowly eastward. So it's significant early on in places like France and Scotland and whatnot, and the Netherlands, and it just drifts slowly eastward. And by the time you get to the beginning of the 19th century, it's among the Jews in Eastern Europe too. So they're reading this stuff and they're still thinking about, okay, so I don't have to live in the shtetl to be Jewish. I can shave my beard and I can move into Warsaw and speak Polish and become a Polish Jew. Okay, I don't have to just be a Jew who lives in Poland. I can be a Polish Jew, adopt a Polish identity. And that's a radical shift for people, because again, Jews historically did not identify as closely with their country. Some people did, certainly elites did, but Jews generally lived in Jewish communities and in distinct Jewish areas and understood themselves to be different from their neighbors. They understood themselves to be different from other peoples. This is beginning to shift, and they're starting to think, well, yeah, I can adopt this broader national identity. I can be like them. I can be French or German or whatever. And it creates a split in the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment. One of the consequences of Haskalah is to create a permanent split in Judaism. It kind of breaks it. And this doesn't really show very well at all in this, but this is, I would normally, draw this out on the board. But like you can start with, okay, so traditional Judaism. So Jews are Jews. Jews follow halakha, they follow Jewish law, and they live in Jewish communities, and they're Jewish, right? They're just Jews. There's one way to be Jewish, although there's tons of variations and forms and rituals and different clothing types and everything else. But like you're still just Jews, right? But what people started thinking was, we can modernize. And this drive toward modernity, the creation of a modernist branch, is what creates the Orthodox, or what some people today call the ultra-Orthodox, or the Haredi communities. And this is why a lot of the those communities, they locked in a particular clothing style, and didn't change from that point on. So it's like an 18th or 19th century clothing style, because it's at the time when they refused to adapt anymore. It's a symbolic rejection of modernity, and a way of distinguishing themselves from all other Jews. These modernizing branches. But the modernist branch has two distinct components to it. One is the assimilationist. I'm going to shave my beard, move to Paris, speak French, serve in the army, be a Frenchman of the Mosaic persuasion, as they would say, right? A French Jew. And then the others are going to become our Zionists, a Jewish nationalist movement. But both are actually consequences of this split in modernity that's going to create these different trends, right? Let's see. One of the things that's really driving this too, and it's really worth remembering how so many of these things, including even like Zionism, ultimately don't come from the Jewish world. In fact, the first Zionists are Christians. They're some early Protestants, and there's a significant restorationist movement, is what they called Christian Zionism at the time, through the 17th, 18th, 19th century. Oh, in fact, I'll give you an example of that later. Some things that we today really closely associate with like Zionist Jews were originally Christian ideas and slogans. But there are a lot of other things that ultimately come out of that, and one of those is the idea of Jewish emancipation, giving Jews civil rights. That goes back to Napoleon. Napoleon was the first person to do that. In the Napoleonic Code, they made Jews citizens of France, where they'd always just been Jews who were tolerated in France. They just lived in France, but they weren't French. They weren't citizens. They weren't really of the state. They were just Jews who happened to live here. So they were treated the same way as like the Roma populations or something, just these weirdo outsiders that just live in your country, and people didn't like them, but they weren't part of it. That starts with Napoleon at the beginning of the 19th century. By the time you get to the end of the 19th century, it has spread across the entirety of Europe, into places like, Russia and Bulgaria and whatnot. One country after another grants Jews citizenship, makes them citizens of the state. The problem with that, and I mean, it seems to me like, hey, great idea. Why make them citizens? Bring them into the national life. The problem is it's happening at the same time as the rise of a romantic ethnic nationalism. And while they're given state rights, they're given citizenship in the country, so they now have civil liberties, but people don't want to accept them as part of the nation. Remember, nations and states are different things. So you might be a citizen now, but you're not really German like me. You're not really French like me, because again, racism, prejudices and whatnot. They're trying to hold them apart. They're trying to deny them membership of the ethne, of the national grouping that they're in, and holding them apart as a distinct group. So it shouldn't surprise us that some people would respond to that by saying, hey, if we can't be Poles and Russians and Germans or whatever, then I guess we have to come up with our own Jewish nationalism, our own Jewish national identity. And that'll be
Professor?
a push for that. Yeah.
I think maybe you need a little water break.
Yeah, I'm slipping a minute every now and then. Am I going too fast?
No. And let us know when you're able to do Q&As.
Yeah, I think we can do it like several times, like break along here. What I'm going to do is pause at the foundations of early Zionism, the earliest stage of it, and then we'll break there and have some questions.
Beautiful.
So almost to a good breaking point. Okay, let's see. So there's that, our modern branch. So then one of the foundations for what will become a Jewish political national identity, you need something else to hold people together, something to unite them. And one of the problems here is that the groups that are going to be interested in a Zionist nationalism are all going to be in the modernizing branch. They won't be traditional Jews. Traditional Jews don't like this idea at all. It's why Haredi Jews still, in large measure, reject it or have a very complicated relationship to it. They're not the main audience for Zionism. The modernizing, the secular branch is. But all the things that are most traditionally Jewish, so keeping kosher, using the Beit Din, the rabbinical courts, living apart in your own distinct communities with your own distinct traditions and whatnot, your own holidays and all that, none of that works anymore. None of that can be a basis for identity, because now a Jew might be living in Paris and speaking French, and he's not kosher, and maybe he might go to a synagogue, but that's the extent of his interaction with Judaism. So how do you appeal to them? Well, you have to have some other building blocks. And the things, again, that make up a nation as a group of people, it's always very flexible. You can pick different features. For some nations, a religion is important. In others, it's not, right? So sometimes religion is a part of a national identity. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes language is, sometimes it's not. There's different things you can pick and choose when you're constructing a kind of like authenticity. This is what makes the nation. These are the people like me. But you need some features to build on. And they've got a common history. They can build on that. Common histories are important. Common histories were used in the construction of the French national identity and the American one, for example. So they've got that because they've got the biblical narratives and all the midrashim, the different stories that are passed along. So they've got a sense of like who they were in the past. You can build on that. But a common language would be another really useful step. And that's the important step here. So resurrecting the Hebrew language. Hebrew was part of a continuum of dialects in the early Iron Age all across the southern Levant. So there was a whole bunch of different related languages. What becomes biblical Hebrew is one of those. And in fact, biblical Hebrew is quite variable because the texts were written over many centuries. So there's a lot of shifts in terms of grammar and syntax in it. But because of the fact that biblical Hebrew is inconsistent as a language, to put it mildly, and because it hadn't been a common spoken vernacular in about 2,500 years, I mean, it starts to go into steep and rapid decline with the Assyrian period, as the Assyrians started pushing Aramaic as a common, lingua franca in the area. By the time you get to like Jesus walking around, people aren't speaking Hebrew. I mean, it has its liturgical uses, but it's not a common spoken language on the street. People are generally speaking a form of Western Aramaic, or in different parts, maybe Greek or something else. But it dies out as a common everyday language. So what they need to do is go back and make it more consistent. So there's some introduction of there's some influences from Germanic and Slavic grammars to normalize Hebrew's grammar, because again, the sources were compiled over long stretches of time, so there's huge inconsistencies in how that would work. And then filling out the vocabulary. So all of its core vocabulary is the same as biblical Hebrew, but it has a ton of additional vocabulary added to make it a living language, because the biblical writers didn't write about everything. And obviously nothing more modern anyway would have been in there. And it does have a few grammatical changes to make it at least a little bit more regular, but it's related to it. But once you've resurrected this and given it like, I can study it. Here's a general grammar and vocabulary. I can buy a textbook kind of thing and learn this as a language. Then it takes off and people start producing new literature in it for the first time, plays, poems, whatever. Clubs are founded across Eastern Europe where people are teaching each other the language. So they're getting together and teaching each other Hebrew and, learning to speak it. And they think, this is pretty awesome. And what they're hoping here is it would give people a way to adopt a common Jewish national identity, regardless of where they are. Maybe you grew up speaking only French, but you can learn Hebrew, and now you're connected to Jews everywhere else who also speak Hebrew. So Moroccan Jews, Polish Jews, whatever, it doesn't matter where you are. If you learn Hebrew in this modern form here and you can interact, now you've got a foundation for a common identity. That's the goal in doing it. So it's not completely made up. It's not an artificial language in that sense, but it is a resurrected language. It was a moribund language that, while it existed and could be studied in specific context, it wasn't complete enough to really be used on the street. You've got this a lot with a lot of other ones. Like there's, and obviously I enjoyed some of this too, because I quite like the language, but it's relatively difficult to make Latin a street language these days. It's missing a lot to really fill it out. And it had a much more consistent use and development over long periods of time than Hebrew. Hebrew was even more defunct than Latin was. But languages can be picked back up and used. So there's that. So now you've got all kinds of like pamphlets and newspapers and like people are like starting to produce materials and and you got so now Hebrew is a thing. Someone mentions Alliance Universelle. If that's what you're talking about, or do you talk? Wait, Alliance France. You're not talking about the. Do you mean the Alliance Universelle about Jews, or is that a reference like the French Academy or something? I don't know what that actually means, but just that way.
Is it the French Alliance?
Yeah, I don't know what that specifically means, but there is a French organization, the Alliance Universelle Israélite, is going to be a big movement and kind of like helping Jewish communities around like the Muslim world or whatever. So different name, but related. So I'm guessing that's what was meant there. I can refer to that at a particular point further on, maybe. I talk about a lot in the context of like, let's say, Algerian colonization. It doesn't play as big a part in our story here, but there will be missionaries out of the French Jewish community that will spread some ideas into different areas and try to like modernize people and whatnot here. But anyway, tons of new materials is being produced, and Hebrew is now a functioning language. You've got clubs all over the Pale of Settlement. Oh, actually, Pale of Settlement is a broad stretch of land in the western part of the Russian Empire. So like Lithuania down to Ukraine, where most of the Jews lived. So there's like tons of clubs springing up in this area, and they're teaching Hebrew, and people are like happy about that. But what's really going to give us Zionism, and where I really want to draw a sharp distinction between early Zionism and the post-Herzl period. So we're going to take a break before we get into like Herzl or anything else. This earlier period develops entirely in Eastern Europe, not in Western or Central Europe. It's an Eastern European phenomenon, and it's driven much more by the far more aggressive persecutions that are taking place in the Russian Empire. This is, again, based in part in anti-Judaism and Judeophobia, but also is pushed along by elites who have adopted anti-Semitism. So it's a broad mix of reasons for it, but they all kind of agree Jews suck, and they're all behind that. And you start to see a significant number of attacks, race riots, pogroms, where people are lashing out. There's a particularly bad one after Tsar Alexander II's assassination in 1881, and something like 200 Jews at least are killed in that. So there's a lot of these kind of collective outbreaks of violence against Jews, and people don't have as many options in Eastern Europe for assimilation. The assimilationist modernist approach is much more common in Central and Western Europe. Zionism was astonishingly unpopular in places like the Netherlands, Germany, England, France. No one cared about it. But in Eastern Europe, they didn't have the option to assimilate. They weren't given the ability to do so. So the nationalist approach is far more compelling to them. So this is why the vast majority of Zionist migrants, in these early periods, are all out of Eastern Europe, because this is where the idea came from, and it came out of much more horrific persecutions here, out of all these pogroms and whatnot. And over time, it's going to spread a little bit into Germany and Austria-Hungary as attacks on Jews become more common there. But it's much more aggressive in the Russian Empire for quite a while here. So from there, I really should stop for a minute and at least kind of define what Zionism is. I think I missed one there. Oh yeah, I think I skipped too fast. So there's Alexander II, and then these actually are some victims of one of the pogroms, late 19th century photo. But Zionism is the simplest definition for the modern form. If you're just saying Zionism without any other qualifier, is a program of secular Jewish nationalism focused on creating a national home in Palestine. That's about as simple as you can put it. And it requires people to understand how something can be both secular and Jewish, because they're thinking of Jews in the ethnic sense, the tribal sense, not in a religious sense. because these are overwhelmingly secular, assimilated Jews, more philosophical and scientific Jews. Many of them were outright atheists, although not all of them were, but they weren't living as traditional religious Jews, but they were of Jewish ancestry. They were ethnically Jewish. So it is a secular Jewish nationalism, which is one of the reasons that, for me, my path to criticism of Zionism is rooted in my criticism of all nationalisms, because nationalism inherently divides people against each other. It argues that a particular ethnic group deserves to control the state, and if you do that, then inherently you're going to oppress minorities. There are always going to be people who don't fit the nation, who don't fit how it's defined. So it's an inherently violent idea, and really, really problematic. But we don't need to get into all that stuff. But Zionism is simply a Jewish form of nationalism. So if you are okay with forms of nationalism, if you're okay with German nationalism and American nationalism and Australian nationalism, whatever, if that's all fine, Ukrainian nationalism, whatever you want to do, if those are okay, then so is Zionism. Like, to criticize Zionism and be in any way logically consistent requires criticism of nationalisms as a whole, because it's no different from any other one. Zionism is no different from French nationalism. French nationalism has been incredibly destructive and violent. So has Zionism. They all have been. So it's the nationalist part that's ultimately the trouble for us, and we'll see examples of that as we keep going forward through later weeks here. But again, secular Jewish nationalism, and it is focused on a home in Palestine, specifically because of the histories. People say, "Oh, why didn't they all just move to Argentina? Why didn't they move to Eastern Russia? Or blah, blah, blah. Why didn't they go somewhere else? The Uganda option or whatever." It's because how would you get anybody to go? Most Jews would not want to go to Palestine either. The vast majority of them would not have gone, period, because that's just, it wouldn't make sense to most Jews in most of the world. But at least if you have some connection to that history and you care a lot about that, then there's a reason to do it. If you're going to say, well, let's all move to Uganda, why the hell would anyone do it? There's no history there. There's no cultural link. There's no romantic tie. So Zionism does piggyback on the back of the Bible and Talmud and everything else. It piggybacks on Jewish history, but it's not rooted in it per se. It simply uses it selectively. It pulls from it in order to construct a modern national identity, and that wouldn't work in any other territory. This is where it sucks because it makes the Palestinians a victim for all this crap. But that's like what Zionism is in a nutshell. So to wind down a first section here, I'm going to end with okay. Let's see. Should I do? Oh gosh, because those blend right into the first wave of settlement. Yeah, I think I do. I think it's important enough to understand this better. So I'm going to just mention two other guys, a couple of like early figures, pre-Herzl, developing modern Zionism, and then I'll pause there, and then we'll take their ideas and put it into practice with what we can call practical Zionism, the first waves of migration, the first Aliyah to Palestine as a colonial project, because that whole first wave of migration is before Herzl was even a Zionist. He hadn't even discovered Zionism at the time. So when everyone's like, "Oh, Herzl created Zionism," that's nonsense. We'll talk a little bit about why in a minute. But so setting aside the false credit that he gets there, he is going to create what we can call political Zionism, and we'll deal with that a bit later. But practical Zionism and the basic modern Zionist idea is much older. The first significant Zionist book is actually from Moses Hess here, published in 1862. So, like 30 years before Herzl is a Zionist. It's not a very significant seller as an idea. It's a little bit ahead of its time, but it's starting to point to an idea that's gradually getting into the air. And by the time you get a few years later into the 1870s, there are a lot of Zionist clubs springing up all over Eastern Europe. Hess's book is 1862. By the time you get to 1870, there's these Chovevit Zion groups springing up. They're like little clubs where people teach each other Hebrew, but also start teaching each other basic skills that Jews couldn't have. Because might be hard to remember here, but for much of our history, Jews couldn't engage in most occupations until they were legally emancipated. They were strictly barred from tons of occupations in Europe. So Jews weren't soldiers. They weren't farmers. They couldn't do things. They couldn't own land. So there's a whole lot of things that they just don't know how to do. So like, cool, we now have we're now legally emancipated. We can buy the equipment for this. Let's teach each other how to farm. Let's learn how to farm. So these clubs are like teaching practical skills as well as teaching Zionism and Hebrew. So it's a broad mix of stuff. And then by the time you get to a much more significant early figure in Zionism, Leon Pinsker here, his book in 1882 is the first Zionist bestseller. So again, way before Herzl. And his auto-emancipation it's very interestingly of its time in the degree to which he actually adopts a lot of the racist discourses used against Jews. So it's like, oh, all these other nationalist movements, they look at Jews as parasites, as like an alien other. And Pinsker's like, yeah, that's true. We're parasites. Yeah, we don't belong here. We're not of these people. We're not quite like them. We can try to be like them, but we're never really going to be accepted by them because they'll see us as different. So let's accept the fact that we're just stuck living in their countries and do something about that. And for him, what he's doing is co-opting an old religious concept of redemption. So when you would look for, we follow Jewish law enough and God has forgiven us and we're redeemed and we can go back and all that crap. He's saying, oh, don't wait for that. Don't wait for that. That's not going to happen. Leave that aside. Instead, let's redeem ourselves. Hence, auto-emancipation. Emancipating yourself. And he's arguing that people need to put together like all the skills and knowledge and become a nation like all other nations. One of the sad ironies about Zionism as an idea is that it was attempting to make of the Jews a people like other peoples in the world, like all these other nationalist movements. The problem is, because it could only realistically point to Palestine, that meant that Palestinians would be persecuted by it, and that means that Israel has actually failed in its Zionist ambitions because it's not created a country like any other country. It's created an apartheid state that's going to oppress other peoples because it can't actually accept them as part of its identity. Whereas, say, a French nationalism is problematic in many ways, but you can still kind of become French. Somebody can move to France and adopt the French language and French culture, and next thing you know, I'm walking down the streets in the left bank with a baguette under my arm and whistling the Marseillaise, and I'm French, right? You can become French. But because Judaism is a religion as well as an ethnicity, it's not the kind of thing people are going to convert to. So it's not Palestinians aren't going to be like, yeah, hi, can I be Jewish now? Like, it's not going to be a common idea ever. So it leaves people permanently unassimilable. So yeah, cliches for sure. Yeah, but they're fun. Why not? And that's where at the time it's thinking we want to become like all other peoples, all other nations, right? But the early Zionists, and this will stay the case even through like a lot of the early socialist movements and everything else, it takes quite a while for some Zionists, many never figured this out, but it takes quite a while for someone to figure out, oh gosh, they're Palestinians and they're real people and we're treating them like shit. Like it doesn't sink in. Early Zionists are like, yeah, there's people who live there, but fuck them, they don't matter. Like, because they just assumed that they would either leave or assimilate or accept second-class status, and that would be that. They have a very kind of 19th century European racist conception of most of the world as somehow backward and inferior. And that's just going to, it's not even deliberate. It's like an unconscious assumption built on their foundations in Europe. And that's true here for all these early thinkers. So Pinsker unfortunately adopts European racist discourses in two different ways: by completely dismissing the Palestinians as relevant, and by accepting their own nationalism's idea that Jews are alien parasites that don't belong. It's like, okay, fine, so we are. So let's go somewhere else. But again, all of this is way before Herzl. Okay, so normally in a class, I would run straight from these guys into the first Aliyah because there's a strong ideological link between them. But with this, we started a lot earlier and talked about a few other things, so I've rambled on for quite a while, so I think we do need to take a break here. So let's take a break and make sure that people understand what Zionism is at this early formative moment, and then we'll put it into practice with the first practical Zionism, the first people who move there and settle. So, cool. Are there any questions that have accumulated?
Yes, actually, Beth had a question.
Cool.
Beth, go ahead.
Hi, everybody. I get so many comments from Zionists on my videos talking about Israel being mentioned in the Bible and that therefore that's their holy land. But from what I've learned, Israel wasn't a place mentioned in the Bible. It was more the kingdom of Israel as in the people, like that was the name given to those people. But I just wondered if you had any way of explaining that a little bit better, because I haven't done a great job of talking about why there seems to be this tie to, Israel was ours 3,000 years ago, even though the actual place of Israel didn't exist then.
Yeah, it's a complicated one, and it really would depend upon talking about a lot of that early history. And I talked a little bit about this in an earlier series with Freedom Advocate, some of the ancient history on it. There is a kingdom in the north that we can call Israel. It's sometimes called Samaria as well, but that's from its capital city. But the northern kingdom in the northern hill country is actually the ancient Israel. What people are doing sometimes biblically is counting on the myth narrative of the United Kingdom of Saul, David, and Solomon, which religiously is important to people, and that united territory was also that would have been Israel, but that technically, like archaeologically, didn't exist. Israel and Judah were always distinct, but within the traditional narratives, within the belief system, Israel is a real thing. It's used in different senses in the Bible. So there is a sense in which Israel refers to a people. There's a sense in which it refers to a particular patriarch, and there's a sense in which it refers to a political unit. And that political unit can be the mythical United Kingdom, or it can be the northern kingdom of Samaria. Because those two, Samaria and Israel, can be used interchangeably for that kingdom in the north. But none of that, I mean, where it gets tricky and where, okay, so one thing I'll often try to at least point out to people is you don't need to delegitimize Judaism in order to point out that an ancient history does not give people title and claim to territory. I mean, so I don't know, should Italy be able to annex Portugal because it was the Roman province of Lusitania? No, because that's freaking stupid, right? And no one's going around saying that, right? No one's saying that Italy should be able to take over England because it was part of the Roman Empire. But some people are saying, oh, because of this ancient history, we have the right to take this land. Well, no, that just doesn't make sense. That's just stupid. That's a completely separate argument, though, ethically, politically, and everything else, from the actual ancient history. We can acknowledge that there was an ancient Israel without saying that ancient Israel has anything to do with modern Israel, because it doesn't. They're completely different things. And one point of contention that we can take out of the actual history, which contradicts a lot of the myths that most people around the world believe, the ancient kingdom of Israel wasn't actually Jewish. It was, the ancestors of the Samaritans. So it's a closely related religion. It does still worship El. It does still have a Torah, but it's still distinct. It didn't develop in some of the ways that Judaism developed in the Southern Kingdom later. It is distinct from it. But again, that whole area, there was a lot of common cultures and religions and languages and whatnot, most of which die out, most of which get assimilated. Jews and Samaritans are the only two still standing. But technically, Judaism comes from the southern kingdom of Judah, hence the name. And the Samaritans come from Samaria, aka ancient Israel.
So we have one more question, please.
Did I clarify that one, or?
Oh yes, sorry. What's the one, Beth?
Sorry, I'm just looking after my son, and he's got food poisoning, so he's watching cartoons really loud. But yes, thank you so much. That was really helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
So the next question is for Mo Justice. Say, can you talk about U.S. role in the Andalus and how a Jew linguist used Arab grammar to revive Hebrew?
No and yes, because talking about Andalus takes us way out of the time period that we have for today. But if you guys want me to talk about medieval Judaism in a different session at some other point in the fall or whatever, I'm perfectly happy to do that. Because they come up in my Middle Ages course and whatnot. We talk a bit about that. But just broadly speaking, Judeo-Arabic and Arab Jews play a significant part in Jewish history as a whole. Tons of really important figures like Maimonides are Arabs, so Arab Jews. And hence one of the people, it's one of the languages people still have to study today in order to really master a lot of Jewish texts, is to, you have to study Judeo-Arabic. But when Hebrew is being revived, and actually the image, I don't know if I can, let's see, how far back is that? So the image I've got here, so we've got words coming down here. You've got a Hebrew word that they're working on. This whole column is Arabic. They used Arabic in doing this. So grammatically, there's influences from Germanic and Slavic, but there's also a significant vocabulary influence from Arabic. And there's a reason that they chose much more the Arabic pronunciation for things. A lot of the European pronunciations of Hebrew terms, whether in Ladino or Yiddish, had departed really far from ancient Hebrew. So when they started to build this language up, they based the spoken form of Hebrew much more on the Arabic influences, because Arabic is also a Semitic language, and because there was a significant amount of Jews who were native Arabic speakers. So you had that basis to draw on, to work from. So there is an Arabic influence as well, for sure, and quite a considerable one. I mean, like, I don't know. So, hey, it's Saturday, so Shabbat, or is it Shabbos? Because if I'm speaking Yiddish, it's Shabbos. But Shabbat makes a lot more sense for the Semitic roots of Hebrew, and Arabic did help them to get some of those sounds right and to rebuild that way. So,
well, that is extremely interesting. I didn't know that. So, and yeah, we will definitely suggest that topic for one of the weekends. Emily, do you have a question?
Yeah, I was going to ask a question. Sorry, I have birds right here. They're loud.
Do you hear the birds?
Talkative. Hold on, let me relocate. I'm gonna mute.
You hear that?
Is Liam negotiating between the cats and the birds?
Just the cat's ears are radaring. Like, what? Birds? Birds?
Okay, so Sirnom had a question. Let me find it. About late Roman Empire. This might need clarification, but it says, I read that in late Roman Empire, some people didn't differentiate Old and New Testament.
Depends on where you mean, because neither of them actually exist until quite a ways into it. I mean, the first few centuries of Christianity, there was no New Testament. It simply didn't exist. Each individual Christian community would have a gospel and some letters of Paul and maybe an apocalypse or something, but they were all wildly different. What becomes a New Testament gets 4 of what we know of at least 19 gospels, but 4 of them are collected, and then 1 apocalypse and a number of letters, but they leave out a ton of other writings. That process really isn't building up until you get into like the 4th century. So in the Roman imperial period, there isn't a New Testament. And if you go earlier than that, if you're looking in the 1st and 2nd century, there are still significant Christian communities that are actually Jewish. They're in all practical forms Jewish. They keep Torah law. They take Jesus seriously when he says, not one yod nor crown of the law shall be removed until its purpose is fulfilled. And for the Jews, the purpose is the remaking of the world. Christians are later going to reinterpret that to mean Jesus' sacrifice and everything else, and there's a whole shift there. But a lot of communities of early Christians were literally Jews, so they wouldn't have distinguished. They would have had a Bible, and they would have also had a gospel, a gospel, some letters, things like that would shape them and give them a slightly different theological bent, but they'd still be Jewish. By the time you get into the much later period, so like the very late Eastern Roman Empire period, and you do have a distinct understanding of it, by that point, there is a very clear theology that's already developed. And for the Christian communities, Orthodox and Catholic alike, what the so-called Old Testament is held mainly to give a sort of theological grounding, a root for the whole thing, and to provide a series of prophecies for Jesus, but it's no longer something that you hold as like your history, your traditions, your beliefs. No one follows Torah law. They've already come up with tons of theological reasons to completely distinguish between them, to set the two aside, to include it, but not to use it the same way. So yeah, the closest I can get to the way the question was put in terms of no distinction is really only those early Jewish Christian communities for whom some of the texts that eventually became New Testament, or didn't, because many of the Gospels did not, some of those things would have been important for them as Christian, but they were also Jewish, so they followed the Bible and Torah law completely. In fact, even a lot of those early communities, some of the Gospels that did make it into the Bible, so like the couple that have like a birth narrative for Jesus, those birth narratives were probably not originally there. There's earlier versions that did not include them and were used by these different early communities. So there's a lot of changes that happen in the text that eventually make up the New Testament. But at the time that Christian Jews exist, the New Testament doesn't. All the councils that eventually vote on and create the books that go into and become the New Testament, that process hasn't really happened yet. That's way out of our time period, but hopefully that's a short enough answer.
Was there a follow-up, Emily?
I think no. I think that was everything.
Okay. Yeah. Bird asked, is Samaritans and Semitics the same thing?
Oh, no. Semitic is a language family. And again, unless you're some 19th century racist, we shouldn't use Semitic as a term for people, other than to say you're a Semite if your native language is Semitic, which is one of the reasons anti-Semitic is just a stupid term to begin with, because the Jews of Europe weren't actually Semites. They didn't speak a Semitic language. They spoke French and Polish and Yiddish and Ladino, so they weren't Semites. Semite is a person who is a native speaker of a Semitic language. Semitic is a language family, so Amharic and Tigrinya, so there's some Ethiopic languages that are Semitic, including the ancient ones like Ge'ez are Semitic. You have the South Arabian languages spoken in portions of Yemen and Oman. Arabic obviously is a Semitic language. Aramaic is a Semitic language. Some extinct ones like Akkadian are Semitic languages, and Hebrew. It's a family of languages that are related, that had a common origin. And scholars differ on this because the evidence is really fragmentary. But I'm in the camp that thinks the Semitic language's origin is actually the Levant. So where Palestine, Israel is is, I think, where the Semitic languages were born and then spread outward from there, because tons of groups like the Akkadians and Amorites who moved into Mesopotamia, they came from the Levant, and other ones like, down into Yemen, like bringing the South Arabian languages down there, they originally came from Palestine too, which is one of the reasons that Yemenites and Palestinians are closely genetically related, because in the Stone Age, a portion of the population moved down. But Akkadian, usually AKK-AD, so like Sargon of Akkad. Akkadian is a Semitic language. It's part of the East branch of the Semitic languages. And then Assyrian is Semitic, and a whole bunch of other later Mesopotamian languages. Sumerian is not, but like some of the later languages of Mesopotamia are all Semitic because of waves of migration. So if you guys have ever heard of like Hammurabi, like the Code of Hammurabi, that's the Amorites, the old Babylonians. They actually came from Palestine originally, and they migrated to Mesopotamia, and boom, there you go. So there's some strong cultural links in antiquity between Mesopotamia and Palestine. But ultimately, I think this is where our Semitic languages are from. But Samaritan is a ethno-religious community in Palestine that we name for the ancient capital city of Israel in the north, Samaria. And they believe themselves to be the descendants of the ancient Northern Kingdom, and they're kind of right about that. And most of the evidence supports that as an idea. Of course, like every other group, they've changed and evolved culturally over the last 2,500 years, but they're still in that same location. Amharic, so it's like the Ethiopic languages. It's because Southern Arabia and East Africa are really close together. The Red Sea narrows. It's easy to cross back and forth. It's one of the reasons that location is one of the main avenues out for distant ancestors leaving Africa in the first place 50,000 years ago in the Paleolithic period, because it's a pretty narrow waterway, that separates these two chunks of land. So there's extensive trade between Southern Arabia and East Africa. So the writing systems in Ethiopia are actually descend from the ancient Yemenite writing system. The ancient writing system of Yemen doesn't look anything like Arabic. The first writing system that Arabs ever created looks nothing like Arabic, but it is ancestral to a lot of the languages of East Africa. That it gets adopted through, like, again, massive trade links back and forth between them. So.
Amy?
Oh, somebody asked about Sumerian. Sumerian is a link. Sumerian is an isolate as far as we know. We don't have it. Nothing else written survived. No other language that survived in any form can be related to Sumerian. It's an isolate.
Thank you so much, Professor Lian. North Star, do you have a question, I think?
Yeah, thanks for having me up on the panel. I want to just make sure you guys can hear me because my screen is not giving me the blue boxes suddenly. Okay, great. Dr. Liam, thank you very much for being here. Your live on TikTok was the very first one I ever saw when I first came to TikTok. So I've been a fan of yours for a while. I had two questions. The first question I want to preface with saying that I need to reframe this in my head a little bit, because as I was trying to understand what my question really is, I realized that I have some beliefs that I might need to deconstruct for myself first. It has to do with a recent search I just did on my own family genealogy, which suddenly made me realize that I have a lot stronger links to Poland than I had ever realized before growing up from childhood stories. In particular, I was looking at a certain city in Poland, and I might mispronounce this, called Poznan or similar something. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and as I was reading some of the history of that city, and I realized that whole area was very turbulent with different wars over the course of time, like just extreme. And there was a lot of anti-Semitism happening there, and a Jewish population lived in the city in the Jewish quarter. And I read a story about a fire that happened in the Jewish quarter, and according to the source that I read, which I just looked for but couldn't find, it said something to the effect that the Jewish quarter didn't allow the fire brigades of the day to come in and fight the fire, and it spread throughout the city, and this sparked off a lot of anti-Semitism. I realize now, thinking about this, that actually maybe there's a really good reason why they didn't allow them in. I don't know. Like, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Was the anti-Semitism there before the fire, and that's why they didn't let them in? Or was the anti-Semitism a result of the fire? Like, I don't know. This I need to dig into.
So where's the fire? What's the fire exactly? I'm not sure.
The fire was like,
was it in the Jewish Quarter?
It started, according to this story, it started in the Jewish Quarter.
Mm-hmm.
And because the Jewish population did not allow the city's fire brigades into the Jewish Quarter to fight the fire when it was small, it became large and burnt the whole city. And 100 years later, it still hadn't been rebuilt, and that had caused a lot of anti-Jewish sentiment. And I looked for the story and I couldn't find it. There were several fires that happened throughout time in that area. So this made me realize, well, actually, this might even be just something someone made up to blame something on the Jewish people.
That happens.
And so but
if you can find which one it is, that's interesting in itself, because there is a mix of both. There are plenty of times when you're just scapegoating, but also fire is an extremely common phenomenon before the modern period, and not letting in outsiders to put out the fire is part of the insularity of the Jewish communities because of the persecution. So it wouldn't be anti-Semitism at that point, but the Judeophobia and anti-Judaism were already extremely strong, because Poland is very Catholic, and Catholics hated Jews. Like there are cathedrals in Europe with sculptures on the outside you can still see today, like statues carved outside of like Jews pigs, like really horrifying racist shit, because it was a traditional part of Christianity to hate Jews. So they're nervous about it, and they're like, no, we'll take care of our own shit. Thanks, we'll put out the fire, and they could have failed. So it's entirely possible that story is real, but yeah, you're right. There are also all made up ones too. So
so that's why it didn't come up right away, because I realized actually I just took this story at face value when I read it as I was going through my genealogy, and I thought, oh, okay, well, they did really keep to themselves, and I didn't question that, why they might be doing that, until just as I was thinking about my question to come up. I have a second question, which is, I get frequently asked by a debater on TikTok that if, and maybe you're coming to this next in the second part of your talk, or later parts of your talk today, if Israel started off as a colonial settler project, which I know from reading, archives from the New York Times and in America that it was called Palestine when they were talking about it. Who was the mother colony? This is what I get asked a lot. Like, we know America had the mother country of England, and other countries, settlers had a certain mother country, but Israel doesn't really have a mother country per se. I don't know the best way to answer that question.
Not all colonial projects do. One really good parallel you can make to it is to note the Europeans who ended up in South Africa, because the colonies created there by the Dutch were not created by the Dutch government or sponsored by the Dutch government. There were Dutch companies. They were individual Dutch people who chose to move. So it was just a movement of people, money, resources, whatever, but not actually tied to a single founding country, even though they came from a country. Does that make sense as an idea?
Yeah.
So there are colonial projects that are divorced from state projects.
Is there a close parallel anywhere in the world to Israel?
The closest really is South Africa, and in part for that reason, because it is distinct from a kind of state imperial colonial project, and much more just individuals raising money through companies and sponsoring movement. There's no parallel to a large number of people coming from tons of other countries all together into one place, but that's largely because the Jewish population is scattered, and that's not true in most other cases. Most places where you do have a diaspora that can point to an individual original founding territory, like say Armenians live in 24 countries today, but do originally come from one place. There's been no comparable movement back to try and retake territory, so it's not closely akin to it. Like the current small country of Armenia is just the portion of Eastern Armenia that had been conquered by the Russians. So it became independent from the Russian Empire. It didn't actually take territory back from anybody.
So how would you argue, honestly, I'm just talking about academic arguments that a mother country is not even really a necessary thing to make a settler colony?
Well, yeah, it's not necessary. And I just did find one way that I could complicate that a little bit more, because the fight between Azerbaijan and Armenia since the collapse of the Soviet Union in some ways does parallel this, especially as they try to extend control into southwestern Azerbaijan, because there are a bunch of Armenians there. That in some way would be similar, but it's short-lived and it collapsed. So that still isn't directly comparable. But yeah, the easiest way to answer that question is that not all colonial projects need a state sponsor. And the simplest modern example of that is point to South Africa. The Netherlands did not create the Afrikaner colonies. Dutch people did, but just Dutch people doing it. In the same way that like Zionists just did it, like, Jews in different parts just did it themselves. They didn't have a country that did it. Now there is a colonial power that will be significant in the issue, and we'll deal with that in 2 weeks when we talk about the British Mandate. Britain has a significant amount of blame for this whole thing too. They do play a part in it, but the Zionist project massively predates. I mean, there are Zionists on the ground 50 years before Britain is, so it still is separate from them as a project. So there is later state support, there is later state contributions to it, but it's not an individual outside imperial power that creates the situation. And that, to me, it directly parallels what happened in South Africa. So that's the easiest way, I think, to counter that argument.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no worries.
Well, we have such a great questions this afternoon. I think it's the most question that we have.
Yeah, always fun. Yeah.
Thank you, everybody, for participating.
Okay, can I go and fill this up?
Yeah, during your break, we're gonna hear from Reach Duck about their initiatives.
Sure.
So it's just a couple of minute thing.
Yeah, just go and do that. I'll go heat this up and I'll be back.
Perfect. Hello.
Hi, everyone. Oh, just listening to him is amazing. I've listened to him on and off since last October, I guess. So what I'm here for is we are bidding on this picture. All the proceeds go to Help Feed Gaza Now. Now, that organization, I'm going to change the picture up in a second. That organization is getting food into people's bellies right now. They have boots on the ground in Han Yunis. Now the bidding is at $375. Oh, and I put my notes out in the kitchen now back here. So anyhow, how it works is $800 can feed thousands of people, and that's what they want to do. They've been feeding thousands of people every day. So, and you can give in increments every day. There's a new video, and it has your name with what you give up on it, and you can see that on their Telegram channel. So you can actually see where your money is going to and how it's feeding everybody that is in that area. The orphans are always fed first, and then it's everybody else. But right now we're doing an auction on this painting I have done, and I have named this painting Resilience. It is a picture of Motaz, and that's an iconic video, and that I took it off of. And on it, I have, it comes with all the names of every journalist that has lost their lives in this conflict, this G-side. And so that's all going to be there. You can actually frame that separate if you want and put it next to it, or you can keep it on the back of it so you have it and you know it's there. So if you want to bid on the picture or give to Feed Gaza, I'm going to give this because we have QR codes and everything like that. So I'm just going to change up this picture with the Feed Gaza Now one, if it comes up. There we go. See if it's coming up. There we go. So that is Help Feed Gaza Now. You can add me and I can get you right to that site. And now it says $6.50, but the price has gone up. And they're hoping the price will come back down. But that feeds around 3,000 to 5,000 people. Something like that. It's quite a few people that it does feed. And I mean, like, it's a great cause. Now, another great cause is Salam and Solidarity. They're doing a live today. And when you get a chance after this, maybe hop over because they're going to be going till late tonight, I think. And that's another. They get the food and everything right to the ground to them also. So I just hope to see people adding me and bidding on that picture. And we have a few other things that are coming out that purchases. We have a little kitty cat clothing line inspired by my cat Walter. It's going to be a kitty cat kofia. And so hopefully if you can't, if you're reluctant to donate, maybe buy a kitty cat kofia to go to it. Or bid on the picture. So I guess that's it. Is there any questions that you would like?
I'm sure once Professor Liam comes back, you might be inquiring about the kitty cat kofia.
I'm going to have a mock up tomorrow, and hopefully it'll be in next week. The first of them, I ordered them in today. I designed them myself. So, and it has on it, it says, thank you from Help Feed Gaza Now. So, it's just something a little special. And then there's going to be other little things in the little kofia for you.
Perfect. Okay, well, thank you so much. So what I'm going to do right now, guys, is I'm going to do a little mod announcement. You see that orange heart, golden orange heart up on top? Please click it, join the team if you can. Otherwise, share the live and tap, tap, tap. Our goal has now been updated to 80K. Thank you, everyone that's been with us, and thank you for reaching the target twice. So that's where we're at. Professor Liam, did you hear about the kitty kofia? Rach might want to repeat the kitty kofia for the professor again.
Oh, okay. So I have designed, well, it's my, I did a little video and I had made just a little mock-up kitty cat kofia just to get for the Help Feed Gaza Now, just a cute little video on my cat Walter. So I was like, well, we could do this. So I designed up a little kitty cat kofia. And the orders are coming in. And so what you get is it's a little kitty cat kofia, and it has thank you from Help Feed Gaza Now. Yeah, and they'll be sent to you. If anybody wants to order them, I will have them out. And you just add me, and I will have the video up of when they come in, or you can pre-order. Walter, my Walter's a ginger.
You're on mute, Professor. And Amy said we need to see all the photos of the cats.
I was talking to a cat. Socrates tried to knock over the phone. But yeah, I was just following the account so I can find out when these are out and I can order one because I'd wear a kitty kofia.
Yeah, my Walter's ginger also. He's a Maine Coon. Oh, cool. So
Yeah,
He's quite big.
they're big cats. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and I was worried that the he's gorgeous.
What are you doing, dude? What are you doing, Fetzo? Hello.
Yes.
Thank you so
They
much.
should be up
Liz.
soon. Yeah. No problem. No problem. Thank you for having thank you for having me up here, and I can pitch this. Thank you so much, and thank you from Help Because Now.
Thank you.
Okay, and do you want to drop me because I have to go?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
What are you doing, old man? Oh, no hairballs on me.
Are we good to start now, Professor?
Sure.
Okay, I'm just going to change the setup for a bit.
Don't bump me. It's too hot. Oh, it's a Brady Bunch. Hi. You're my old man. You're my old man.
We're good to go whenever you're ready.
Alrighty. Let's straighten this out so I can see that. And let's see. Cat's phones. There we go. Okay. Sorry, no more attention for you. I gotta talk. Let's see. So we left off with Leon Pinsker here. And keep in mind that we've got these Chovevit Zion clubs showing up all over the place. By the time you get to 1884, there's enough of them. There's going to be a central conference. Like people are going to send delegates from all over Eastern Europe to Odessa to you're already thinking in terms of like a larger organization trying to like do this stuff. And the people that are developing this early Zionist ideology, it's an interesting mix of a kind of secular nationalism, but still tinged with a bit of that kind of chiliastic yearning, the kind of like apocalyptic ideal. So it still has some elements of like, it's, I guess Jewish DNA as an idea that, that's when you kind of go back. But for them, they're kind of secularizing it a bit. They're sort of secularizing this yearning to go back. And that's what leads to the first actual movement, the first spread around. The clubs, too, that are behind this, they're going to spread from their initial locations in the Pale of Settlement in the Russian Empire, and they start showing up. They're in Romania, they're in the Habsburg domain, so Austria-Hungary. They're spreading around in Eastern Europe. But it still has not penetrated Western Europe, where Jews are intent upon assimilating. So again, leave Herzl out of this yet. We'll get to him. Let's see where. Okay. The first actual movement in is partly based on Pinsker's ideas, but Pinsker, like a lot of people later, including Herzl, are going to put too much faith in world governments getting involved in things like this, and think that the big empires are going to do something, and they're not really interested any more than the Ottomans were interested in selling the territory. So they really are just going to start doing it on their own, and they're just going to start saving up money and sponsoring movements in. So there's a distinction I want to make, and I'll introduce this now, between practical Zionism and political Zionism. Practical Zionism is picking up and moving to Palestine, like settling, being one of these settler, pioneer, colonists, whatever, just doing it. Whereas the political Zionist movement is going to be organizing in countries among populations that don't really want to move. So it's not really a significant factor at this point. The people who are adopting Zionism this early on are all people who would be willing to go, but they're trying to save up money for it. They can't send everybody at once because there's no big sponsors. Eastern European Jews are dirt frickin' poor. This is one of the ironies of a lot of the the kind of Yahtzee type propaganda where you talk about like, ooh, the Jewish bankers control everything. Very few Jews were well off. Most Jews were dirt frickin' poor and in Eastern Europe. So they're saving up money and they're sending people along. And it's just a trickle, a little bit at a time. And the first period that we refer to, it's like the term Aliyah is adopted, again, like many terms for this, out of the religious culture. It means to go up, right? So going up to the hill country, going up to Jerusalem, because Jerusalem's up in the hills. But it's taken to mean a wave of migration to Palestine. And scholars have broken up a series of different waves. So first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, like it goes through waves of migration, aliyot in the Hebrew plural. We're going to talk about the first aliyah here. And the first aliyah is from 1882 to 1903. So all of this takes place before Herzl is really relevant. So it's all driven by the kind of practical Zionist activism in Eastern Europe, the Chovevit Zion, all this kind of stuff there, not any connection to Western capitals or money or anything else. And between 1882 and 1903, somewhere close to 30,000 Jews moved from Eastern Europe. The numbers vary. So some people say 20, some say 25, some say 30. I think it's usually a little over 25,000 is the common figure I'll use, but there's a number of figures here. It's hard to tell. And most of them are Russian and some Romanian. So they're moving, again, all from Eastern Europe, the Pale of Settlement in Romania, and they're just picking up and moving because they saved up some money to do it. And let's see, there we go. So this movement the first people who are going to show up here, they are bringing with them a full-blown Zionist ideology. Again, all pre-Herzl. They already have a basic nationalist ideology, and they're coming up with ways to try and work with this land, to settle on this land. A lot of them will struggle to make it here, and many will actually leave. They have a hard time of it. It's going to be very, very tough going. Many of them are like, oh, fuck this after 10 years, and they like save up, buy a ticket to Buenos Aires or Brooklyn and sail on out of there. But others stick it out and try to make this work. And for them, Zionism is a way of redeeming the Jewish people through hard work, through actually farming the land like their ancestors did. So it's a way of trying to return to a native connection to the soil, which is one of the reasons that many people in the first Aliyah actually respected the Palestinians and tried to borrow ideas from them, studied techniques. They realized a whole lot of the things that they learned because, you know, the kind of farming techniques that'll work in Ukraine and Poland, you know, western parts of the Russian Empire at the time, don't really work in Palestine. I don't know if you guys know, like the soil of Eastern Europe is super rich because you get those harsh winters, everything dies off, and then those things decay into the soil. So you got these nice, rich black soil. And Palestine is basically rocks. It's like ground up rocks. The soil is not great, which is why things like olive trees are really good there, but you can't grow every possible crop. So a lot of the techniques that they've learned don't apply. They can't make them work. So they have to like learn from the Palestinians how to farm. But they really want to focus on labor, on redemption through labor, on working the land, you know, good, honest, hard work, making themselves good Jewish proletarians is kind of the ideal. Because again, historically, Jews had been restricted from a lot of trades. They weren't able to be farmers for most of European history. So they were like, you know, urban artisans or merchants, some tradesmen, financiers in some rare cases, you know, they really couldn't do a lot of that basic shit, you know, like, you know, construction work, farming, all kinds of professions that were just like out. So they're determined to do this. Now, a lot of the people who are moving at this time, they don't know a lot about it, which is where you get funny phrases like, you know, a land without people for a people without land, which is a myth. Interestingly enough, that myth starts with Christians. And the phrase itself actually goes back to the middle of the 19th century. I think it's 1840s. And it's a Protestant restorationist. Restorationism, again, is the older term for Christian Zionism. And their belief is that Jews have to go back to this land because the Bible says so. Like, for theological reasons, the Catholics and Orthodox were fine with like kicking them out of it and not letting them back into it. But if you're into the whole like Protestant sola scriptura, like the Bible is the sole authority, the Bible doesn't say that. The Bible doesn't say Jews shouldn't live there. It doesn't have any of that theology that the church developed later. So when Protestants are focusing only on the Bible, like, oh shit, God gave them this land. I guess they should still have it then. Like, why don't we just convince them to move there? And by, I'm sure, completely coincidentally, it would also solve Europe's Jewish problem by getting the Jews out of Europe. So, yeah, also kind of like suits a lot of the prejudices in Europe. But they're thinking to move there. But this myth, we today overwhelmingly say like Zionists said this. Actually, it was pretty rare that Zionists used this expression at all. It's used much more common later on. Like it becomes a part of like the broader Zionist pantheon really after the creation of the state. In the late 19th, early 20th century, it's really a Christian ideal, which I think is sort of interesting in the longer term there. But their goal here is to make of the Jews a Hebrew nation. So for many of them, they're really thinking of themselves differently from even being just Jewish, because Jew implies not only the ethnic origins, but also that you keep Jewish cultures and traditions and religious aspects, that you're Jewish, right? And a lot of these guys aren't. What they're trying to do is make themselves into authentic Hebrews. It's a kind of Hebrew nationalism that they're building up. And from there, it's like learning all the different specialized trades that Jews weren't able to do before. And I'll do it. Since we mentioned the kitty kufia, I'm going to say something terrible about cats here for a second that comes from a friend of mine. I have a friend who's also teaches this history here, teaches like Palestinian history, and he uses. I was in a seminar with him once, and he used an expression that I was just like, did you actually say that? He said, it wasn't a land without people. At the time, you couldn't swing a cat without hitting a Palestinian. I'm just like staring at him like, bro, who the fuck is swinging a cat by their tail? Like, what is wrong with you? Like this. But what it means, it's an old expression out of Europe, and it just basically means that there's a lot of Palestinians, that they're everywhere, which, they kind of were. It's not as crowded as it is today, of course, but there were Palestinians. It was never empty. This myth suits the interests of the Zionists, which is one of the reasons that they end up with it, because they are determined to deny that Palestinians actually have any ties to the land, that they're not real, like that they don't have an actual identity of their own or a tie to it, that they could just go somewhere else. They're just Arabs. They can fuck off to wherever else Arabs live, and that's fine. All the early Zionist writers, or most of them anyway, most early Zionist writers completely discounted the Palestinians. They didn't bother thinking about them. They're just like, it doesn't matter. There are people there. I'm going to acknowledge that there's people there, but we don't care. We're going to move in anyway, and we're going to slowly take over, is kind of their ideal. But their focus, and this is where a lot of early thought differs, and we can talk about this issue a little bit more in 2 weeks when we're looking at the Mandate period, because there were a lot of Zionists in the land who did eventually say, you know what, we're always going to be a minority here. There's a lot more of them. Why don't we just create a unified parliament and, we'll create a country with them, like together, even though we're a minority here. They end up getting shot down. We'll talk about the conflict between the ethno-national and binational ideologies when we're talking about the 1920s and 30s in the next time. But even though those trends are there, and that there are people who take the socialism more seriously at the time, because a lot of these early migrants are socialists, many of the socialists too are still just racist as fuck, and they don't care. Like, there's Palestinians there, but so what? Whatever. We'll eventually deal with them somehow, make them a minority, whatever. They'll work for us. They'll assimilate. Something will happen. Most of them weren't interested in driving them all out or unaliving them or whatever else, but they did assume that they would eventually have, some dominance in the area, and that the Palestinians would just have to deal with that. But it's a really variable way of getting there, and there always are people who disagree with that, who take the Palestinian population more seriously. The movement's in two. Just to make a basic point here, in these, from the 1880s on, all the way to the creation of the state in 1948, and for the first 30 years of the existence of the state of Israel, the dominant political orientation in Israel is actually socialist. They're distinctly leftist, although there's a lot of leftists who end up straddling a fine line between nationalist movements and leftist causes and are effectively fascists because of that. But it is economically very much on the left in terms of the social structure that they want. And the right-wing elements are more minorities in this earlier period, which means a lot of communities that are building up are going to follow the later kibbutzim and moshavot models here. A kibbutz is a completely collective enterprise. So oftentimes collective farms, but they can also be industries where people move to the community and they become a member of the community. And because of that, they have their work assignments, but all the wealth is collectively shared. Like the profit generated by what they're doing is shared among the community. So you're committing to work together. So it's a kind of practical communism. A moshav is similar, but it has some small space for private property within it. It doesn't directly control the population as much. It isn't like you signed up and here's your work detail, like assigning people what to do, and we're all like kind of working together for the collective. There's collective ownership of the particular industry or farm at the center of one, but there's also spots of private property, and people have more choices as to what they do and what they contribute into the community. But they're both forms of collective development, and they both have their origins in this very early period of Zionism, and they'll stay significant, all the way up until the 1970s. As late as like the early 1980s, the vast majority of Israeli Jews were actually part of a labor union. So there's some very deep roots there, but since the 80s, it's all kind of collapsed in the same way that neoliberalism has taken over the whole world. But don't get me ranting on that. But it does have those roots, and this movement here is a significant part of that. But again, keep in mind that that even these guys are usually pretty dismissive of Palestinians. Not always. There are differences. Many of them will have the basic European prejudices. They'll look at Palestinians as somehow uncivilized, like backward peoples, savage peoples, or whatever, that haven't modernized, because again, they're products of the European Enlightenment. The same European modernity that will lead to scientific racism and imperialism and colonialism. They grew up in that European environment. So of course, anybody who doesn't have exactly the same social structure in the world is inferior. That's how a lot of them will look at it. But they'll also have places where they often turn to them as well, and end up depending on them. So when early crops fail, there's a fun one. You can play with some of the mythology around the U.S. So people might have heard of like the whole Thanksgiving myth, like these early Pilgrim settlers, and they're trying to make things work here, but their crops are failing. The environment is different, so they have to turn to the local Native American tribes, and they help them out and offer them food, and boom, here's the first Thanksgiving. Let's leave out that there's a significant genocidal component in that entire project, and that most of what we think of as Thanksgiving is just literally bullshit people made up later. But it's the same basic idea of there's initially failure, and you turn to the people who already live there, and they bail your ass out. They help out. And there's an element of truth in both of these myths. And the element of truth here is that Palestinians actually did frequently bail out these Jewish pioneers who settled there because their farming techniques were not appropriate to Palestine. It's like, bro, you're trying to grow this shit from Eastern Europe that isn't going to grow here. Those aren't our crops. That doesn't work here. These are the strains that will work here. These are the techniques you have to use. This is how you have to irrigate. So there is places where they'll help out. And because of that, a lot of the elements of this enterprise are in trouble from the start. It's where you get sometimes references to the Rothschild family from Europe, and some of this stuff ends up. It gets really cringy for me because some people making references to the Rothschilds are actually drawing on explicitly anti-Semitic myths around them, and then just slipping in. Well, okay, so to sort of, we do have to use words like pioneer, because it does actually fit what they're doing in the same way that it does in the US, but they're also settler colonists, and it is also extremely violent. But it is a common term for it. I don't shy around the technical terms for it, which is why I'll rub Zionists the wrong way by calling it a colonial project from the beginning. But I'm not going to shy away from what the term is. So sorry if that bothers you, but it is technically what they're kind of doing, walking in and building a new settlement where there wasn't one. The Rothschilds part of this, and yes, that's true, is relatively small in terms of their contribution, but there are some contributions, and many of the ones who do make contributions themselves aren't Zionists. Some later are, but folks like this aren't actually getting involved because they're Zionists. They're getting involved because they're philanthropists, looking to make contributions or whatever, and there are some Jewish communities there that are struggling. So, I get to visit one of these that survived here. This is Rosh Pinah, is a settlement in the Eastern Galil that goes back to the first Aliyah, and this community survived because of contributions from a non-Zionist Rothschild, from a non-Zionist financier who contributed money, because otherwise they would have collapsed and everyone would have had to leave. And this happened to a lot of communities. A lot of the communities in the first Aliyah failed to adapt economically to the environment. They couldn't make it work. People struggled. They were poor. They ended up having to rent places from the Palestinians, and then found a way out, made up some money, and just sailed off to the US or something and just gave up. A significant number of the Zionist settlers of the first Aliyah did not stay because they couldn't make a living. They couldn't make it work. They didn't have the techniques for it. And this is one of the reasons that political Zionism will become so central to the success of it, and why so many people look to Herzl as a founder of Zionism, because the approach he takes of using diaspora money and Christian money to fund these things through big international organizations does provide the financial wherewithal to make this process work in a way that just saving up money in your piggy bank and buying a ticket on a ship and sailing there on your own doesn't really give you the ability. You don't have enough to fall back on. So if anything goes wrong, you're just screwed. So there is a part that some Rothschilds play in this process, but it's relatively minor, and it's more about like bailing out communities like this out of a kind of like charitable contribution to support Jews, as opposed to thinking I'm trying to actively support the creation of a state here. Because at the time, it's worth understanding, if you're looking in the 1890s, no one's really talking about a state. I mean, it wasn't really a realistic prospect. They expected that they could get a number of Jews to move there, but that they would be moving to Palestine, and that they would be settling in Palestine, and in Palestine building up a kind of cultural Zionist ideal, restoring a kind of Hebrew connection to the land, having Hebrew-speaking Jews living on the land and not just Arabic-speaking Jews. But that's honestly the extent of the ambition for a lot of the earliest Zionists. They couldn't really conceive of a situation whereby Jews could have seized control of it and made a country for themselves out of it. So again, don't always think that all the Zionists were immediately thinking about what ultimately will happen. What gives us what will happen, I'll talk about in a couple of weeks. We'll see how that movement gets more and more racist, more and more violent, more and more willing to get involved in Teaism in our TikTok language, and ultimately far more ethno-nationalistic than it was to begin with. But there are elements of it there from the start. There are at least things that they can build on. And some of the racism is there because they are Europeans, and Europeans at the time did really look down on most of the world. So you do have things like that. The relations with the Palestinians as a whole really are a kind of significant fault line in the early Zionist enterprise. So much so that there's a portion of this early Zionist population that once they were there on the land, they looked at the way the Palestinians lived and said, bro, that is nothing like what we do. But you've been here this whole time, right? You guys have always been, you've always been here. That must be much more like the way our ancestors lived, and it's much more authentic, and it's tied to the land. We can see your roots to the land and how much you care for the olive trees and everything else. We see this. Well, fuck this. We're going to change entirely. And what we have is a movement called the Canaanites, they call themselves. So they're Jews who moved in, but they actually identified much more with, like, I don't know, assimilating into a kind of like Palestinian lifestyle. They thought it was much more authentic. So they're adopting local dress and customs, but they're Jews. So it's they're opposite extremes. There are places where people are walking in super racist from the start, and other people who are walking in thinking, you know what, the Palestinians are much more authentically like what we should be, and we've drifted away from that in Europe. So let's be like them. Let's do that. So it's really kind of variable in this early phase. But despite that, and despite the fact that I need to give at least some credit to these minor trends, these other forms that are developing in this period, there is still a really nasty aspect of it that's going to be there from the beginning. And that one is ultimately going to contribute to the rise of the kind of Zionism that creates the state of Israel. And with that, it's really trying to understand the kind of settler colonial mentality and what really motivates that. And this is one of the reasons that, you know, using terms like settler and pioneer do make sense. So here's one out of American history. Oh, look, here's Our Lady Progress marching across the prairies. And here's our little covered wagons. And left out of the painting over here is a whole bunch of Native Americans running for their lives because the settlement of the Americas is genocidal. And I think a lot of us know that. And that kind of persecution was really, really nasty for a long frickin' time. So this is what they're patterning themselves on for all of its, with all of its flaws. Because the people settling North America, right? The people settling the United States and Canada, they didn't give a shit about Native Americans. Oh, you're already here. Cool. We're going to take your land because we don't think you're using it the right way, and we're going to push you off of it, and we're going to treat you and your descendants like absolute shit, and that's and just deal with it. And there were Zionists who are like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. These Palestinians don't know what the hell they're doing. We'll take their land. So on the one hand, you have people saying the Palestinians are more authentic and tied to the land and we like them and we're going to be like them. And then there's a big ass chunk that idealize this. And these are the ones who win the argument, and these are the ones who are going to create the state later, the ones who really sucked in all that racist colonial aspect of it. So again, that's going to be quite important in the long run. I just want to make sure we understand that not everyone who got off the boat shared all of those views or stayed that way. And connecting to a question that came up a bit ago, this really should be understood in many ways as kind of akin to what the Afrikaners are doing in South Africa. It's a autonomous movement in a people, raising their own money to do it, settling in the land, and of course, interacting generally quite badly with the indigenous population, which definitely happened in South Africa. So there's the same kind of move there, even without a country directing the whole thing from the start. And the sort of parallel society that's going to begin developing here is going to end up getting much, much worse. So I'll talk about that a lot when talking about the second Aliyah in, I don't know, maybe an hour or so, maybe a little less. But the second Aliyah period makes the parallel societies idea much more intense and problematic. But there's elements of it building from the start. What's the most common solution in the first Aliyah period is what we can kind of think of as a plantation economy. They're moving into the territory, they purchase some land, they're moving to it, they find, oh, cool, there's some Palestinians who live here already. You guys work for us now, keep living here, you keep your village, you keep farming the land here, but we technically own this land, so we're going to take a share of the profits, we're going to build our village next to it, we're going to work with you, we're going to provide some kind of some additional funding, labor support. We're going to work together and work this land together, but I'll have my Hebrew-speaking village here and your Arabic-speaking village here, and we will jointly work this land. That's the successful model, the one that works the most often in the first Aliyah period, is that kind of collaboration with the population that's already there. But And yeah, there are parallels here to Ulster, to Algeria, to tons of other things here. Although both of those projects are directly sponsored by a government that wants to maintain control of the territory and is trying to move in a loyal population. Whereas at this point, the Zionist movement doesn't have that yet. It will have that when we get into the 1920s, so we'll see that. But it does have a lot of the same vibes because they're coming from the same place and that same basic European cultural racism that's already present. So that's already there. Now, it's worth noting, too, that at this time, a lot of these Zionists do think of themselves as good progressive people, as bringing progress and enlightenment and whatnot to this land. But that in itself is a very problematic idea. The notion of progress, which sometimes people think is totally unambiguously good, actually has some really negative vibes in European and world history. The notion of progress, especially in its 19th century sense, is tied to a kind of teleological thinking. Things go in one direction historically. There's it's always flowing in this one way. So if you don't live the way I live, and I think of myself as superior and cultured or whatever, then you must be backward and inferior and uncultured and problematic, and therefore I can conquer and colonize you. Progress is actually the main argument that drove European imperialism. It's one of the reasons I think it's really funny that a lot of people they're so proud of, I'm a progressive. I'm like, cool, yeah, but progressives created racist as fuck empires. Like, the notion of progress is a deeply problematic one in 19th and 20th century history that we've generally been forgetting to our own peril. But Zionists have a lot of that, and I'm going to give you some points from later here. So this is a later American NGO over here. Like, in any war between the civilized man and the savage, support the civilized man. And it's basically saying that Palestinians are all savage jihadists, and the Zionists are the good guys, the good civilized European type people. It's racist as fuck as rhetoric goes. But it draws on these same 19th century trends. Or this one here, I scanned this from a Zionist comic book a number of years ago because, wow, this was weird. This is a crusader knight on a horse with an Israeli flag. I'm like, bro, the Crusaders massacred Jews, both in Europe and in the Holy Land. What the fuck are you doing? But the Crusaders are tied to a sense of European progress and civilization and culture. And a lot of these Zionists identify with that European culture. So they brought the elements of this that would ultimately give us this kind of symbolism. This, of course, is much, much later as an idea. But this kind of rhetoric today is rooted in the attitudes forming at this early period in the development of Zionism because of its European ancestry. And again, keep in mind, there's nothing unusual about this at the time. Every European civilization is developing the same kind of racist nationalism at the time. It's like it's in the water. There's nothing unique about Jewish nationalism that made it more racist. They were just as racist as everybody else because that was the general trend in Europe at the time. What makes Israel and Zionism unusual today is that it's still holding to a 19th century ethno-nationalism where a lot of other countries, still racist as fuck, like my country, are at least giving lip service to say, well, maybe that's bad. Maybe we shouldn't be as racist as that. It's still there. But, I mean, and everyone knows Canada's still racist as fuck. Australia's racist as fuck. It's all there. But we're at least trying to say, hey, multiculturalism is okay. Immigration is okay. We're not all Klansmen anymore. But it's still a part of our inheritance. But this at the time was not really any different. And Israel simply stands out more because of the degree to which they're not hiding what they are. The US and Canada just lie about who they are. The Brits and the Germans lie about who they are. They are still as racist as fuck. But they're not honest about it anymore. And a lot of Zionists still are. So anyway, so there's a reason I'm putting this here, even though it's out of chronology for the kind of imagery. But the ideology is developing in this period, and that's worth understanding here. Early Palestinian resistance, though, is and we'll talk a lot more about this in 2 weeks, and then 2 weeks after that as well, is always going to struggle a bit, because one of the main things that helps the Zionists succeed is actually the ideology and the organization. The fact that they're using European techniques, the fact that they're organizing themselves in the same way Europeans are organizing themselves. And that gives them an advantage over a population that's used to being part of a decentralized massive empire and not needing to develop those kind of institutions or ideologies. So they, and yeah, sorry, I can't see. This is the best I can really do, and especially for a TikTok there, is just put something up there. So it's never going to be great, but you know, it's at least some color. But yeah, it's still not perfect, but it's a little clearer on the YouTube if you go look to there later, because I'm at the same time restreaming to my YouTube, so it's there as well. But yeah, a little clearer, but still not obviously ideal having a little screen behind me. Okay, so that's some of the early parts. That brings us to Herzl. You guys ready for some Herzl? So let's make things a little even worse. Herzl is going to give us political Zionism, and think about it, giving you guys the main distinction between practical and political. Practical, moving; political, organizing and diaspora. Organizing, raising money, providing the institutional know-how, but not actually picking up and just going on your own. You know, doing all the working together here. So Herzl here, you know, lived 1860 to 1904. So he's a late 19th century figure. He comes from a completely assimilated family. So he knows he's Jewish, but he's not culturally or religiously Jewish. Speaks German, doesn't keep kosher. You know, I mean, he has a beard, but a lot of people did in the 19th century. He thinks of himself as German. You know, he's from Vienna, so like Austrian German, but he thinks that's how he thinks of himself. He's from an assimilated Austrian German family in Vienna, and he knows very little about traditional Judaism. He has no real ties to it. For him, the Jews are people in Eastern Europe but still live in the shtetls and, you know, keep their traditional ways of life, and he kind of looks down on them because he's part of that modernizing branch that, again, is assimilationist, not nationalistic. And this is actually quite common. Tons of people have done this. They've moved into the cities, taken off their beards, you know, started, you know, speaking only the local language, you know, serving in local armed forces, you know, taking on local jobs and trying to become like good Frenchmen, good Englishmen, whatever, like blending in. Herzl's like this. So he doesn't start as a Zionist, and he's sure as hell not a traditional Jew. He's an assimilated Austrian German Jew. What's going to radicalize him, what first gets him thinking about, well, maybe Jews can't assimilate, maybe we can't be Germans or something, is the Dreyfus affair. So, little quick tangent here. The Franco-Prussian War is one of 3 wars engineered by Bismarck's Prussia to bully remaining German-speaking states into joining Prussia as a German empire. So they wage a war against Austria, against Denmark, and finally against France in 1870. And in the Franco-Prussian War, Prussia, a historically dirt-poor Eastern European state with a small professional army, defeated one of the wealthiest states in Europe and the country that had been the dominant military land power for centuries. I mean, Britain, much better on the seas. France was the dominant land power, and Prussia kicked their asses and occupied Paris. And people in France are like, what the fuck? How did that happen? How did that happen to us? That can't possibly happen. How did we lose to these provincials from Eastern Europe? So they're looking for a scapegoat, and they found it in Alfred Dreyfus. Dreyfus was a French artillery captain. He's from also a completely assimilated family. You might be able to tell if you can see the picture well enough with his neat little pince-nez glasses and his cute little curly mustache and no beard and his cool, he's French. He's as French gets. He doesn't think of himself as Jewish per se, but he is of Jewish origin. But again, people developing these national identities in Europe, the European nationalisms don't leave space for Jews. They're not really open to Jews being part of the French nation. So the Jew might have political rights. He might be able to, like, I don't know, vote or serve in the army, but he's still not one of us. He's still not a Frenchman. So in a French military court, he is accused of selling secrets to the Prussians that caused him to lose, betraying his country and selling military secrets. If anyone doesn't know the distinction between military courts and civilian courts, military courts don't actually have to provide evidence. A fun example of that, too, set a little later, but there's a classic 1957 film, Paths of Glory, with by Stanley Kubrick. It's a Kirk Douglas film, really good movie. It actually shows a military court during World War I, and it's a pretty accurate depiction of them. These guys end up being executed for nothing, that they did nothing wrong, but they're just like line up and do it, and they're not allowed to present any kind of defense, nothing. It's a great example of how these work, and everyone knows that. If this isn't a civilian court, no one could have possibly prosecuted him, much less successfully convicted him. And a lot of people in France are pointing it out. This is a front page op-ed by the French novelist Émile Zola, and it's titled J'accuse. He's basically like calling out his country, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, this is racist as hell. It makes no sense. He clearly didn't do this. You're just scapegoating him because he's a Jew, right? Because the Jews were social undesirables. And Herzl is there as a journalist watching this, because that's his profession, right? So he's seeing this play out. And he sees that even though some people call this shit out, that it works. And for the most part, the French public is fine with it. And poor Dreyfus gets sent to Devil's Island prison in French Guiana, despite, again, no evidence he did anything wrong at all. He's eventually pardoned, but it's a long process, and still, it's a horrifying prison. But he was sent to prison purely because people hated Jews and they wanted a scapegoat. And this gets Herzl thinking, oh, maybe assimilation doesn't work. Maybe because here's a guy who cares so much about his country that he volunteered and became a professional soldier and serves the French state. He loves France, and France doesn't love him. That's the message that Herzl takes out of this, and that gets him thinking, maybe we got to look for alternatives. Now, it's worth noting that the alternatives are not really clear to him at the time. He does come up with all kinds of other stupid ideas, like at one point he writes to the Pope and says, hey, if you finance me, I'm going to start a project here and we'll convert all the Jews to Catholicism, and that'll solve Europe's Jewish problem because we'll all be Catholics and we won't stand out anymore. And the Pope is like, bro, we tried that shit. It doesn't work. Jews didn't want to convert, so what are you talking about? And eventually he finds some Zionist material, and it gets him thinking along those lines. So he has to discover the idea. He didn't come up with this, and it wasn't his first choice either. He's thinking about it. But at the end of the day, it's all built around a sense that Jews really aren't going to be accepted in Europe. And you can see that in a lot of the developing scientific racism. So again, like Blumenbach's typologies, Ernst Haeckel's typologies, a lot of scientific literature that make the Jews a distinct race of people. And there's a racial hierarchy in the world that, shows like superior versus inferior races or whatever. And you're not supposed to mix the races and all this stupid shit that they had at the time. And people are using that on an elite level to endorse nationalist movements, and those nationalist movements are piggybacking on the previous history of anti-Judaism and Judeophobia to create a really virulent, toxic mix of Jew hatred, right? That's spreading all over Europe, and we know where some of that stuff's going to go. I mean, when we get to in a month when I have to talk about the 1940s, I will have to have a little excursus, and we'll talk a little bit about the Shoah as well. But it's not. Why that happened is really damned obvious long before we get to it. There's a lot of this stuff building up. But this idea that maybe Jews can't assimilate, this actually says all Jewish must die. There's people still doing this. I've got pictures taken of neo-Yazis, defacing Jewish cemeteries in Poland still today. And of course, it's racist or idiots. A lot of their swastikas are even wrong. They can't even draw those properly. But whatever. But there's still a lot of idiots that have this idea that there's no way Jews can ever be accepted. They're a much smaller minority than they were in the general population, but they're still there. And Herzl sees this here, and it's what gets him first thinking about this. And his approach to it, his solution out of this is, well, again, to adopt a kind of Zionism and then to popularize it. One of the things that's most useful about Herzl to the Zionist movement is the fact that he's a good journalist. He produces some relatively clever propaganda. The first and most significant one would be the Judenstaat, the Jewish state, which is a kind of, well, it's written kind of like as a novella. It's you know, it's telling a story. Like, what could it be like? What could it be like to, boom, have like our own country or something? And a lot of people are reading this like, maybe. Like, this makes sense. Because even people in Western Europe had experienced some levels of this racism. They'd run into some things. I mean, obviously the Dreyfus affair is a good example of that. But people they weren't necessarily seeing the kind of like violent pogroms that Eastern Europe were still seeing. But they still knew people didn't necessarily like having Jews living next to them. So people are looking at it like, that makes some sense. But, you know, I'm still okay here. I'm not that bad off, but maybe I can back this kind of movement. So what Herzl is doing is he's actually building a mass movement for the first time around Zionism, where it had been much smaller affair. Most of the Jews of Eastern Europe were traditional Jews, but some of those modernizing ones did embrace Zionism, did join the Chovevit Zion, but they're a small chunk of them, and they don't have money. Where a lot of the Jews who had assimilated earlier, who had settled in earlier in society and were doing better off, you know, they could contribute to this and help build for the first time a truly mass movement around it. And it's Herzl's organizational skill and propagandistic skill as a journalist that ends up creating like the first World Zionist Conference, the first Zionist Congress here at Basel in Switzerland in 1897. And at this, a whole bunch of otherwise completely assimilated Jews in tons of professions, scientists, bankers, merchants, authors, tons of people are going to come there from all over Europe, and they're going to converge here, and they're going to share ideas and talk about it. And, so people like, the physician Max Nordau is there. There's a bunch of people from tons of different professions, but these are all assimilated Jews, from your middle class and up. And they're there to, oh my God, did somebody just ask if I was a Zionist? I hope that wasn't directed at me. That's funny. And they are, they're there to kind of like share the ideas, talk about this, and talk about what kind of organizations can we build? How can we raise money for this? How can we support this idea? Because they're seeing people from Eastern Europe are leaving. Some people are moving to Palestine and doing it. They're like, how can we make more people do that? How can we help this project along and push money toward that? And that's what's going to come out of this. So the first Zionist Congress is actually going to lead to the creation of the World Zionist Organization, the WZO, and Herzl will be its first president. He dies like 4 or 5 years after this point. So he's quickly replaced by Chaim Weizmann, but he's its first president and is directing this kind of organization. Let's see, my pictures along there. There are a lot of organizations that are tied to this and built up around the same time, and they're all kind of similar in a way. So we have, and some of them have very obvious names that a lot of Zionists today don't want to admit to, like the Jewish Colonization Association, which is kind of clear that they know they're a colonizing force. No one was hiding that at the time. Today, people like to hide it, but no one was doing it at the time. But you also have things like the Jewish National Fund, right? Trying to raise money here, and they're going to put their little tins in the different synagogues, and everyone can like throw in a little bit of cash there, and out of that, land can be purchased. So maybe I'm perfectly happy living in Chicago and being a Jew in the U.S. and not leaving, but I'm going to drop a quarter in the box, and that money is going to be used to purchase land there. So this is how they can actually raise money for a lot of these big land purchases. Because they have to walk in, and a lot of the landowners in the Ottoman Empire weren't really interested in selling land. But if you walk in and offer them a lot more than it's worth, sure, why not? Screw it, I'll do it. people start selling land. So spreading that out, getting more people involved in raising money is important. In the long run, the JNF is going to be really important to deal with on a more significantly, and it's much more problematic because it's all the land purchased by the JNF can never be sold. So it has to be owned by that organization, and it can only be leased to Jews. And it's one of the reasons that even setting aside the occupied territories, because post 67, it is impossible to deny that Israel is an apartheid state, because the population in those areas, despite the fact that the government is clear that it's never leaving that land, it refuses to grant rights to that population. They're not citizens. So if the Palestinians have been offered citizenship, whole different issue. They're not. That makes Israel a 100% apartheid state, and anybody denying that is either sincerely ignorant or just dishonest about it. But there are elements of apartheid even inside 1948 Israel, and this is one of them, because the Israel Land Authority actually controls most of the land of Israel. There's only a little bit of land in Israel that's truly private property where you own the soil under your house. You can own your house, but not really the land in most cases. But a portion of the land operated by the Israel Land Authority is still technically owned by the Jewish National Fund. So the land that was purchased earlier on and a little bit more added to it later, it's a small share of the total, 90-some percent of land that's operated by the Israel Land Authority. But that portion has the same rules. So even if you are a citizen of Israel, a Palestinian citizen of Israel with an Israeli passport, and you speak Hebrew, you cannot rent in land owned by the JNF still. So there is a racist component to this present from the late 19th century on in some of these developments that is still carried on all the way to us today in the 21st century. And it's one of the reasons that we absolutely need to be critical of the state of Israel, because it is founded on some pretty aggressive racism. So there's that. But a lot of these organizations go back quite a while. So the roots of the WZO is in that first Zionist Congress in 1897. The JNF is formed in 1901. So it's also pretty damned old, and it's formed in this period by people who are political Zionists in Western and Central Europe. Let's see. So that's okay. From there, there are wrong one here. Okay, can't keep track of my little mouse thing. There are attempts to gather enough funding and then say, hey, maybe we can just buy Palestine or something. And the Ottoman Sultan just looks at him like, are you shitting me? Who does that? Now, again, it does happen. Sometimes countries do sell land. Like, I laughed my ass off that when Trump was president, he actually proposed buying Greenland from Denmark. Like, are you fucking kidding me? What about the people who live there? Like, you just want to buy there? Because they're an autonomous part of Denmark. They're not really controlled directly from Copenhagen. He's like, yeah, I want to buy it. But like, that used to happen. In 1867, the U.S. bought Alaska from Russia. You know, like, we just bought it. Like, they just sold the land. It happens. I mean, it's not very common, though. And most countries don't want to do that because there are people living there already. And the Ottoman Sultan's like, yeah, I've got like a few 100,000 of my subjects living here. I'm not going to sell you where they live. Fuck that. So they're trying to talk to other governments as well. They're trying to talk to Kaiser Wilhelm. Will you support this movement here? And he's like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. And they turn to him because the Ottomans and the Germans are getting increasingly close. I think I talked a little about that last time we did one of these a couple weeks ago. In the later authoritarian period of reform in the Ottoman Empire, the Ottomans get really, really close to the Germans, and the Germans are main investors. So they like, hey, we'll turn to the Kaiser, and the Kaiser will talk the Sultan into it. And the Kaiser's like, yeah, no, bro, I'm not going to do that. So that isn't working out. And they start trying to talk to other imperial powers. Maybe some other one, maybe Britain will help us, or France will help us. No one really wants to. The closest you get is the UK actually makes a deal, says, okay, cool. We get that you guys want a place to live. Cool, I get that. How about you move to East Africa, to Uganda? And we'll give you a big chunk of land. You can build something there. From Britain's perspective, what that would do is it would move a loyal European population to a restive colonial possession and help them to control it. Zionists looked at that and said, are you fucking kidding me? Like, what cultural ties, historic ties, anything do we have to East Africa? Like, this is nonsensical. No, we're not going to do this. But the same idea behind the Uganda proposal is ultimately going to affect the British mandate that we'll talk about in 2 weeks, because Britain is quite cynically using the Zionists to create a loyal European population and help them control Palestine. It was still going to be Palestine. It was still going to be an Arab country, but they wanted it to be permanently part of the British Empire in some capacity, and they're hoping to put some loyal Europeans on the ground to do that. So it's ultimately the same idea, even though the Zionists just laughed off this Uganda idea, so it doesn't happen. But throughout this, there are still people in Eastern Europe moving. They're still picking up. They're moving there. So this whole process is still continuing of practical Zionism, even while all this organization and fundraising is starting in Western Europe. Now, from there, I have to take a little bit of another one of our little side trips. We have to talk a little bit about the Ottoman Empire again. So is everyone cool if I don't know how many little breaks we need in here, but I think we should just go straight into this from my perspective. I want to create the Young Turk movement. And then I think after that, let's see, Young Turks, second Aliyah, and then World War I. I guess our last three topics. So yeah, let's power through a little bit more. The Young Turk movement, or well, it's kind of like colloquially called the Young Turk movement, because the CUP, the Committee of Union and Progress, is actually a pretty loose, larger movement of people who are unhappy about the direction of reform in the Ottoman Empire. So if I said 51 people. So I'm going to assume some of you were here 2 weeks ago, or maybe who wasn't. We talked a little bit about the two previous periods of Ottoman reform. There's a section in between where for 2 years after the Tanzimat era, the Ottoman Empire was actually a constitutional monarchy with a severely limited executive authority. And when that was overthrown in 1878 and created Abdul Hamid's dictatorship, there are a lot of people who are kind of pissed off about that, and they want to go back. They want back the Constitution of 1876. So there's a lot of reform-minded bureaucrats who want that back. There's also a bunch of military officers who wanted that system, and they know the Sultan doesn't really trust them, so they think that they would do better in a state organized much more democratically. And there are exiled members of the royal family who are supportive of this. It's like a mixed bag. It's not like a single thing. It's like a lot of revolutionary movements. It's a whole bunch of different people that have very different ideals, all kind of coming together saying, this system and this dictatorship is fucked. We don't want Abdul Hamid II and his dictatorship anymore. We want something better. So they're going to overthrow this. And yeah, Emily, I totally feel you there. And I'm going to show you why we shouldn't actually be real fans of the Young Turk movement, because it gets to be a reactionary nationalist movement. But initially, it's not that bad. And initially, a lot of minorities, even like the Armenians, were quite happy about it. So think about under Abdul Hamid. So look at like the Hamidian massacres in 1894-95. A huge number of Armenians were just being wiped out. Like there's a lot of problematic shit happening here because he's basing his authority on his on a Turkish and Muslim identity. So anyone who doesn't fit that is now a problem. The Young Turks initially were calling for a return to democratic rule, to an elected parliament, to equal rights for all people, to a kind of constitutional order. But it never actually gels, and there's a reason for that we'll talk about here. It kind of gets derailed and ends up being horrifying. But it's kind of like once some of these like liberal democratic ideals are kind of like out there in the air, you can't stuff it back in the bag, so to speak, and people want this crap back, so they're fighting for it. So what you end up with is a revolt by the military that creates the Young Turk, the beginnings of the Young Turk Revolution. And if anybody knows their geography well, this will be really obvious, but the revolt breaks out among the Third Army in Saloniki, which is in northern Greece. So if anybody looks at a map of Greece, you got those three little fingers, like the three little peninsula that stick out near the north there. Salonika is near there. And it's the Third Army there. If they revolt against the government and they start marching east toward Istanbul, which was the capital at the time, Istanbul's in eastern Thrace. That's really close together. It's not a big stretch to get there. So there's no time to organize any kind of defense. So Abdülhamid is just, oh, I got a hat. Look at that. I'm getting some of these cool little graphic pictures. I love the jellyfish one too. I saw earlier, but the hat's always fun because I have lots of hats. Anyway, they revolt here in 1908, and they start marching eastward toward Istanbul. And Abdülhamid's like, I give up, like just surrenders because what can he do? It's too late. Like it's too late to put up any kind of defense. It's too close. So that's that. And the army moves in and takes control, demanding a restoration of the 1876 Constitution. So again, the Young Turk Revolt starts as a much more liberal movement than what it ends up becoming in practice. So it's there are some complications in looking at it. What it's ultimately going to develop into is a kind of triumvirate, a sort of like triple dictatorship among Enver Talat and Jamal Pasha. So the fellows here in this. And they just sort of like divide up different aspects of it and they run it. So even though there's technically an elected parliament, the democratic government never really solidifies. And there are two main reasons for this. Well, three. You still got the reactionary movement that preferred like Abdülhamid's dictatorship, but you also have the difficulty of seizing control and building stable institutions. So it's because it is a revolution, and they end up in a war with some European powers pretty quickly into this process, because they're taking power in 1909, and in 1912 there's a general European war in the Balkans. So the wars end up making it very, very difficult for this government to really consolidate and build up in a more positive way. Instead, it gets worse and worse and worse. And I'll talk about the Balkan Wars in a second because they're kind of relevant here, but only like pinky scratch. But there's a few things in the earliest period. So, and this is again for Emily, who shares my reflexive distaste for them. There are places where their early reforms are actually quite beneficial because they abolish a lot of the discrimination along ethnic lines. What are those? Oh, kitty paws. That was neat. For anybody on YouTube, I like the little TikTok animations people can send. Cacao. So they, a lot of these minorities are quite happy about this because they end any overt persecution and go back to a principle of total equality amongst different people. Because in the Tanzimat period, there were no special privileges for Muslims anymore. Everyone was legally equal. You were no longer just subjects of the Sultan. You were citizens and equal citizens. And everyone's like, yeah, cool, booyah, we're back to that. And they also end overt censorship. So there's a massive publishing boom. People can start writing about all kinds of stuff that they couldn't do before because under Abdülhamid, there was significant censorship of the press, and the Young Turks actually tossed that. You also have continuing developments in education by far the best education system in the East here. So I'm thinking Eastern Europe and the Mideast at the time. So like, I don't know, basically everything east of Italy, like looking at, like they had the best education system of any state in the region already. And the Young Turks dump even more money into this. So they're building up better primary and secondary education. The first university to open in 1901, but they're doing more expansion there, building up more colleges and whatnot. And the bureaucracy is continuing to build up. And again, there's now an elected legislature. There's a parliament for the Ottoman Empire with delegates from all across the empire coming and sitting in it. So there's a bunch of like Arabs and everybody else like sitting in a parliament for the Ottoman Empire. So some beneficial reforms early on. One of the things that ends up being problematic that makes this, that kind of like dooms the experiment overall is a basic question of, is that I was looking at the numbers for these. Let me see if I can tell where I am with the little pictures there. What's obvious here? Yeah, I was one behind. This is so you see this is a little college library at the time. So like you going along with education. One of the things that's going to be problematic for them is the very thorny question of identity. Like, who are we? What does it mean to be Ottoman? And that one's really hard to sort out for people, because you're stuck in a way. You can't pursue the nation state model because the Ottoman Empire is huge and has a whole bunch of wildly different ethnic and linguistic groups. Like, how do you make like Greeks and Bulgarians and Assyrians and Palestinians and Turks and Armenians and Jews, and what do they all have in common? Like, people are speaking tons of different languages, different religions, different cultures. What are they? In the Tanzimat period, they had tried to create a kind of cosmopolitan identity, Osmanlıçılık, Ottomanism, that's a little bit like what countries like the US aim for, what we can call a civic nationalism, one based on a common history, but not an ethnic or cultural basis. So, hey, we all have a long history of being ruled by the Sultan and Ottoman institutions, so we have in common this Ottoman history, and that'll be the foundation of our national identity, even though we actually have tons of different languages and religions. That got tossed under Abdülhamit, and you ended up with instead the government stressing two basic things. The Sultan's role as Caliph of the Sunni Muslim world, so Muslim identity becomes important, and Turkish identity becomes important. The contributions of the Turkish people to the Ottoman Empire. So if you don't speak Turkish and you're not Sunni Muslim, you're kind of on the outside of this, which is why we saw things like the Hamidian massacres, like these pogroms against minorities starting to spring up in the 1890s. It's creating already a toxic brew, and the Young Turks inherit this. So they've inherited both trends. They wanted something more akin to the former, but they've now had decades of propaganda along the latter line toward Turkish nationalism and toward a Muslim identity. And it's hard to get back from that. They don't have enough time. In the long run, if things had gone differently, who the hell knows? Maybe the Young Turk movement could have reversed course and created a less toxic form of nationalism. As it happened, we know that can't happen because the general conflicts that develop in the Balkans cause them to double down on the Turkish nationalism, to become an aggressive Turkish nationalist movement. So they're kind of like trapped in a way. They're inheriting a whole lot of this development toward a Turkish nationalism, right, based on, again, the Turkish language and the Muslim religion that they're inheriting from Abdülhamit. And then it's all going to get kind of worse because of some of the conflicts that they deal with. So they can never really return to Osmanlıçılık. They can't really, again, you can't put the cat back in the bag, so to speak. You can't recover this more liberal direction they were heading toward initially, because they spent decades going in the opposite direction, and then the Balkan Wars break out. And that really fucks all of this up. Excuse my language. I can't really control that very easily. So this is really hard to tell from here, but I'm going to try and trace it so you can kind of see. So Ottoman Empire mostly over here. But the Ottoman Empire still controlled all of this at the time. So northern Greece, Albania, portions of Montenegro and Serbia, Bulgaria, all this is still Ottoman. They've lost a lot of their territory. They've shrunk significantly. There now is an independent Romania, Bulgaria, Serbia. They've lost Bosnia to the Austrians. Like, they've lost a lot of territory, but they still have a significant chunk of southeastern Europe. It's part of the empire still. At the end of the Balkan Wars, they'll have lost it all. So think about this. At the end of the First Balkan War, so in 1912, right, all they've got left is this little brown smudge right here in eastern Thrace. So it's not even as big as where today European Turkey is, because that includes all this. So we're like Adrianopolis, or Edirne sometimes. So this area here gets taken back later in the Second Balkan War in 1913. But as of the end of the First Balkan War, all they have left is the Straits. They still control the area, the Sea of Marmara, the Straits area here, and then the capital, Istanbul. But they've lost every other part of Europe that they had. And that's a profound humiliation, enough so that they end up into Khazarians for the head of the... I don't know what that means, and The Khazarians had not existed for centuries by this point, completely ceased to exist. So I have no idea what Norton is asking there. Sorry. But they've lost most of this territory, and they've only got this narrow strip back, which is why they end up in another war again 1 year later in the Second Balkan War in 1913, trying to get some of it back. And they do. They succeed. They get back the rest of Eastern Thrace, right? The part that's still today part of Turkey. But they still lost all of this. And that tells the Young Turk government something. It gets them thinking that we can't trust anybody who doesn't share our identity. It's just, if anybody is like, I don't know, proud of being Bulgarian or Greek or Albanian, then they're going to prefer to break away as a nation state and not be part of the Ottoman. They're not going to be loyal to the Ottoman Empire anymore. So even though we restore the constitution, even though we restore legal equality to all these different minorities, the minorities are still fighting us for independence. That's the message they take from it. So what they do is they become reactionary nationalists. And it's, you can, as much as I can't be sympathetic to it, because again, I despise nationalism as an idea, you can kind of see where it comes from. At least we can understand it, because Ottoman territory in Europe goes from 65,000 square miles to 10,000, a little under 10,000, I think. So it's a huge drop. And a lot of it is based on these different populations that had been part of the Ottoman Empire for centuries and suddenly decided they don't want to be anymore. Like, fuck this. We'd rather be part of Greece or Albania or Bulgaria. We don't want to be part of the Ottoman Empire anymore. So like, what the hell? So there's a kind of like paranoia that develops. So the Young Turk movement is now going to look at the rest of the empire. They're like, what other minorities might do this? Can we trust any of them? And it throws them into the arms of the Turkish nationalism that was developing under Abdülhamit. They start thinking, well, if people speak Turkish and are Muslim, then they're not likely to break away because they share that common identity. But if they're Armenian or Assyrian or Kurdish or Arab, something else, maybe we can't trust them. Maybe they'll want to break away. So this paranoia is developing in this period, and it's a really kind of a harsh blow here. They having this kind of significant shift, and what they do is they end up discarding any pretense of returning to a kind of composite cosmopolitan Ottoman identity, and instead focus on a Turkish future. It's still technically inaccurate to refer to the Ottoman Empire in this period as Turkey, but it starts happening. It's increasingly common in the presses and politics or whatever to refer to it as the Turkish Empire, as Turkey, the Empire of the Turks. And this kind of fits their propaganda, that it is an empire of, by, and for Turks. So if you're not a Turk, maybe there's a problem. So they start, there's all kinds of things published in this period here. And so like in the aughts and teens, they're putting out things there. There's new clubs that stress a Turkish identity, Turkish culture, the unique contributions of the Turkish people to the success of the Ottoman Empire. And of course, there's a return to the kind of pogroms that we saw under Abdülhamit. So things are getting kind of toxic for non-Turkish speakers in the Ottoman Empire in this period. And they increasingly in this period are adopting something much more akin to the European-style nationalisms. Now, some of this, and just for fun, like there's some like wild fantasies to develop here, because there's a lot of like weird like nationalistic fantasies, some of which people tried to realize. Think about the Yazidis trying to get all German speakers into one country. There was an attempt here. It's like, hey, what if all the people who speak a Turkic language were in one giant like Turkish country, right? So instead of controlling the Ottoman Empire in the Middle East, where they've been forever, they start thinking of territories that are actually in the Russian Empire that speak Turkic languages. And it's like, hey, what's more important is our common Turkic identity, even though we have no actual historical links or ties, or at least not for many, many centuries, right? It's all sort of like gone now. But these are like the kind of absurd fantasies people often use to motivate nationalist movements. Oh, for anybody who was in I think this came up, I'm pretty sure this was in the live last night. The whole like Greater Israel idea, like going from the Euphrates to the Nile, that's like this. it's an absurd fantasy that's useful for building nationalist movements, but no one takes it seriously. There was never any prospect or possibility that the Ottomans or Turkey would take control of fucking Siberia. It was never going to happen. But they'll use it because, like, it's useful for building that Turkish consciousness, that Turkish nationalism. That's the kind of ideal that's building up there. So it's let's see. No, they were not in the. Turks migrated in the early beginning in the Middle Ages. 9th, 10th, and 11th centuries. They moved into the Middle East and scattered all across there. But Turks originally are from this area here in Central Asia. But again, this kind of like, like a nostalgia or like for some imagined homeland. This kind of romantic conception of it is important in nationalist movements, and that's what they're starting to lean on. Is not their previous Ottoman history, which would tie them to all the other populations, Arabs, Armenians, Greeks, that are all in their neighborhood, but instead links into peoples that they've never been tied to politically. And at the same time, and this is the one that actually is more successful as an idea, because this, again, just rhetorically useful, but there is a big push at the time to adopt much more European orientation overall. So you start thinking, so late Ottoman identity becomes membership of the Muslim religion, of the Turkish nation, i.e. Turkish language, and European civilization. Those three things become the pillars of late Ottoman identity. Do you see the problem yet? What if you're not Muslim? What if you don't speak Turkish? What if you're pretty far from Europe and don't really identify with the Europeans? These three things, though, are the foundation of late Ottoman identity under the Young Turks. And it's where things are going to get really freaking toxic during World War I. But the, it's, let's see. Okay. Worth also remembering, too, that at the time, you don't really have any Arab nationalist movements. This is pointing to something that happens during World War I, but it fits the general topic I'm pointing to here. There is, in this time, a kind of how do you put this? Okay, so there's a conflict between what we can call Turkism and Arabism. There's an attempt to sort of Turkify the empire. So in the school systems that's been built up, we've now got schools built all over the place. So I've got schools in Palestine. What if I start saying the schools in Palestine should start teaching in Turkish? Well, that means Palestinians have to learn Turkish because they don't speak Turkish. They speak Levantine Arabic, or some other minority language or whatever, but generally Levantine Arabic, which isn't anything like Turkish. They're wildly different languages. But they're trying to Turkify the empire because that's the only way to hold all the territory. If they're going to adopt a nation-state model, if they're going to adopt nationalism, then nationalist movements always have to assimilate their own population. This is why even when things aren't directly, super bloody, there is something inherently genocidal about the nation-state model. I like using France as an example of this because it lets me shit-talk them a little bit, because France is one of only 3 countries in Europe not to sign a convention over protection of minority languages. So at least the UK and Italy and whatnot protect speakers of minority languages and offer them money to help save their languages. France is like, fuck all of y'all all speak French. So Gascon is dying, Breton is dying, Provençal is dying, Picard is dying. All these languages are in steep decline because they're not being passed on by parents to their kids anymore. That's a kind of genocide. It's not the one that unalives you per se, but it's still destroying your culture, your history, your language, your own community in a sense. So it's imposing a nationalist vision. The Ottoman Empire under the Young Turks starts thinking the way France does. In fact, there's a lot of influences they draw from France all the way to the present. The Turkish Republic draws a lot from Rousseauian type thought and French thought, but whole separate issue. We don't get to get into it all. But they start thinking, how can I assimilate the population? And the CUP, this whole, the Young Turk government starts thinking, how can I Turkify the remaining Ottoman Empire? That brings them into conflict with a lot of the populations on the ground, because a lot of the empire that's left, so Mesopotamia, aka Iraq, the Levant, aka where Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Israel, Palestine are, and then all the way down the Hejaz, so the western part of Saudi Arabia, and the northern part of Yemen are all part of the Ottoman Empire still. Technically on paper, so is Egypt, but de facto it's in the British Empire, so leave that out. But on paper. But there's still a lot of territories that are still in the Ottoman Empire, and they're not Turkish at all. Like, they're not culturally Turkish, they're not linguistically Turkish, they don't share a lot here. So what are you supposed to do? So there's a big pushback. It's not Arab nationalist yet. They're not calling for independence. They're not calling for the creation of nation states. The nation state model is a difficult thing for the Arab world to adopt, but it happens across the 20th century, and it's brought along its own problems. But there's no initial calls for it, but there is a call for Arabism, for saying, hey, we speak Arabic here, yo. We speak Arabic in Palestine, not fucking Turkish, so we want to teach Arabic in our fucking schools, not Turkish. And they're pushing back against this. So that ultimately leads to the creation of things like the Al-Fatah Club, which is going to push for greater autonomy, like a kind of decentralization and the preservation of their own linguistic and cultural identity, so Palestinians can keep being Palestinians and not become Turks. You can think, in the long run, had the Ottoman Empire managed to maintain its territorial integrity, it would have ended up the same way as France. It would have forcibly assimilated over many, many decades the Palestinian population as being Turks. But that obviously isn't going to happen, because this government is going to collapse pretty quickly, because World War I is looming. But the Al-Fatah Club comes together to preach a kind of Arab autonomy, and it culminates in here's from their conference in Paris in 1913, where they're organizing, creating a movement internally to try and motivate, unify people's Arabic speakers throughout the empire to present an ultimatum to the government, and that works. So in 1913, the results of this conference and the proposal that they put there actually forced the Young Turk government to increase Arab representation in parliament and back down on a lot of the attempted cultural reforms. So they're going to okay, we are happy to be subjects of the Ottoman Empire. We're fine being subjugated to the Ottoman Empire, but we want to be Palestinian, not Turks. And the Ottomans are okay, fine. That's fine. We can work with that. So they accept that. As long as the rest of the structure is left in place, as long as it's still part of the Caliphate and blah, 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 still part of the Ottoman Empire. So no one's pushing for independence yet. Arab nationalism, per se, has its first tentative awakening during World War I. So I'll make we don't get to dwell on it, obviously, because we have to talk a lot more about the things that are very specifically going to affect Palestine. But I have to at least raise it at this early point, because it will ultimately set some foundations for the beginnings of Palestinian nationalism later. But it's during World War I that we had the first tentative steps toward that. But it's only during World War I that starts. And the war is the main proximate cause for that. Okay, let's see. The last parts I've got here, we have the second Aliyah, which is complicated in itself. And then World War I's kind of easy, but there's a couple of points in it, like Balfour, that we have to deal with. And then I want to end today talking a little bit about the Ottoman genocides, because they show again the dark side of nationalistic ideologies. So kind of relevant there. I'm not sure if maybe because the second Aliyah is a complicated moment, there's a lot of things that change in it. I think I want to ask if there's any more questions here. Maybe not. I don't need a break. I don't want a long break. But maybe just like a short one if anybody has questions, and I can drink a little bit and then go.
Yes, I was just about to say that.
Okay, cool. So let's pause for a second and see what questions have piled up.
Okay, so anyone have any questions? We do have some compliments. You have a great way of explaining it.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
I think some of it might just be I'm fairly informal. I don't like the whole dry lecture at the podium kind of bullshit. I'm a working class kid, so I just
And someone said Liam is so good at this. Wow, talk about a human finding a calling.
Yeah. My, honestly, from early childhood, because I was a very precocious kid that wouldn't stop reading. My grandmother used to always say I have a great way of explaining things and I should teach, but no one in my family had ever gone to college. There was no money for it. There was no history of it. So I didn't expect it. I didn't start college until I was 30. So the circumstances lined up right. I managed to get into this profession. I'm super happy for it. It's one of the reasons that I don't mind the massive amount of student debt I'll carry to my grave. But because it is something that I actually do enjoy doing. It makes good use of, my own character traits, but it's certainly better than being a longshoreman. I'll tell you that. But I never expected it. I was like reading books on my break while I'm unloading container ships. That's my early life.
Anna, do you want to just unmute yourself and ask? You're on the panel.
Oh, you're right. I am. Okay. My question was, when did Dhimmi laws come into play?
Dhimmi laws have been gone for a long time. In the what is it, 1861, I think? No, it's earlier than that. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, it's early 50 in the 50s, 54 maybe. The Ottoman Empire had abolished them completely. So no one had been dhimmi for a long time. I mean, realistically, the status has not existed for almost 200 years in these areas. Because as soon as the Ottomans, during the Tanzimat period, established the principle of basic legal equality among all peoples, then it's irrelevant. So it's one of those places where, and this is something I like pointing to, because there's a lot of people out there that are like, oh, well, you can't separate politics and religion for Islam, so it'll always be oppressive and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, look at the history. Like, the Ottoman Empire was literally the caliphate. The Sultan was literally the head of the entire Sunni Muslim world, and they still passed full legal equality for all people and abolished all of those separate statuses. So that's a long, long time before this period. Zionism doesn't even exist when Dhimmi laws cease to exist. So they don't play any part in our story at all.
And when I listen to a lot of Zionists talk, they refer to the laws as very recent.
That's dishonest as hell. I see it a lot too. Okay. It's just a lie. It's people that either A, genuinely know nothing about Ottoman history, or B, are just racist liars who want to make all Muslims look bad. I mean, but granted, there are some, honestly, our smaller, what am I supposed to call the smaller H group in Palestine? H1, whatever. The age group in Gaza, they have sometimes suggested that they would have liked that, although realistically they haven't for quite a while. They've been talking much more in terms of a secular democracy. But some of those, ham and cheese group, that's an interesting one, Emily. So the ham and cheese group has had some of its mouthpieces occasionally say non-Muslims should be, but in practice it's impossible, because even most Muslims in the area, you're talking going back more than 200 years. And even there, in the Ottoman period before that point, Dhimmi laws don't really apply for the most part, because the Ottoman system, can I do this very quickly? The Ottomans used something we call the millet system for most of their existence. And what the millets did was it granted full autonomy for all the different religious groups under their own religious law. So there is a principle that technically Muslims are the social superior of non-Muslims, but non-Muslims aren't actually living in any kind of subordinated status, because Jews never were ruled under Sharia law. Christians were never under Sharia law. Christians were ruled under canon law. Jews were under halakha. Everyone had their own distinct legal systems and their own distinct local leaders. So the leaders of the Jewish community in a particular area are your local political figures, not the Muslim rulers overall. So Muslims were superior because it was a religious state, but even there, the Ottomans never really applied dhimmi status. So to really see the status applied in the region of Palestine directly, you got to go back into the Abbasid period. It's just way the fuck before this. So it doesn't make sense. The Mamluks didn't really didn't establish very deep control over Palestine. It was more a province for them. But yeah, it's long before the Ottoman period. Really, you have to go back about 800 years before you can see the application of dhimmi status to non-Muslims in Palestine in any significant way. Does that give you a sense of how dishonest the Zionist talking point is?
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
800
Someone's
years?
asking what a dhimmi is.
Well, what it is?
Mm-hmm.
They're protected peoples that are able to practice their religions, but are still technically inferior to Muslims. So other monotheists, your Ahl al-Kitab. So your Mandeans and Zoroastrians and Jews and Christians and whatnot, that they can practice their own religions. They have to pay a tax to still support the community as a whole, but they're not paying the Muslim taxes like zakat monies. They have their own separate taxes, and then jizya or whatever to support it. And they're technically subordinated to Muslim rule. So they're not social equals, right? But they're protected peoples, is what the status technically means. They're protected subject people with a different monotheistic religion.
So I think a follow-up one would be, if no dhimmis, the Jews should be drafted into military?
I didn't understand the question.
If no dhimmis, the Jews should be drafted into military.
In the Ottoman period, there were not. I mean, a lot of the soldiers weren't all Muslim, so there were non-Muslim soldiers in the Ottoman Empire for sure. Certainly in this period that we're talking about, the army isn't all Muslims.
And someone said you don't think the Khazarians
on the Khazar stuff. I keep seeing this shit, and honestly, there's a few like really high profile people that keep putting videos. I got one on Instagram that keeps pissing me off. I am going to record a video on it, actually based on scholarship on Turks, because the people who are making these video shit, the farthest they get is freaking Wikipedia. It's really annoying. I mean, they're wrong as hell on it. And I'll show you exactly why and how they do connect to Jewish history, but they are completely freaking irrelevant. It's not. It plays no part in any of this. And no, the Jews of Europe are not Khazars. It's nonsense. So, yeah, it's and it's also you're talking about the freaking Middle Ages. At the time the Khazarian Empire existed, the two main players were the East Roman Empire and the Abbasid Caliphate. What does that have to do with the modern period?
He said that was my comment, but I would love that for you to do that video. Aria said, do you know about the study of David Wasserstein?
The
Wasserstein?
The study what?
Do you know about the study of David Wasserstein? Wasser Stein.
I don't know, because offhand I'm not making a connection to the name. What are we? I'm gonna see what the this could be. Who is this one here? No, I just neglect. I'm not getting an association of the name offhand. So I may know of. Are you talking about the? Is that the geneticist that did the? Is that the geneticist who tried to say Khazars are Europeans? I usually don't remember the names on the people on scientific papers like that. But
hold on, Aria, would you like to come up?
Let me see. There's a whole bunch of Wassersteins. Let's see. No. I don't know who this one is. Do we have anything like context around the question, like they could remember here?
I'm just gonna ask. One of our mods is gonna drop, and I'm gonna have Aria come up. No, she said, "I'm sorry, my children are sleeping. next to me. I can't. She can't talk.
Oh yeah, he has a paper on Hazaria. Okay, yeah. So I've run into it before, but yeah, there's a okay, yeah. If this is the person that they're thinking of, I've run into this one before, yeah. But anyway, when I do the video there, I'll look at what are the things that people are most citing in these. So if his name comes up in that, I'll try and make a direct reference to it, because I want to try and point to what people are most pulling from and how they're using it. But yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna take an opportunity to do a little mod announcement, but also at the same time, Professor, your Discord, is it on your TikTok?
Oh,
A link?
People should just send a direct message to me or any of the mods for it, and they can get into it. I don't want to post the link publicly, because then I'm gonna have a whole bunch of like neo Yahtzees try to join and then have to be kicked out. It's a pain in the ass.
Okay, so everyone, because the professor has a lot in his Discord with subsections, information, literature, just join his Discord by requesting direct to him, myself, or Mariama, or Mike, and we'll pass the message along to him. I think you meant us by the mods, Professor?
What was
you
it?
meant us? You meant the mods here on this platform?
Moderators for my little regular office hours type people. So people like Emily, who's on here, right? And I think Anna is now too. And there's some overlap, but whoever mods for me can let people into the Discord.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, so you guys got it. Emily, Anna, or the professor, so you can get into his Discord. And I'm going to ask people to please join the team by clicking on the heart. If you can meet your targets, that would be awesome. Tap, 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 and share the live. Are you okay to move forward?
Oh, me?
Yes. Or did you see a question?
Yeah, I was just scrolling back looking for one. But yeah, so anybody who has that kind of question, I think it might be easier rather than getting sidetracked with a Khazar thing. I will get around to it sometime in the next few days. I've always got tons of things going on. Like tomorrow, I'm going down to help my mother again for the day. But I'll record one soon. But what I'm going to draw mostly on are sources by scholars of the Turkic world, where the Khazars are from, and the medieval world, where they're actually rooted, and show you why a lot of the popular use, like people just who aren't experts who are drawing on this stuff, have no idea what they're really talking about. So I will get to it that way, I think, more easily. And then if you guys want, you can always I'll put it up on TikTok, but also Instagram and everywhere else. And if you want to retweet it or something, you can help or point people to it whenever they ask that question, because it comes up so often. It might be nice to have one place you can just point to it, like, hey, you want to ask him this question? Cool. Just go listen to this 10-minute video and it'll solve it. But yeah, if you give me I don't know, 60 seconds or something, I'm gonna run to the loo quickly. And then I'm fine to go on.
No worries. Take your time.
Actually, I'll go.
Once he's back, Bella, there's one more question in the comments that someone tagged me in.
Collect the questions for a second. I'll be back really fast.
Anna, do you want to tackle that one? Because I'm trying to look. I get a lot of the shares.
Yeah, I have it up right here, so don't worry about it. Gotcha.
Thank you. Okay, so I will take the time as well while he's taking his mini break to say thank you to everyone that's been here. I'm sure you're captivated by the professor as we are.
Please don't leave, because we have an after party, so stick with us until the end so you know where to go after.
Am I invited?
Always. Yeah. Where I go, you go. Should we play a little music when people keep tapping and sharing?
Yeah, actually. Yes. Why not?
Anna, you want your song or you want your song at the end?
Oh, her song at the end, so let's play them full.
I guess so. Got it.
Yes, it's a great song.
Welcome back, Professor.
Howdy. Oh, something occurred to me while I was out of the room for a sec. So to freedom. The last one of these we did was 2 weeks ago. TikTok only holds the lives for like a month. So if you do want that archived, and I can chop it up like we did the previous ones, please download and get that to me later. But they'll delete it in less than 2 weeks if we don't.
Perfect. We'll get on it.
Okay.
I know you have the question.
Yeah.
Wait,
So the first one is an ex-Zionist said that Genghis Khan was Muslim, but he killed Muslims or he unalived Muslims at mass. So a lot of Muslims. Is this correct?
No.
Cool.
No. He was a Tengrist. he was a pagan. He had quite a few wives, one of which was a Nestorian Christian. So it led to some weird fantasies among later Crusaders that they could somehow convert all the Mongols to Christianity and they use them to fight Muslims or something. But no, only a very tiny share of Mongols were ever interested in Islam, although some did. Most Mongols ended up converting to Buddhism later. But at the time, most Turks weren't Muslim either. Most Turks were still also Tengris. They were shamanic pagans. So at the time that Genghis Khan is around, Turks and Mongols are not Muslim at all. So I don't know where they got that from. That someone pulled that out of their ass.
Okay, and then I have one simple one, and then I'll get to the last one. The simple one is, how long have you been studying these topics?
Like the specific topic today?
And I think they're just meant like in general, how long have you been studying history?
Professionally, 20 years, but at all, near 50. I mean, I started teaching myself to read it when I was about a year old. And when I was a very small child, okay, again, I'm not really good with people, so I didn't socialize with the other kids much. I don't know how to play shit like kickball. I never learned any of those games. I was sitting on the bench reading Shakespeare and John Locke and shit. I was always reading. So I started reading history and philosophy when I was quite young. So I guess most of my life, but different interests and topics have come up at different points along the way. So it's on any specific issue, I could probably think about and identify where or when I started on a particular one. But when did I start reading history? Really damn young. Because reading was always easier than talking to people. So, yeah.
Well, Bird says that they are excited to learn more Liam lore.
Okay. I mean,
anyway,
I don't find any of it interesting, but if you do, cool. Yeah, I'm shameless enough to share anything, but I mean, I'm one of those people like, you can ask me anything. I don't care, but I also have no interest in tooting my own horn. So it's I'm shameless, but I'm not actually like proud of anything. I don't care. Like it just is what it is, you know.
They're facts.
We can do it for you. He's amazing. Best professor I ever met.
Okay, last one. Someone responded, Dagger responded to our conversation about the thimmies. Is it a D? Is it th or duh?
Well, From my pronunciation of them, it's much more of a soft th sound, but there are obviously variations in pronunciation of any Arabic term.
Okay. They said, I feel misled to say the Mies status was ended over 800 years ago when the Malay system was just 200 years ago.
When, well, again, it's slightly different. It's related, which is why I said that Muslims were socially superior in that period. So it is still somewhat related to the dhimmi status, but the millets were given so much broad autonomy that it's not really the same thing as the much more direct applications of it that you saw in a few earlier Muslim states than the Ottomans. The Ottomans simply did not care to impose any kind of real Muslim supremacy in the empire. It just didn't matter to them. They preferred to grant a great deal of like broad autonomy, but it is related to it, right? But I put the millet status, the system, as a kind of like gray area in between the dhimmi status and where you end up with full secular governments in the mid-19th century. But yeah, 200 years ago, the millet system still existed, and the millet system does have elements of dhimmi status. But in practice, it had no real application in people's lives. You simply lived under your own Christian canon law, never interacted in Muslim courts. You're not having to deal with it in any real way, and taxes were generally pretty equal to all peoples. And yeah, I know it's technically protection, but it is also supremacy. There was always a sense of the Muslims were the social superior of non-Muslims, even if non-Muslims weren't overtly persecuted in many cases. It is a sense, there is a sense that this revelation is the superior and final one, and therefore, if you don't accept that new revelation, you're okay, but you're not really on a par with us in a sense. So it is more complicated than that. I can't quite endorse that kind of statement. You know, when you're taking that kind of protection in that sense, and honestly, that sense of like, I'm going to protect these minority populations, in many ways, politically and in terms of the cultural politics, it's not really much different from the sort of paternalistic attitude you get from, say, European imperialism. I'm not conquering you and subjugating you. I'm protecting you, establishing my little protectorate in here. It's very paternalistic still. It does assert that there still is a better way, but yours is okay. You're fine. I'm not gonna hurt you, but you're still not as groovy as me. That's the basic vibe there.
Someone said, but did Muslims say that, or is that the Western view of Muslims?
Plenty of Muslims did as well, but you know, of course, you're always going to use different language. And the same way that European imperialists also did not say what they were doing, they always have their own language for it. It's me cutting through the bullshit in both cases, because European imperialists also said that they were bringing like progress and civilization and protection, but didn't actually go. They literally said they were protecting the populations and helping them. Like no one's out there trying to sell to their population, hey, can we go and like slaughter tons of people and steal all their shit? Because populations in Europe would have said, no, that sounds kind of fucked up. So instead, like, you have bullshit like the white man's burden kind of attitude, like the mission civilisatrice, you know, like let's go and like help people, let's bring civilization and progress. That's a similar attitude to what the Arab caliphates early on were doing as well, was bringing something and then thinking, well, we're not going to force them to adopt our way, but we're going to show them that our way is superior through our actions, and they're going to see that their way is inferior, and they're going to want to be like us and adopt our things. So there is an attitude of superiority that's there from the beginning. So it's, and yeah, that's essentially, they're paying with their lives for the protection of dhimmis. Take what you just said there and then go and look up the white man's burden, because that's exactly the same logic. It's literally the way the poem actually describes it too. You know, send forth the best ye breed, you know, like send your people out there to, you know, to protect other people. It's not as dissimilar as you want to think that it is. And there's a lot of, you know, medieval Arab literature that really bears that out as well.
Yeah, that's all I have, unless Yeah, that's all I had.
I didn't catch anything else. If you want to proceed, Professor.
Amy wants to know where are the cats.
Emma is in the bed right under the window here. Socrates is in the chair right underneath the lamp I'm using for lighting here because I can't use the overhead when I'm doing this. And where's Minerva? Minerva must be out of the room right now. Oh, I dropped this. 2 out of 3 are in here, but they're all sleeping. Or rather, you just perked up a little bit because I moved your bed. Hi.
It was an important question.
What are you doing? Oh, big kitten yawn, big kitten yawn. Oh, back to sleep. Now it's sleepy time for cats. Yeah, okay. Let's see. Was there anything else that we missed along there, or we're all good there?
Yeah, we are good. We have yes.
Okay, groovy. Yeah, box up the cheese again, and off to the second Aliyah. Oh, for anybody who likes playing games, bad Settlers of Catan joke here. You know, cat in a box. Zionist cat establishes a colony. My my lecture notes in classes are filled with terrible jokes like this, so I pull a lot of the images for what we're doing here just right out of my lecture notes. Okay, let's see. So we're looking at the hello. Speaking of cats, yes, look at these. You're in the way. You're gonna knock over my water. You're a pretty graceless cat. Come on, you should move. Hi. Yes, Bump. I'm busy. Come here. Come. I want you knocking my water over. Klutz. Okay, second Aliyah. So second period of migration. This is 1904 to about 1914. So the First World War is a nice cutoff because obviously lots of things happened during the war. But we're talking about the main wave of migration here at the beginning of the 20th century. And this is the first one that's happening with the WZO there active in the background, raising money. And it's going to have a significant ideological effect on it. Where, you know, so like, again, our people in our World Zionist Congresses, they are now for the first time going to have an impact on how people move and on the ideology that builds up around that. And there are 2 significant ideological innovations in the period that I'm going to have to talk about. I'm going to lay a little foundation, then I'm going to dive into these 2. So Kibush Havoda and Kibush HaKarcha are both developing in this period and are spread among the people that they're sending to it. So it's going to have an impact on the ground in Palestine that people are coming with these ideologies in place. Hi, you're gonna. If the desk suddenly moves, it's because he hit one of the buttons on my standing desk because he decided to bump a bunch of them a minute ago. Yes, you're claiming everything. Yes, the desk is. Come on. Yes, the desk is yours already. Yes, hello. Okay, so we got these 2 here now. One of the things that's going to be in the background of a lot of this too is that the Ottoman authorities are getting increasingly unhappy about Zionist land purchases. So they are starting to push back against it, trying to impose certain regulations, but it's difficult because they've adopted a lot of land laws that make it hard to then selectively target, oh, it's fine to buy land, but these one people can't buy land. So they're kind of in a tricky spot, but they're trying to restrict it more and to slow this process down. And that's one of the things in the background helping to make these ideologies, these innovations from the WZO, they're going to help people take them on because it starts to create a kind of us versus them attitude. And the Zionists start much more easily thinking the world is going to be out to get us. Even here, even in Palestine, they're out to get us. We need to work together to overcome this. So their attempts to stop them from actually hurting Palestinians are going to encourage them to hurt Palestinians more. So it's a lot of these things, they just feed off of each other. One thing builds up over time, and frequently, and this actually plays out all the way to like right now. Oftentimes, the things people do to try and oppose something actually end up playing into the same cycles that make things worse and worse. But there is a push here from the Ottomans to try and restrain this. So now these newer migrants are going to come in with these new kind of attitudes, and a lot of them are still going to be like Eastern European socialists. So they still have a lot of those ideals, but they're coming in with a much stronger nationalistic component to it. And many of them are going to also begin rejecting some of the earlier farmer ideals that were much more common in the early period, where they were thinking we're going to redeem ourselves by working the soil, by farming like in the old days. They start thinking, no, bro, we should also build towns and cities and build them an urban life. So this is ultimately why Tel Aviv is created. Tel Aviv is originally a suburb. It starts around 1906 or so. So it's a product of the second Aliyah, but it's originally a suburb of Jaffa. It's just people building a little bit to the north, along the beach, and start building up there. But more and more people decide to concentrate in these areas in this period because of the kinds of people that are coming in, and the breakdown of some of the much more agrarian basis of early migration from Eastern Europe. Although I'll mention in a moment that they're still trying to spread the population out, but it's trying to spread out in more urban ways. The kibush avodah is the more complicated of these two concepts that I need to deal with, and it's complicated. Oh, hello. There's on one of the bookcases is underneath the window. I've got a cat bed that's on there because they like sitting in the sun and whatnot, but it often slips a little bit off, and the kitten like rolled a little bit and she flopped right into the window, which is cute, like thump. Has to get back onto it. Okay, kibush avodah has three actual components to it, three elements, and two of them aren't really that problematic as ideals and really do show the socialist roots of a lot of the migrants coming in. So first off, there's a sense of self-conquest. I need to make myself a good Jewish proletarian, a good Jewish working class person. And again, it's part of that whole sense of redeeming yourself through good, solid, hard work. So self-conquest is part of this. The next is a kind of class conflict aspect. And again, shows the socialist roots of this. So it's a matter of like fighting for rates and wages and organizing unions. And a lot of those early unions tried to organize Palestinians into the same unions. And a lot of early unions in the first few decades of the 20th century, a lot of the Zionist labor unions were filled with Palestinians workers too. So there's they're not all excluded from that kind of stuff, but that's a part of it here. So there's the self-conquest and then the class conflict aspects. The third part of kibush avodah is where it's all fucked up. This is the problematic part because it's much more of an ethnic conflict sense. It's basically calling for a kind of ethnic nationalism, or economic nationalism, I mean. An economic nationalism based around your own like consumer choices. If I'm going to like buy the products of Eretz Yisrael, it's because if you're arriving, you're fresh off the ship, you're a new Zionist migrant, you're new Olim, and you're arriving in the land, and you get off the boat. What are you doing? Well, you're in Jaffa, and you're going to rent a room from a Palestinian homeowner or whatever. You're going to crash there, and you're going to buy some supplies from Palestinians, and they're going to give you all the equipment because they're already there. They control that stuff. It's their land. It's their economy. They're the mass majority of the population. So you're buying from them. And what they're trying to argue here is that you shouldn't do that. You should instead only purchase things from other Jews. So you're trying to cut out the Palestinian economy. You're starting to build a completely parallel society on it. I'm going to patronize only Jewish businesses, hire only Jewish workers. And this kind of economic nationalism is actually at the root of the entire modern conflict, and to a degree that I think most people don't really recognize. Because the divisions that start settling in here at the beginning of the 20th century push the communities apart in a way that the first Aliyah could not. Because in that whole period, in the first few decades of this process, Zionists interacted directly with Palestinians every day. They bought from them, they employed them, they worked from them, they sold goods to them, they interacted constantly. They were integrating to a large degree into Palestinian society, but also speaking Hebrew. But here you're going to start saying, there's enough of us here to completely cut them off. And maybe it costs me a little bit more to buy, maybe it costs me a little bit more to buy my eggs from a Jewish farm. But if I do that, I'm supporting another Zionist and I'm not supporting a Palestinian. You know, I'm helping to build our economy. So it costs me a little bit more for this product, but the money stays in the community, if that makes sense. It's the foundation of what I discuss as a kind of like parallel societies that build up here. And those parallel societies are a big part of the long-term problem. One fun one here, I really like, I sometimes will, actually, yeah, I can tell a little one here. I'll sometimes tell little anecdotes about some of these things. So like a poster like this one here, this is like buy Hebrew cement, right? So basically like buy your cement for building from Jews. And if we think about this, in Palestine, a lot of things were being made out of cement anyway. Like it's, if anybody doesn't know anything about the soil, it's basically rocks. You've got tons and tons of rocks. You can easily grind things up and you can make cement out of it, but it doesn't have as many trees, right? It was more heavily forested than people tend to think, but not a huge number of trees because it is a relatively arid area and trees take longer to grow because of that. So if you cut them down, they could take a long time to come back. So instead you build out of cement. I found that this is astonishingly true in a lot of Palestine and Israel today, how much is still built out of stone and cement in different places. Like in the US, you kind of get used to things being like drywall or plaster, lath and plaster, things like that. Wood, there's a lot of wood in different places. So you can just like put a nail in and hang something up. But the wall is made of freaking concrete. You're not putting in one nail to hang your picture. It doesn't work the same way. But they're getting people to purchase their cement from other Jews. And it's kind of, it's a clever poster in a sense, because it's like to strengthen our home, you know, buy Hebrew cement, you know, which it's a cute double meaning because the home is strong because it's made of concrete, but you're buying it from Jews and not from the Palestinians who could actually sell it more cheaply. Because again, their economy is historically larger. There's more of them and their businesses have been around longer, so they can do this stuff. If I buy from the Jewish business, it's going to cost me more, but it keeps the money in the community. Make sense? In some way, this plays on a long-term history of Jewish isolation in Europe. Remember, Jews up until the 19th century, when legal emancipation started, so 1803 in France, and then just slowly spreading across Europe to all the different countries. It's only in the 19th century that Jews start to become legally emancipated in Europe. Historically, they could only really interact with each other and buy from each other. So it's trying to riff on that idea and turn that into a nationalistic one. So it's something that would be easy to adopt because it makes some sense in the longer term of Jewish history, but it really doesn't fit the modern world. It's not the direction things have been going. So again, like, you know, farming and whatnot, you know, buy your wheat here, or like, there's a way here where it also plays into like a sense of defense. So there's a sense of like, you know, so here you're talking about like, you know, you're strengthening the land through Jewish labor, but the other one is like to strengthen the Yishuv and in their terms respond to, you know, like basically like contrast themselves with the Palestinians. They're arguing that if we build up a strong economy for ourselves, if we build up our strong Zionist economy and don't have to depend upon them, then we don't need them anymore and we can cut them out of our lives entirely. We don't have to respond to them. We don't have to compromise with them. We don't have to be Palestinian in the same way. This idea here is really destructive in the long run here, because with Jews moving into the area, again, if they migrate into Palestine, they can become Palestinian. They're interacting with that economy. They're just a different type of Palestinian in the area where, again, there's tons of other people, Bosnians, Circassians, Armenians, tons of people have moved to Palestine, kept some of their own traditions and language, but still interacted in that broader economy. The Zionists are saying, no, fuck no. We want to be completely separate from that and build our own entirely separate institutions here and dispense with Palestinian society. And that has been super, super destructive. And in the long run, this argument for a kind of pure settlement and like the distinction between like the settlers and the indigenes, like pushing them apart here, it's led to, okay, so here's a terrible shot here I've got from from Hebron or Al Khalil. It's somebody spray painting on a Palestinian business, kill Arabs, right? Or like your price tag, tying on there, like a common thing, Jewish Defense League, kind of like terror slogan in the area. What you're doing is you're pushing apart completely. A lot of the attitudes that we have today build up only because of this decision more than a century ago to create completely parallel societies, to push them apart and not really interact with each other. It is a constituent element of this whole conflict that I think is really badly understood. I'll give you a couple other bad examples here. So hopefully you guys get how horrifying the irony is of it. And this is another Jewish Defense League kind of slogan here. It says, Arabs to the gas chambers. Do you know how fucked up that kind of statement is in this context here? But that attitude makes sense to people because they've been cut off from each other for 100 years and don't interact, and all they have is their own stories in their own community talking about each other. And it's really easy to be bigoted if you don't interact with people. This is one of the reasons that cities are always less racist than the countryside, because in the city you have tons of other people around you. You get to see them. You're like, oh yeah, they're not too different from me. Cool, yeah, that's fine. But when it's all people who look like you, then somebody comes in telling stories. Hey, have you heard about those people? It's easier to believe because you have no contrary examples. You have no lived experience that shows you that difference. This kind of attitude is a product of this, and you can see this too in the religious context. So this is a quote from the late Shas spiritual head, Obadiah Yosef, and he's famous for a lot of terrible zingers. Like we will sit back like Effendi, like the lords of the land, and we will eat grapes, and they will work for us, the Palestinians. And the only reason Palestinians have a decent lifespan and don't have like a cat's lifespan or something, because we want a good amount of work from them. We want good labor from them. They're donkey labor for us. It's like really horrifying kind of rhetoric, but that kind of statement wouldn't make sense in even his own Haredi Judaism 200 years ago. No one would be making arguments like that because the power relations weren't there and this kind of economic separation wasn't there. It wouldn't have made sense to make arguments like that. But in the context of a Zionist entity over a century with these completely parallel societies, that kind of horrific bigotry and racism can be normalized. And that's a big part of what we have to deal with today. This one here, these stickers like this, and there's a bunch of variants I've seen on things like this. Israel is officially trilingual. It inherits that from the British Mandate we'll talk about in 2 weeks. English, Hebrew, and Arabic. So signs for like street signs are frequently in all 3 languages. In Jerusalem, I frequently have seen things like this, tacked up covering the Arabic text. Specifically wiping out the Arabic text, and what it says is no Arabs, no terror. In Aravim, like there's it's a pro-ethnic cleansing argument. If we get rid of them, then we'll have peace finally. Like what? But those kind of attitudes, this is not the kind of attitude that Palestinian Jews would have had before, and it's not the kind of attitude that Jews anywhere in the world would have been able to have before. But a century of completely parallel societies and then the development of structural power relations under Israel have created a really toxic brew here, and essentially a kind of like caste system where you think of things like completely separately from other people. You cannot possibly imagine them being equal. You can see that in polls all the way to the present. About last poll I saw on this is only 2 years ago, something like that. But 20% of Israelis said that they would actually be able to support, if it was structured right, a one-state democracy and giving citizenship to Palestinians. So 1/5 of the Jewish Israeli population would support that kind of system. Most of them cannot. And the main reason they can't is because of this separation. So I'll give you an anecdote that I've used in a number of classes over the years. One of the years that I've lived in the area, I was based at University of Haifa, so in the north there on the coast. And Haifa is interesting because it still has some of its Palestinian population. not all of them fled at the creation of the state. So there are still 2 neighborhoods down on the coast where there are a bunch of Palestinians that live there. So it's technically a mixed city. About a quarter of the population are Palestinians, but they don't interact with each other much. I've seen people get on the bus and people just somehow pick up on and know who everyone is, and you only look at people who are like you, and you just they ignore each other completely. I got to know a number of people while I was there, and one of them was an Arabic language instructor. So her job is to teach Arabic. And cool. So you teach classes in Arabic. Cool. Oh, you used to be like a translator for the military. Okay, cool. So you know the language. Okay, cool. Well, I found out actually in conversation one day that she only understands Fusha. She cannot understand Palestinian Arabic, like basic Levantine Arabic. I'm like, holy shit, woman, you live in Haifa. Go down to Wadi Nisnas and talk to people. They're right fucking there. What do you think I'm doing? I walk down there and I talk to people and I go into bookshops and I buy things from them. I've got a bunch of books I bought in little bookshops in Wadi Nisnas. How are you going to learn things? You go and you talk to people. It's not like it's that alien. It's not like it's Moroccan Arabic. It's not like it'd be that hard to pick up. You could learn this. And she looked at me and her eyes bugged out. And it was like, but I'm a Jew, was her response to me saying, why don't you just go and talk to people in your own freaking city? And she considers herself to be a very liberal person. She's in favor of a 2-state solution. She thinks of herself as a person who really wants peace. But on a cultural level, she cannot talk to other human beings. She can't imagine having a conversation with Palestinians as if they were real people, just because she's Jewish. That's not because she's somehow genetically a terrible human being. It's because she grew up in a society based on the parallel societies developed here at this point in the first decade of the 20th century. That is important for us to understand. If you want to know why so much of Israel is today super fucked up and racist, and realistically, the best parallel I've made oftentimes for Americans in classes is Israel is about as racist as the US was 80 years ago. Both countries are still racist, but Israel is a lot more overt about it than the US is. And it's like that because they don't interact. They stay in their own little camps. They don't talk to each other. They don't interact with each other. So there's no counterexamples. And the lefties I know, the people who actually do walk into these neighborhoods and talk to people, they don't have those attitudes. They can let them go. Hence, like Anarchists Against the Wall and all these different groups and Solidarity Sheikh Jarrah. I've been in a lot of bi-national protests, in activism there. There's a lot of Israelis who are genuinely good people and get it and want to work with Palestinians, but they're the people who talk to Palestinians. The ones who never do, even when they think that they're liberal people, actually racist as fuck because of this. And this is the core of that. This is the reason. So if anything out of this whole second half of this discussion today sticks with you, I hope the parallel societies one does, because the separation economically has had cultural effects. It has dug deep roots into people's social psychology that makes it very difficult to overcome, to actually get people to open up and talk to others as human beings. It's an extremely destructive turn. Okay. From there, the other ideological innovation of the second Aliyah is kibush karka, the conquest of land. So that's what I'm looking at, the land purchases and stuff here. And the goal there is just spread the population out as much as you can, because if it comes to a fight and they create a country later, wherever there's Jews, they have a chance of claiming that land. But if they're all in one little area, it doesn't work. So even though a lot of this population wants to be more urban, they're still trying to spread it out as much as they can. In practice, most of the settlement is still along the coast strip and in the Galil. But they do scatter around in small communities, even down here into the Negev. There's little bits of them everywhere, because they're trying to plant people as much as they can. I'll talk a little bit more about that in the early state period. So in either 4 or 6 weeks, depending on where these things line up, because the whole development towns idea that was common in the 50s and 60s, where they would take new Olim and then they would just send them off like, oh, you're a banker? No, you're not a banker anymore. You're a farmer, and move out to this little village in the middle of fucking nowhere because we got to plant people there. It's a significant part of the early Israeli ideology, but it actually comes from this period here. in the second Aliyah, the idea of spreading out. So it's a long-term issue as well. Insert the Jewish presence into as much as you can possibly. And again, don't mix. Don't talk to Palestinians. Don't interact with Palestinians. Don't learn their language. Don't interact with them at all. Separate as much as you possibly can from them, because we're trying to build a sort of bunker mentality is one of the expressions I've used for this. You're starting to think that you got to defend yourself. You got to like turtle up a bit and like protect yourself from the world around you. So this period is also where paramilitaries are formed. The main Zionist paramilitaries are largely a product of the second Aliyah. So like the Haganah goes back into this period here, and this idea of you have to defend yourself against this hostile world that wants to take you out. Part of that you're bringing with you, because these people are coming mostly, again, out of Eastern Europe, where there's tons of pogroms and attacks on them. So there's a lot of racism that they're used to dealing with. But then they introduce it into a new context by being completely dickish to other people. So it just means they have to maintain that bunker mentality, to maintain that defensive ethos. So what you have from this period on to another significant constituent element of the whole conflict that goes back to the second Aliyah is the militarization of Israeli society. You create a highly militarized state where people are all going to contribute, support the different paramilitaries, learn to fight back or whatever, organize yourself into these different defensive formations, because you're determined to try and like maintain control no matter what. I think time-wise, I'll talk a little bit more about that as an idea too. In 2 weeks. I'll talk about some of the early paramilitaries and how some of that kind of stuff works. So that'll be a significant theme for next time we meet, is what happens out of this, how these paramilitaries develop, what are their ideologies. We'll dive much deeper into that. But this is the beginning of that process. So you're separating the people, the societies, and you're militarizing your society with this defensive ethos. You know, this kind of like, you know, throw out the barricades kind of ideal. As we head into World War I, the Zionist population is still very, very small. So by this point, out of 555,000 Palestinian Arabs approximately, there's also a few tens of thousands of other small populations, some Sudanese migrants, some German migrants. There was literally German Protestants who moved there thinking they could convert the whole country, which I still think is hilarious. So there's people coming from all over the place, but there's about 80,000 Jews at this time, right? So 80,000. Out of that, only 25,000 of them are Zionists. The majority of Jews in Palestine in 1914 are part of the old Yeshuv, the original non-Zionist religious community, still concentrated in the 4 holy cities and perfectly happy to do their own thing and interact with Palestinians. So it's the population of Zionists in this period, and this is why, again, there's people who don't stick around in either time. 25,000 is about how many came in the first Aliyah. And here at the end of the second Aliyah, it's still only 25,000 Zionists. Because a lot of people move and they try it, and after a few years, like, fuck this, I'm going to move to Buenos Aires instead. This is too hard. It's too hard to do this thing. And this is, again, it's moving into a very alien climate, a very difficult environment, and it's hard for a lot of people to adapt. Looks like people are leaving. Hi. So thanks for being here. These do get recorded. They do get posted. You can always catch up in the last parts of today on YouTube or whatever later. The last main things I need to deal with today are largely just World War I and its impact on Palestine, because Palestine is a major battleground in World War I that no one talks about today. And then I want to talk about the Ottoman G-sides or whatever that happened during the war, because it's a way of, again, seeing what nationalism can do. But those are our last 2 topics for today. So anyway, that takes us through that section. So you guys ready to destroy the 19th century world and head into World War I?
Absolutely.
Only 25,000 Zionists. Not a big part of the total population, right? You've got more than 600,000 people in Palestine before World War I. Only 25,000 of that 650,000 people are Zionists. But there's also quite a lot of non-Zionist Jews. So there's that. Okay, so let's this one. Oh yeah. You should enlist, they said. It'll be fun, they said. Off to die in the trenches. Yay, war. So we're going to go into World War One now. And with that, I won't talk too much about the war overall, but there's a couple of little pieces I'll throw in, like a little bit of context for it. But we're going to focus mostly on what happens in the Middle East, which is usually not talked much about in the context of World War One, but it is actually a significant battleground for the war. But everyone always wants to talk about the Eastern Front, the Western Front. They ignore the fact that there's fighting in East Africa, and there's fighting in the South Atlantic, and there's fighting in the Pacific Islands. I mean, there's fighting all over the world. It is a world war. It's just that, people want to talk only about these two major areas. But the Middle East is a significant battleground. So we do... Oppo laughed at my bed. That's funny. So great. Your bird has a great sense of humor. Or at least a terrible one matching mine. The general context for war is tricky, and there's a few different parts to it. One easy one I'll point to is the alliance system, and this is not how it actually lasts into the war. But initially, your central powers are called that because it goes right down the middle of Europe. Germany, Austria, and Italy were initially allied, and that alliance gets France and Russia to ally formally and create a military alliance, so they're on either side of the central powers. The UK isn't technically allied, but the Entente Cordiale is not a military alliance, but it is a friendly agreement. Yeah, is a good direct translation of it. It's like, we aren't willing to commit to defending you per se, but we like you more than them, and it's not that they like each other per se. It's more a matter of they're more afraid of the other side. And there is a way in which the rise of Germany is a significant threat to a lot of other powers in Europe. Germany, again, isn't a country until 1871, and Italy not until 1864. They're relatively recent countries, but they begin industrializing quickly, and they're throwing off the general balance of power in Europe. Things don't work out the same way they used to. It used to be like France, Russia, the Ottomans, those are your main powers in the continent. That's all you got to worry about. Everybody else is a minor player, right? But now you've got other countries that are quite populous and wealthy. And yeah, as far as text, if there's any text, it will be backward, because if I'm hosting, I can reverse it. But if I'm joining somebody else's, I can't reverse it. On YouTube, it should be the right direction. I think I've got it reversed there, but here it'll always be backward. It's a TikTok problem. One of the things to keep in mind here is that a lot of people are going to go into this with these like romantic conceptions of war, like this, because nationalism is a new idea. It only spread across the 19th century, and people are starting to think that, I got to fight for the fatherland, fight for my nation state against others. And we also tend to forget in the contemporary world that ethnicity and race and nation are all kind of interchangeable, like, terms. They're social categories, and people used to use terms like race in this context. So like the French race versus the German race, right? And instead of all these smaller scale differences, like your local variations in language or culture, whatever, you're starting to identify with these broader nation states as a kind of like racialized entity, and thinking that you are inherently in conflict with everyone who isn't like you. So of course, I'm in France, they're in Germany, I'm part of the French race, I hate the German race, let's fight, bro. Like, that's what's building up in this period. So a lot of people go into this war, very happy to do this, and they're going to hit like the changes in modernity are going to be a huge shock. And I won't get into that kind of stuff here because it's not really relevant, but like in World War I, tanks show up, chemical warfare shows up, aircraft and bombing of cities shows up for the first time, tons of things that had never really been a part of any European war before. Machine guns have been used in some conflicts before this, but not in Europe, right? They used machine guns in South Africa or whatever, but they weren't, they used them in the Sudan, but here they're like shooting at each other with them, and people are charging each other with fixed bayonets like it's the 19th century still, and charging into machine gun fire. So the brutality of the war is going to be a profound shock to a lot of people. They're not really expecting it. But a lot of the background for it comes from simply the unification of Germany and how it throws things off. Because once Germany is a bigger country with a larger population and hence more potential money, and then it starts to industrialize, it industrializes really fast. So Britain has this massive head start because it starts the process in the mid 18th century, and Germany just shoots way the hell past it. And within 20 years, it surpassed British steel production. It does not take them long to catch up in tons of areas. So in the long run, everyone knows they will catch up. And what can we do about this? So it forces everyone to start innovating, and you end up with all these arms races. So here is HMS Dreadnought from 1906. And when HMS Dreadnought shows up, everyone's ships are suddenly obsolete because the armor is so much thicker, the guns are so much bigger. Everyone needs to do that. So now everyone's building new battleships to match this. But once you do that, then somebody needs to make a ship with bigger, guns and more armor plating, and then it just everyone has to constantly keep up. But everyone knows that because Germany's population is larger, as its economy grows, next thing you know, Germany is going to have a massive blue water navy, just like the UK, and Britain will no longer be a major power. So it's worth keeping in mind that no one is actively trying to prevent war, where they were in the mid-19th century. After the Napoleonic Wars, there's a general consensus in Europe among the major powers to prop up each other's conservative governments and prevent a major war from breaking out. But here, 99 years later, everyone's like, screw it. War is inevitable. It's going to happen sooner or later anyway, so it might as well happen sooner, because if it happens later and Germany has managed to catch up and their navy is bigger, then we can't win. You see the problem there? Everyone wants to always blame only Germany or whatever, but realistically, while the Germans should take a lot of blame for World War I, no one was actively trying to prevent the war either. They were all terrified because the balance of power had changed and things were heading off. So just, fun one here, like you think about, so not the band Franz Ferdinand, but, the Archduke. So here, this is one bad little meme here. So the little drawing of the assassination of the Archduke Franz Ferdinand, and then the driver's like, well, there goes my 5 stars for this ride, like he's an Uber or something. But a Serbian nationalist from Bosnia, Gavrilo Princip, takes out the heir to the Austrian throne. And that's what Archduke means in this context. It's kind of like the Austrian version of Prince of Wales. It just means the person who's next in line to become Emperor of the Austrians and King of Hungary. At the time, it's really worth knowing that the current emperor, Franz Josef, was not actually unhappy that he died, because Franz Ferdinand was a reformer who wanted to add more democracy to Austria-Hungary, give more rights to all the different minority populations. And Franz Josef, oh, jeez, crazy kitten. Yeah, hi. Yeah, that was my coffee you were trying to knock over. Good thing it was just about empty. Yeah. Crazy kitten. Hi. Loud purrs. Loud purrs from a kitten. Franz Josef is an old school absolutist, doesn't really want reform, so the loss of Franz Ferdinand is not actually a problem per se, but it is an excuse. It's a good opportunity to punish Serbia. Now, there was actually evidence for this, and for a long time everyone sort of denied it, that the Serbian government actually had a hand in this, even though he's a Bosnian Serb. And we do find out later, yeah, that actually is true. Once all the archives were finally opened up after the end of the Cold War and people got to see all the old records. And yeah, they did play a part in this, but they had to deny it at the time because Serbia is a very small country and Austria-Hungary is quite large. So on their own, they can't win a fight there, and they've got a problem. So they're trying to deal with that in a sense, damage control, but they do want to support Bosnian Serbs and try to get that territory as part of Serbia and not part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. That's kind of the context for this. But at the time, just think about this, old school kind of metaphor for it. Everyone is shoveling black powder into the barrel and they're all smoking at the same time. Eventually, a spark is going to set that thing off and explode. But so we're not no one's lighting the fuse directly, but they're all shoveling black powder in and they're all smoking. So it's just a matter of finding the right excuse, and it's going to turn into a general conflagration. There's no way around it, so to speak. That's the situation you're looking at here. This is not the cause of World War I, but it is a trigger. It is the excuse used to launch the thing. And the reason that we give the Germans a lot of shit over this is that they did actually encourage Austria in this, because the problem is that Serbia is friendly with Russia, and Russia at this time has a very paternalistic attitude to other Slavic peoples, my South Slavic brothers or whatever, and they're going to back them in any fight, and Austria cannot take Russia on their own. They know that. So they need help. And so when von Bethmann-Hollweg here in Germany basically gives the Austrians a blank check. He says, do whatever you want, make whatever threat you want, and we'll back you. We got your back, bro. We'll support you. And that allows the Austrians to make a claim to Serbia that they know Serbia will reject. That there's no way Serbia can accept these conditions and surrender so much of their autonomy because, you know, well, no one wants to surrender that much of your state sovereignty. It'd be like, you know, just, we surrender to you. They don't want to do that. It's going to back them into a corner. And Austria would not have felt bold enough to do that if they knew they would have to face Serbia and Russia on their own. But with Germany doing this, they feel confident. The short for like why Germany felt they could do it is an older plan that they didn't even properly follow during the war. We don't need to get into this because, again, I'm not going to spend much time talking about the war. I'm only laying a little bit here. After this, we have to go right into talking about the Ottomans, because the Ottomans are a major player in World War I. But the Germans have what they called the Schlieffen Plan. And it's dumb in one way, because by sending your troops through Belgium, you're going to violate Belgian neutrality, and that forces the UK to join the war, because Britain is the guarantor of Belgian neutrality. But they're not really worried about Britain, because Britain is an island, and they'd have to get their troops over. They don't really care. The goal here is send all of your troops west. Knock out France first. Like in the Franco-Prussian War, drive straight to Paris, go through Belgium to make it nice flat country, charge toward Paris, knock France out, then turn to Russia. Because everyone assumed it would take Russia a long time to mobilize troops, so they can ignore them for a while, knock out the more powerful state France, and then Russia will make terms and make peace. So I figured Russia and the UK would just, okay, fine, let's compromise here, because without France, we don't want to do this. That was the goal. In practice, they didn't actually follow it. In World War I, and you know, Schlieffen isn't even around anymore, but the general staff panicked because the Russians mobilized faster than they expected and moved into East Prussia. They got their asses kicked, but they did. They moved into German territory. They panicked, and they redirected several divisions from the Western Front to the east. And when they did that, it slowed the advance in the west, and that allowed the French to dig in trenches, and that gave us the Western Front. So they didn't follow. We don't know if this would have worked anyway. It probably still wouldn't have, but it definitely couldn't work because they redirected a bunch of their soldiers eastward. Either way, this is why the Germans feel ballsy about it. They feel they have an idea of how they can win a two-front war, so they don't mind backing Austria's play. So in a sense, this is why we do have to give a disproportionate amount of blame to the Germans for this war, because if they had not done that, if they had not given this blank check to Vienna, then they wouldn't have made that kind of ultimatum to Serbia and risked a general European war. So it's a little indirect, but it is still kind of on them in a way. These are the powers that go into the war. Germany and Austria stay together, but Italy actually cheats and sits out the war and then makes a secret deal with the Allies to join their side. And some of that would have actually come at the expense of the Ottomans. They would have granted some territory to Italy in exchange for it. But the Italians basically cheat and join the other team. And then they get, in place of that, they get Bulgaria and the Ottomans to join them in the war. So it fills out their roster. And then, the rest of it, you can kind of guess. But this throws the Ottomans into it. And the Ottoman participation in the war is the interesting challenge for us. Why do they do it? What do they get out of it? How is it going to affect Palestine? And how is it going to affect, like, the Middle East overall? Because it does have some very significant long-term effects already at present. In fact, some of the things that are being unleashed at this time in the Middle East are actually the background for Daesh, ISIS, whatever the hell you want to call them. Like a lot of the ideological trends and social trends that are behind that movement go back to this period. Although we don't need to go into ice cream group. That's a funny name for them. Yeah, the TikTok language is always going to be inherently confusing to me. I'm a little too pedantic, so thank you for always like helping me, and it's always going to be a bit of a challenge. DoorDash. Yeah, okay, so yeah. But yeah, on some level, that kind of Islamic nationalism goes back to what's happening here. And that's a whole completely different topic. If you guys ever want to talk about like, you know, Islamism and whatever, any crap like that, we can do those. But different issue. Let's see, what's next? Oh, fun one. I love political cartoons. I have so many political cartoons seeded through my lectures because they're neat. This one's like, you got Serbia is a small country, so little tiny Serbia is here in the front here. And he says, if you touch me, I'll. And then Austria is the one trying to get Serbia. So Serbia's like, if you make a move, like, you know, here, hassling Serbia. So Russia's back here because Russia's going to back Serbia. And Russia's, if you hit that little feller, I'll. And then behind Russia is Germany because Germany's going to back Austria. If you strike my friend, I don't know here. And then way back in the back, like way back there is the John Bull caricature for Britain. And he's like, hey, no, let's not fight, you know, like just like back, because not technically militarily allied yet, but still kind of in the game. But it's kind of like it's dominoes, basically, right? This move against this country brings everybody else into the fight. They're forced into it because of the alliance system. It traps them. So there's that. Now, the Ottoman situation here is interesting because everyone wants to focus on the Western Front or the Eastern Front. The Ottomans were fighting on 4 different fronts, you know, and they have a very challenging geography. If anybody doesn't know much about the Mideast region as a whole, you've got a massive desert here, and you've got mountains all across here. So how the hell do I get supplies from here to here? Because I got to cross deserts and mountains. That's a pain in the ass. And then how do I get the supplies down here? Like, how do I fight here? Like, it's really hard to move things around, and they still haven't finished all the rail lines. The rail line running from Istanbul to Baghdad isn't actually finished until the early 1930s. So there are parts of the country that do have trains in place. There are rail lines running to Palestine at this point, but it doesn't cover the entire country. So you have significant logistical problems just moving troops and equipment and everything around in order to keep this going. So they have a very, very challenging setup for going into this war. So you might be tempted to wonder, knowing that they are behind everybody industrially and militarily, why get involved? Why do it? Why risk it? Because if you risk it, if you get involved and it goes wrong, you could lose even more territory. And, you know, they've lost a lot of territory in previous wars. You know, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, Serbia, like Greece, like tons of territory in the Balkans are independent. Plus the Russians gobbled up tons of territory in the Caucasus and Ukraine and whatnot. Because, you know, like much of the northern Caucasus and the northern part of the Black Sea were actually under Ottoman control for a while, and they're not anymore. So they've been losing land for a while. So this is risky. But the reason to do it is actually kind of clear for them. And it's really, it's the 2 main reasons are, one, Russia is on the other side, and they hate the Russians. They fought a whole bunch of wars with the Russians, so they've lost a lot of territory. So it's one of those, enemy of my enemy is my friend. Okay, that makes sense. And 2, the Germans have become the major investor. This is true under Abdulhamid, and it's true in the Young Turk period. The Germans have been building telegraph lines and railroad tracks and training the military and selling them ships and all kinds of stuff. So the Germans are your major outside power that have been helping you. So, of course, you're on their side. It makes sense. So you've got like these 2 kind of simple principles, you know, the one who's been supporting you for a while is your friend, and they're fighting somebody that you also already hate. So it's like a nice little 1-2 punch. Okay, yeah, sure. We're on your side. They don't get involved immediately. They're not there from like August of 14, but a few months into it, they launch a surprise attack on the Russians and join the war officially on the German side. And very briefly, you know, just in a couple of minutes here, I want to show you just a small piece of each of 4 fronts. The last of them is the important one because that's Palestine. You know, it is one of the major fronts in the conflict. But just to give you a sense of how complicated this is for them, what's involved in putting the Ottomans into this war. Where are we at? Let's see. Okay, there we go. So here's our 4 fronts. We're going to fight here, 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 and here, right? In 4 widely separated areas. And their performance is actually kind of a mixed bag. There are some places where they fight really, really well. And overall, they do hold their own. Certainly better than the Italians, who spent nearly the entire war engaged in like one mountain pass with the Austrians. Couldn't really ever break out of it. They're not as bad as you might think. They've learned a lot of lessons from the Balkan Wars. They've stepped up their game a bit. They bought a whole lot more equipment from the Germans. They've been training hard for this. They do have a lot of obstacles that will make it difficult, but they're better prepared than people tend to think. It's one of the reasons I still hope that someday we get like a World War I movie set here. Okay, I can't resist this. Just sort of a pet peeve about war movies in general. So you guys know there's a whole bunch of World War I movies out there. All of them are trash, and some of them are trash for one very specific reason. When you're showing trench warfare on the Western Front, where the hell are all the colonial troops? Because the French trenches were packed full of West Africans. The British trenches were packed full of South Asians. But it's always just a bunch of white boys shooting each other. That's all we get, just a bunch of white boys. Like you don't see that these are major global empires fighting, and that tons of people from way outside Europe are having to fight in Europe. So I'd love to see a World War I movie that actually looks like the freaking trenches. Because then some of the propaganda at the time doesn't even make sense. A lot of the Germans used a bunch of totally horrifically racist propaganda, like, oh, the French have all these black troops and they're going to grape all of you if they get through. Ooh, like, again, they're all racist as hell. But so much of the context for World War I is lost when we have these wars. There's just a bunch of like white boys in nice, pretty uniforms shooting each other. So like, yeah. Oh, Spielberg does some loud. His World War II stuff is not great either. Oh, did I hear right? Is he going to do a movie about what's going on today? Because God, like that Munich was terrible. Anyway, so complicated position. A quick comment here. One fun thing would be interesting if anybody finds trench warfare itself interesting, like the Western Front. The Caucasus fighting looks just like it. The Ottomans and the Russians get bogged down in trench warfare in eastern Anatolia, and they spend years moving back and forth a couple of miles at a time, you know, going nowhere. It looks just like the Western Front. But no one talks about this today. No one remembers the casualties they suffered, although the horrors of this. But, you know, they initially move into Russian territory, get pushed back, and then it just bogs down in this, like, protracted conflict here. The Gallipoli campaign is an unmitigated disaster for the UK and an overwhelming success for the Ottomans. The Brits decided to land here at the Dardanelles, this little Gallipoli Peninsula, and then from here you could march toward Istanbul, knock out the capital, boom, you win the war. So they got a whole bunch of poor Anzac troops, you know, Australian and New Zealand troops, dumped them there, and the Turks chewed them to pieces with machine guns. It's just horrifying. They could never establish a proper beachhead. They keep trying to get off the boats, and kind of like if D-Day completely failed, right? So this actually, one of the commanders here ends up using some of his fame from this to kind of catapult himself into eventually becoming Ataturk. So yeah, Mustafa Kemal is involved in this. But either way, this is an unmitigated like success, like overwhelming. So again, it's not all bad for them. And the Mesopotamia campaign is a mixed bag. Initially, the Brits launch a major campaign up into Mesopotamia, hoping to knock that territory out and protect their oil supplies and everything else coming out of Persia. But they lose. Like they get defeated by the Ottomans, and there's a significant number of prisoners taken initially. And that's what 16. Yeah, they surrender in mid-1916 to the Ottomans. But they doubled down. They brought a whole bunch more troops back, and in 1917 they managed to get all the way up to Baghdad. But initially, they get their asses kicked here. And that's a really sad one here. Oh gosh, I'm sure you can't even see that at all. This fella here is starving to death. This is a South Asian British soldier. no one paid much attention to prisoners of war at the time. They all treated them like shit. So yeah, but either way, so successes and a failure. So it's a mixed bag. The fact that they were even able to hold out at all, given how remote Mesopotamia is in the Ottoman Empire and how many geographic barriers and the train lines aren't completed, the fact that they initially beat the Brits and forced the British army to surrender is significant. For us, Palestine is the key one here, and the Palestine campaign is important. The Ottomans actually kind of start this fight. They launch an attack out of here trying to aim for the Suez Canal, because thinking if they can take the Suez Canal, they can cut. Suez Canal has been there since 1868. They think if we can take that, then we can cut Britain off from South Asian troops and East Africa and everything else, all their supply lines, so it'll hurt them. So they launch an attack into there. The Brits push that back and then launch a major counteroffensive. And this actually takes over a whole lot of Egyptian infrastructure. It pisses a lot of Egyptians off. It plays a part in the Egyptian drive to independence too. But we're not talking about Egypt, so I won't talk about that. But there's a major campaign launch built up in Egypt and launched from there and launched into Palestine. And it's a major front in the war, and the Ottomans hold their ground and they're pushed back gradually in stages. Here's a fun one for people who love like Zionist propaganda stuff, or like, the kind of talking points. There's a cool one that they throw on a lot, that Israel is the only country in the world to end the 20th century with more trees than it had at the beginning of the 20th century. That is technically true. There's two problems with that. One is it's not true by as much as you might think, and I'll tell you why in a moment. But the other is they actually imported a whole lot of species that aren't native to the area and are much more easily combustible, so that sucks. But they do have a lot more trees there now. One of the reasons that they had to do that, though, is that the Ottoman Empire actually substantially deforested Palestine during World War I. Why? Because of logistical problems. They couldn't keep the trains running. They didn't have the coal for it, so they chopped down trees to throw into the boilers and keep the trains going. Like, what are you going to do? They used what they could. So it's there's a lot of damage done to this country during the war. There's tens of thousands of casualties, a significant amount of deforestation, tons of physical damage into cities and infrastructure. Palestine is a battleground in World War I, and no one's ever done a movie out of that. So, oh well. But that's the one of the keys there. One fun one here. I think I've got here we go. So this asshole here. As the British take Jerusalem, right? The British commander, Allenby, turns to his aide and says, "It's over. We've won. The Crusades are over." Like the idea of Christian Europe conquering the Holy Land had never really gone away. They just lacked the ability to do it for centuries. And here they did. They're still thinking in those ways. So it's that kind of like chauvinism is still worth holding on to. But either way, they take that. So you can see the front lines gradually moving up and gradually taking more and more territory here. Let's see. One other thing relevant to to World War I, another significant part here is that this is again where did I move that right? That's there, and then okay, cool. Let's see. Actually, well, I think you probably intended to put the slide the next one, but I'll do it here with the images so I don't forget. During the war, just keep in mind the Ottomans are actually going to go through a lot of the same transformations as everybody else in it. So if anyone's ever seen those stories where like a whole bunch of American women went and got jobs because all the doughboys are overseas fighting, so who's going to keep the factories going? So women get a nice taste of economic independence, and in that because of the war. The same thing happens in the Ottoman Empire. A whole bunch of Turks and Arabs, Arab women went to work outside the home for the first time, and they start building a sense of like entrepreneurship and economic independence and everything else. The Ottoman and Arab feminist movements take a significant leap forward because of World War I, because they do the same thing. A lot of women go into the workforce and take those jobs, right? So it's the same basic dynamic, which is why it's funny that more than a century later, you still got tons of assholes in this country thinking that, oh yeah, there's no way that there can be feminists in there. They want to oppress women. No one wants women to drive. I'm like, are you kidding? Like, what? Whatever. Okay, let's get the image right here. Okay, so during the war, the Ottomans actually hurt themselves by calling it a jihad. And a lot of Muslims lose respect for the Sultan / Caliph because of this, because they see in the war, this is just a more imperialistic bullshit that has nothing to do. Now, jihad has to be a defensive war when Muslims are threatened for being Muslims. It has to be called by a legitimate authority, which is why all these terror groups calling it today, no, most people don't take that seriously because there is no caliphate. But in addition to that, it also has to have a specific cause, meaning Muslims have to be threatened. They have to be being persecuted in some way. And that's not the cause of World War I. Everyone knows that. So the Ottomans actually hurt their own authority with their own subjects by trying to spin this as jihad. And this actually is a major boon to Arab nationalism. So Arabism can effectively become Arab nationalism in this period, right? And you can start to see the first significant pushes in that direction here. So this here is like the hangings, right, of a bunch of nationalist figures in Syria. Like there are martyr squares in Damascus and Beirut today that are named for these events during World War I, where the Ottoman authorities clamped down on local Arab figures who were saying, hey, we don't want to be part of your bullshit fake jihad. Like, let's just go our own way. And they're like, no, must be loyal, crush, crush. So Arab nationalism is being born. It's incubated by World War I. And that's important to keep in mind here too. Another one that doesn't play a huge part here, but we have to talk a little bit about it because of the way the Hussein McMahon correspondence affects Palestine, is that, and I think I saw much earlier, somebody in the chat typed Lawrence of Arabia. I'm going to throw Lawrence of Arabia into the story. So there's an Arab revolt. That Arab revolt is the polar opposite of this. This is a nationalist uprising. Oh, a hat. This is a nationalist uprising. This is not. The Great Arab Revolt is actually a dynastic struggle. It's a bunch of like local tribal levies out of Arabia uniting around the Sharif of Mecca, the guardian of the two holy mosques, as a kind of counterweight religious figure to the Caliph. And they're all fighting for a kingdom under him. It's not about freeing Arabs. Most people at the time don't even use the term Arab in a political sense. We can talk about that a little bit more in another day, but it's really not at all the way we kind of depict it. But the Brits do have an interest in creating a fifth front for the Ottomans by creating a revolt inside the Hejaz, and can have people coming up from the interior and attack from behind. And they do play a part in the war. They, the Arab legions here coming up do play a part in Britain taking Damascus. So it does complicate things militarily for the Ottomans, but it's not a nationalist uprising yet. Nationalism does not exist in the region that we're talking about here. The first Arab nationalism is showing up it already exists in Egypt, and Syria is the next place it shows up. So the only place in the Ottoman Empire where Arab nationalism exists is among educated elites in parts of Syria at this point. Arab nationalism doesn't spread into a much more common ideology until we get into the 1930s and 40s. So we'll talk about that further down the line here. But Arab revolt. Oh, here's our Lawrence. Not the movie guy. It's an Arab revolt. Right, here's our Sharif of Mecca. Okay, so the reason that the revolt plays any part in this at all is because of the Hussein McMahon correspondence. This is a back and forth between the Sharif of Mecca and the British government. And they're trying to negotiate, how can I get these guys to rebel against their own government and fight on our side? How can I do that? Well, we'll do that by offering them something. Right? We'll offer them something that they think they want. Their independence. They can break away from the Ottoman Empire and have their own Arab kingdom. Cool, right? Let's do that for them. And Hussein is arguing for all of this, like all of the Arab territories of the Ottoman Empire he wants as his kingdom. So it'd be northern Yemen, the Hejaz, so Western Arabia, Palestine, Syria, which would include Lebanon at the time, and Mesopotamia. All would have been a single Arab superstate. That's what he's asking for. The negotiations actually do hold something back. It's not quite as clear, but it does kind of imply Palestine, but it's very clear about the Mount Lebanon region. The most generous you can do is you're basically cutting out the Wilayet of Beirut, which is basically this coast strip here, and probably the Mutasarrafate of Jerusalem. So this area here, but this area for sure, all the way down to northern Palestine, and possibly the rest of Palestine are all included in this. This is the only area that they set aside. Other than that, Britain is willing to say, Great Britain is, how did it go? Is prepared to recognize and uphold the independence of the Arabs in all regions lying within the frontiers proposed by the Sharif of Mecca. Minus, of course, what they've already agreed will be excluded from that, i.e. the coast part in the Mount Lebanon area. So this strip along here. The fact that Palestine's status is confusing in the letters is interesting here because people can argue one way or the other that it's included or not included. But it does argue that they're going to get this whole area. Did that happen? Did Britain support the Sharif of Mecca, Hussein, in creating a kingdom over the whole area? No, because the whole mandate period, as a consequence of World War I, they took all this area. Danny's going. Let's see. So it's not ultimately going to work out because they already have a number of other secret deals that already exist, including Sykes-Picot, which argues that France and all this area and Britain and all this area are going to take control of this entire freaking area for themselves. They have no interest in supporting independence here. They don't care about Arabia at the time. And again, nobody knew oil existed in Arabia at the time. So like, fine, screw it. You can have that. But that's it. That's all they were willing to concede to them. The rest of it, they were determined to hold on to, either directly or indirectly. The areas of indirect control here that you got for France and Britain are largely interior areas that are mostly desert, so they just don't care enough. But all the most heavily populated areas, the big cities, the areas that are natural resources, like they already knew there was oil here in Persia, so they figured, well, we're going to take this area here because there could be oil. So they're determined to hold all this land. And they've already worked out a deal. This initially involved the Russians too, for an allied condominium where Britain, France, and Russia would have shared control of Palestine. And that would have been under their joint control. So this clearly cannot be offered to them because they've already promised it. But of course, that's true for most of this. So yeah, Sykes-Picot is, it makes the whole Hussein McMahon correspondence a direct lie. But that's again kind of in the nature of empires and powerful states, is to lie to people that you can get away with lying to. So whatever. And the whole idea of like, we want some areas under direct control and some areas under indirect control, ultimately that's a lot of bullshit anyway. Like the indirect control area would still have military bases. They would still exert control over the area. They just wouldn't be as formally colonized because it's not worth it to them economically to do it. But they're determined to hold all this different territory here. Now, one other complication in all of this, so between Sykes-Picot and Hussein McMahon correspondence, both of them are already talking about Palestine. Did you notice that? It's kind of implied in some ways that the Arabs could have partial control over it in Hussein McMahon. In Sykes-Picot, it's argued that it's going to be under the direct control jointly of 3 allied countries. But you guys have probably heard of the Balfour Letter. There's a third promise. So it's like the triple promised land. And no one's bothering to ask Palestinians, what do you want? Everyone's just granting it to different people in this. But the Balfour Letter shows up in this context. And it has 2 pieces of background that are relevant to us here. One of them is to keep in mind that there's a significant British Christian Zionist ideal. So there's a lot of people there that are restorationists. They want to support the Zionist movement and put the Jews there. They think it'd be good for British Empire because, again, it puts a loyal European population on the ground that'll help them control the territory. So it makes a certain amount of sense for the British Empire to support Zionism. So they've got that. And there's a kind of like, again, religious, cultural sort of connection there with the restorationism. The other thing about it is they're trying to use it to get Zionists to sign up for the British military, to join the war effort, because they're having a harder and harder time getting more people to volunteer to fight because the war is going badly. Like, it's costing a lot of lives. So how do I get a whole bunch of Jewish soldiers to sign up and join my army? Well, I'll promise them something. Hence the Balfour Letter. So there's two kind of imperial reasons for Britain to do it. The letter itself is also not the way a lot of Zionists like to depict it. So there's a lot of people who will say that the Balfour Letter says His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people and will use their best efforts to facilitate the achievement of this object. Boom, end quote. That's what the Zionists will say, that Britain supported the creation of a Jewish national home, full stop. Problem is, if you actually read the fucking letter, it's not what it says, because there's a comma here, not a period. The sentence continues to say, it being clearly understood that nothing may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, i.e., if the Zionists hurt the Palestinians, deal off. Which makes sense, right? Now, in practice, it doesn't work out this way, because once the mandate's in place, the fact that there are a lot of British Christian Zionists in the administration, it kind of messes things up and makes it hard to apply. But the Balfour Letter is actually much more nuanced than people tend to say. It doesn't just say, y'all can have this. First off, national home does not mean nation state. It means this is a place where Jews can live and be safe. This is a place where Jews can have a nice protected sanctuary. We'll write it into the Constitution, which they do in the mandate, that Judaism is protected. Jews are protected. They have rights here. But it's still intended to be Palestine. The idea here is this will always be Palestine, but Jews can also have it as a national home along with the other people. And will only support their movement in here if they don't hurt other Palestinians. Which would kind of invalidate the entire fucking Zionist project. So whenever people who are like pro-Israel or something cite Balfour, they don't understand what this document actually says, because this does not actually support them at all. It supports the creation of a Palestinian state that has a protected constitutional status for Jews. And if Jews were to lash out at other people and try to hurt other Palestinians, then they can't even have that anymore. So it's when people do things like this, and there's tons of ways in which it's really a bad idea. And this is one of the reasons I try to discourage people from going into these debate lives and arguing with people. Most people having these arguments they're not arguing sincerely. They don't care about the facts. They're not trying to learn anything. They just have talking points, and that's it. It's a waste of time, because they could be wrong on every single fact, and you can argue those till you're blue in the face and lay out all the empirical evidence. They don't care. It's a waste of your fucking time to do it. Talk to people who are not already committed, who can be swayed, who are more open-minded. Show them, right? And help them understand, if the Zionist tells you this and they bullshit you with this document, here's what it actually means. You can insulate them against the propaganda. But if somebody has already swallowed that propaganda, don't waste your time. It's bad for you psychologically, and it has no actual social value. It won't change the argument. It won't help Palestinians at all. You're basically you're dancing to their tune. You're playing their game at their rules. And they will never play that game honestly. This is not just something that's true about Zionists. It's true for any kind of hardcore ideological people. It's like why I would tell people, don't argue with like Holocaust deniers. Just don't do it. It's a waste of fucking time, because they are arguing intentionally dishonestly, and you are wasting your fucking time talking to them, and you're dancing to their tune by doing it. You're giving them legitimacy. Don't do it. So the Balfour letter, much more complex, much more nuanced position it takes in there than it's used in the propaganda. So worth noting here. And again, it has two specific purposes during World War I. One of which is directly tied to the war effort, getting more troops to sign up, and it works. A whole bunch of Zionists who live in Palestine actually enlist in the British Army during World War I. So it draws in the troops, so it accomplishes their objective. And again, they're hoping to get some people to move from Europe to there to create a loyal population that will help to keep Palestine a part of the British Empire. So those are their main reasons. So when a lot of people try to argue the British Empire was like 100% on the side of the Zionists and always wanted to like blah, 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 create Israel, that's technically not true. The initial British goal was to take control of Palestine for themselves and use the Zionists to hold on to Palestine. So it's actually very cynical in that way, and not at all like the ideological perspective people argue now. So okay, that's cool there. Let's see what's next here. Okay, so winding down the conflict here, because again, World War I, Palestine is a major battleground. So let's keep that in mind here too. There's more than 50,000 fatalities in Palestine during the war. 4/5 of them are going to be Muslims, but there's also a significant number of Christian Palestinians and Jewish Palestinians who do die in the war because it is a battleground and they're on either side of the militaries here fighting for it. So Palestinians do get hurt in this. There's, again, I mentioned the deforestation earlier. There's a significant amount of like fatalities in all the communities in Palestine. There's a ton of devastation because it's a major battleground for it. So it does suffer. It is a part of the war overall. As the war is winding down, and we'll talk about the details of this next time with the mandatory government, but I want to give a couple of like basic points about the direction the mandate will go. And we'll give details and we'll flesh it all out in 2 weeks. But last thing I'll say about Palestine to kind of like set up the mandate period is that Britain is determined that this will stay Palestine, but they're still Orientalist as hell. They actually import a bunch of like bureaucrats from South Asia to help govern the area initially because, all Orientals are the same anyway. What does it matter? I don't need to get Arabs to do this. I'll just bring some Indians in to do the job. Like Britain used South Asians and a whole bunch of other. They used South Asians in East Africa and Southeast Asia. They use them all over the place. People who are already kind of assimilated and can do the job for them. So they bring some here to Palestine and start putting them in positions of authority there. But they do understand. They understand that Palestine is an Arab country in the sense of speaking Arabic. That's how they think of it. So while Britain will end up doing a lot to help the Zionists, keep in mind that their understanding of Palestine is that it's Palestine and it's Arab, and that it's always going to have that Arab majority, that's what they're trying to incorporate into their empire as an Arab state. That said, they do from the beginning, because of the way they want to use the Jews, the way they want to manipulate them by bringing some of them in to support them and use them in the war, they do grant certain perks to the Zionists, including making Hebrew one of the 3 official languages of the mandate, even though, again, there's like 25,000 Zionists on the ground. So why it doesn't make sense to have that as one of the languages, but they do. Because they're trying to encourage more Zionists to move there in the first place. So they grant a lot of privileges to the Yishuv from the beginning. Not only is their language going to become one of the official languages for correspondence in it, but they also grant them a lot of autonomy in it. So where the Palestinian Arabs are going to be ruled essentially as colonial subjects, they allow the Zionists basically to govern themselves and tax themselves. They grant them a lot of autonomy inside the structure of the mandate. And one of the reasons for that is that the High Commissioner they put in charge is actually a British Christian Zionist. So he's sympathetic to what they're doing. He's a restorationist. So in the British position, and again, we'll talk much more about this in 2 weeks, there's a lot of left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing. They have conflicting positions here. So their goal may be create an Arab country, but they're going to do a whole lot of shit that makes that impossible to do. And some of those decisions are made right from the start here in granting a lot of perks to the new Yishuv, to the Zionist community. So they got to fly their own flag, they got to tax themselves, they got to use their language in official correspondence, all kinds of that stuff. The question of Hebrew revitalization decades earlier. We talked about that in earlier today. So it's already on there. It's before we actually have Zionists moving in the first place. So many, many decades earlier. Let's see. I think that takes us to the last short topic I've got, and I won't do this in the kind of detail I'll do in some of my classes. But I want to talk, if you guys don't mind, for a few minutes about the Ottoman G-sides, because I think it does tell us something about how the Middle East is changing in this period and what the actual impact is of European nationalism, how much it's going to fuck up the Middle East. Because World War I is an interesting symbolic turning point. Before this period, the Middle East is extremely cosmopolitan. There are people who are Sunni and Shia and Jewish and Orthodox and Catholic and Assyrian and Zoroastrian and Yazidi, and no one cares. It doesn't matter. Like, people speak different languages, have different religions, have languages. It's all mixed up. But in the period afterwards, the nation state model is going to take root and hardcore ethnic nationalism is going to take root. And we will start seeing huge massacres, not only here under the Ottomans, but for decades afterwards. Again, all the way to the present. Again, Emily's DoorDash. What DoorDash is doing is ultimately rooted in this transformation of this conception of the Middle East. The loss of the previous cosmopolitanism in it and the imposition of a single unified ethno-religious identity in the area. So it's really kind of important for us to, I think, have some foundation there, because I think it'll help in some of the later discussions as we start talking about a lot of more modern movements. They'll draw on some of this stuff. So cool. Let me down a little bit of this. Okay, let's see. How do they start this one? Oh, cool. It was a dark and stormy night. As things went to hell. Okay, I'm going to talk a lot first about Armenians. And the Armenian G-side is the larger of them, and certainly the one that gets the most press on it. But in my classes, I actually refer to them as the Ottoman G-sides. And I do talk a lot about, I talk about Greeks and Assyrians and Syriacs, Chaldeans, a bunch of people that all get hurt by this. But I'm going to talk first about a bunch of Armenians and give that, and then at the end I'll tack a little bit on and show you, yeah, there's more people involved. But I'm going to use the Armenian example much more prominently here because it's easier, and it's the general theme that we're really after anyway. So just keep in mind, I'm not just talking about the Armenian G-side, even though they'll be my major example throughout this. First is this orangish area here is the greatest extent of ancient Armenia under Tigranes the Great. Historically, they're mostly in this area here. And then at different times pushed down into Kilikia, and then further over here into the Southern Caucasus. So it's largely this strip in the center here. But at different times, they've been there for a long time. They're pretty well rooted in the region. And the distribution as we head into this conflict is largely in these areas here. So the ones where you can see the patches of white there. So it's still a huge chunk of Eastern Anatolia have very large Armenian populations. And that's what you're kind of dealing with going into this. But I'll show you a little more complicated map in a bit, showing that even in the areas where they make up close to a majority, there's still tons of other peoples living around them. They never have total control over any single area, which is why it's really overblown to think that they had a significant nationalist movement. When we talk about this as whether it's G-side or not, the one thing to kind of keep in mind is that when people push back against this, certainly like Turkish nationalists push back against this, that's a lot of fact-free BS. The Ottoman genocides are one of the easiest things to identify as unambiguously genocide. If it's all 5 parts of the UN definition, it's a really obvious and overwhelming case, even using only Ottoman records. If you use tons of outside sources, it's even clearer. But even if you use only freaking Ottoman sources, it's very clear that they knew what the hell they were doing. But they try to center a lot of the current debate on motive. Oh, we weren't intending to unalive them. We just wanted to move them out of the way. They we wanted to prevent like a 5th column attack on us or whatever. We didn't want Armenians to shoot us while we were fighting the Russians or something. So we were just trying to move them out of the area. That's it. Right. So what they're doing is they're saying we'll admit to ethnic cleansing, but that's it. Never mind the fact that ethnic cleansing is literally a part of genocide. But setting that aside, it's also not true. There were massacres from the start. So there's a lot of this where you just can't do it. Even if you're using only Ottoman Turkish sources, modern Turkish arguments are inherently dishonest and make very, very clear what the intent was. Most Armenians were actually perfectly loyal to the Ottoman Empire, and many of them wanted to serve in the military. Some did actually side with the Armenians on the Russian side and try to support the Russians, and some crossed over the border and joined the Russian side to fight in the war. But it's a very tiny part of it. Most of the Armenian population were loyal to the Ottomans during the war effort and did not have any significant nationalist movement. And part of the reason for that is they're too widely dispersed for it really to make sense. They're scattered all over the place in a huge area. So it just doesn't fit. But what they're going to do is kind of like, let's see, what's up there? You're still going to see. Let's make sure I get that right. Okay, cool. A significant push toward, ethnic cleansing and some very violent ethnic cleansing, largely because the CUP government, the Young Turk government, to use our loose term again, has fallen into Turkish nationalism, and a pretty aggressive Turkish nationalism. It's why when the war breaks out and they start drafting people into the army, they don't send the Armenians to the front lines. They don't give them weapons and put them in the trenches. They instead start drafting them into labor battalions because they don't trust them anymore. You've got a lot of who are these cockroaches? We don't trust them anymore. Like, the nationalism has been taking root. No matter how loyal the Armenians are to the Ottoman government, the fact that they're not Turks bothers some people. So there's a ton of prejudice applied to them. So that extreme nationalist sentiment is important here. And if you're going to argue that you're just trying to move people out of the way, you're just trying to move them out of the war zone, oh, we're just moving them out of the war zone for their own safety, so there's nothing to worry about here. If you're going to do that, then you should probably provide actual supplies, actual resources for them. Food, water, proper housing at night, take care of them. Instead, what you have are forced death marches, very much like the ones you see from the Yazidis late in World War II, where they were trying to keep some of their slave labor and sort of marching them westward. It's horrifying. I'll get out of order with this picture I'll show you here quickly. Where's the one at? So this picture right here, this is a pretty rare picture here of people being marched out toward into the Syrian desert, because they're trying to march people down toward places like Deir ez-Zor on the Euphrates in eastern Syria. So they're forced marches. But on these, let me get back to where I was. These forced marches. So much of this is very difficult in TikTok because they're TikTok language, but also to so trigger warning to people. So if anybody's, upset about statements about extreme violence or sexual violence, sorry. So you're kind of old and you can't keep up, and you're like, oh, this is so hard to march so many miles per day. I can't do it. So the soldier just rides up on his horse and puts a bullet in your head and just leaves your body there to rot. And then they just keep going, right? So there's tons of people like, oh, you can't keep up with us? We'll just hit you with our little pew-pews, whatever TikTok term we're supposed to use here, and just leave those behind. And the people who can walk, we'll keep them going. They're fine. But then you've got, well, tons of other people who are marching and they're going along. So think about like there's pregnant women, right? So you've got pregnant women walking along there, and they're, she's like, 7-8 months pregnant. She's having a hard time keeping up with like a 10-mile march, so forced marches. So she's like, can we slow down a little bit? Like, okay, cool. The soldiers will gather around and they'll place bets on the sex of the unborn child. And then someone will draw their saber and cut her open and then just leave her to bleed out there on the ground. And then the winner collects on the bet, and then they go on and they just leave the body behind. If you are just moving people out of harm's way, you don't do shit like that. This is how we know what this actually is. It's the actions of the people and the ideology governing them, regardless of what any government says. And that's the kind of shit you should apply today in the current situation in the Strip and in the West Bank, is ignore what people are actually saying, look at what they're fucking doing and the ideology motivating it. Oh, here's another one. And okay, so just for anybody who doesn't know me, and like there's a whole section over here on different G sides around the world. There's an entire bookcase on the Yahtzees, and there's all kinds of. One of my first academic positions was actually in a Holocaust library, fact-checking bios, because I could work with German, Hebrew, and Yiddish. So I'm having to do like research to see, okay, so what was the train on the way into Treblinka, blah, blah, blah. And while there, you're looking at a lot of the other records, the things that they've collected. So I sat down and I found they had a significant collection of recorded interviews from survivors of the Armenian G-side. I'm like, okay, I can do that. I'm going to listen to some of these things. So I put the headphones on, put the video on, I'm listening to these things. And I'm watching women in their 70s recounting things that happened to them when they were 13 years old. And they're having a hard time saying it. They're traumatized. They're in tears because they're describing gang rapes, right? Every freaking night. That they take the young girls away from the main camp, a little bit out of the way, and the soldiers all take turns, and then she has to get up and walk the next day on this forced march. And then the next night, rinse, repeat. That's fucked, right? That's not what you do if your goal is to move your own country's civilian population out of harm's way. But if you're dehumanizing people and you want to eliminate them, then yes, you can do that. That's what's driving this. This is why this kind of stuff is fucked up. And this kind of action, this kind of nationalism being introduced into the Mideast is going to have some massive consequences long term, right? It's not just the Zionists that introduce a whole lot of fucked up shit into this area. There's a whole lot of other players that introduce terrible ideas into the region, and the Ottomans are one of those. So something to kind of keep in mind here. Okay, so that was all right. So hopefully you guys are okay from that. If you're gonna see how we can very clearly see that this is a G side, look at the progress of it. Look at the order of operations. The first thing they're gonna do is they're gonna take out the intelligentsia. So your preachers, right? Your priests and your newspaper editors and your major business owners, like civic leaders, like the people who actually could organize, that could actually get the word out, that had credibility and standing in the community, that could stand up and say, hi, terrible things are happening, and people will believe them because he's a respected priest or a respected business owner or something. You take them out first. So then here's some hangings, or like they would line them up on their knees and go one after another and put a bullet in the back of their heads, and like you just arrest them and you claim, oh, we're just like taking them in for questioning, but then they just never come back. And you look at the Ottoman Turkish records, yep, it's all there. We know what happened. Next thing you do, intelligentsia is stop, Liam, please. Am I doing something? Did we need a break or something?
I think Soul needs a dad joke break.
Okay. So we need to lighten the horror for a second, because it is a horrible way to end. I'm almost finished with the whole day, but if we need a break from the horror, somebody wants to tell a terrible joke. But
no, please continue. Let me check with the team. Please continue, Aliyah.
Okay, I'm done in a few minutes. Like we're done with the day, and then we can calm down. We can tell some jokes and ask questions.
Having you is a privilege. So,
okay, so
please continue.
We're almost done. Okay, so we're
sorry for the interruption.
Some intelligentsia first, right? So here's some scenes from that. Here's some guys lined up and taken out. The next thing you do is you start drafting them in, right? So you start drafting you go into Armenian villages. Hey, you're in the army now. You're in the army now. Sign up. But you don't give them the pew-pews. You don't send them to the front. You put them in a labor detachment. You guys are going to dig a hole through this mountain for a railroad tunnel and do this infrastructure work. It's vital work. It supports the war effort. You're being good patriotic Ottomans. Cool, do this. I'm like, okay, cool, we do that. And they do, and they finish a job, and then they all get lined up. And then you go to the next village and draft more people and do the same thing over and over again. So they're using it as an excuse to take the men out of the villages and also then to eliminate them while they're off on some military project surrounded by soldiers. Now, if you're thinking about this again, think about the Turkish propaganda trying to argue that this isn't what they were intending. If you remove the men first, what are you doing? You're making it much easier to go into those villages afterwards and round up the old people, the women, and the children. Because all things being equal, and this is not to say that women cannot be badass fighters, right? One of our best snipers in history is a woman. Like, this is not to say that they can't do it, but all things being equal, men are a little bit more naturally violent, and they're more likely to even under, in terrible odds, knowing you're going to lose, they'll still pull the weapon out from underneath the bed and they'll still go down fighting. Because men are stupid that way. There's a reason we have a shorter lifespan. We do a lot more stupid shit. So if you take them out, it's easier to go into the villages with a whole bunch of troops, and they can count on people not fighting back, right? They're going to look around and they're going to say, well, I got to protect my parents. I got to protect my kids. I'm not going to go down fighting, because if I do, then who's going to take care of them, right? The broader sense of social responsibility kind of balances that out a bit. So they did it deliberately. So if you're thinking about this, again, how do you know what they're intending in the long run? They took out the intelligentsia first, and then they took out all the men first. Then they went for the villages. If they were only intending to move people, you don't do it that way. It just doesn't make sense. But they're then they're going to go into all the different towns and villages and systematically depopulate them. So here's a forced march, right? Taking people out. And then here's a fun one here too for people who know something about the Yazidis one. We see, like in movies, like the use of cattle cars, packing a bunch of Jews into cattle cars to take them off to the death camps. The Ottomans did that first. And even worse, the Ottomans often forced them to buy tickets for it and then put them into the cattle cars and took them off to be eliminated. So that's some chutzpah right there. Oh gosh, you want a good example of chutzpah too? Like after the war, they actually tried to make insurance claims. There's no one left in the family to collect on this insurance policy, so you should just give the money to us. Like that kind of chutzpah is like a wow. Like while all this stuff is happening, there are Americans on the ground. There's tons of American charities. So this is 1915, 1916 is like the height of this, although it continues until near the end of the war. But 15 and 16, there's a whole lot of this. Sorry, Emily. I sometimes forget to mention when the years are. During this process, because the U.S. is still neutral, we don't join the war until 1917. There's a whole bunch of American NGOs and charities and missionaries on the ground, and they're collecting information. They're gathering all this stuff up, and all this stuff comes together from these different missionaries and journalists and whatnot, and they all give it to Henry Morgenthau, the American ambassador to the Sublime Porte. And the American ambassador Morgenthau goes in, he confronts Enver Pasha on this. He's like, we've got all this documented evidence. We've seen this is happening. We have these reports. What are you doing? And at first he tries to deny it, but he sees like there's this massive pile of documents. And then he's just like, well, fuck it. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Like, are you going to get involved in the war and stop us? No? Okay, then get the fuck out of my office. They're actually unusually bold about this, which is one of the reasons it's really so hard for me to stomach the modern Turkish government refusing to admit that this happened, because their own records show you. Turkish historians have worked through that material and shown it to us. But yeah, the use of these cattle cars and then the later insurance claims and all kinds of stuff, this is some really unusually fucked up stuff. Like charging people and then packing them in a cattle car and taking them off to their deaths. So, yay. If we think about where the Armenians are, it's all this lighter color, this yellowish one. So you can see a big chunk over here. and you can see a chunk over here in Kilikia, and then they're scattered around. So there's some over here and here and here and here. They're all over the place. This is one of the reasons that Turkish arguments that Armenians presented a nationalistic threat, that they would rise up and fight for independence, doesn't make sense. Because even in areas where they constituted a majority of the population, there's a bunch of Turks here, and there's Greeks here, and there's Kurds here, and they're all surrounded by each other. They're all living together. There's no homogenous area anywhere in the Ottoman Empire at this point in time. The homogeneity that we see in portions of it today are a consequence of all the horrible shit that's happened across the last 100 years. It's not the way it was before. That we are forcing homogeneity into areas where it never existed before. So they're scattered all over the place. And let's see, I'll do this one piece here. Other thing that's thinking about another map here. One of the things that's hardest for me to deal with about the Ottoman G-sides is similar to the one for the Yazidis. And again, sorry to everyone on YouTube or Twitter or everyone else here, because I got to use this shitty TikTok language. It's that it worked. Because today, if you want to hear the Western Armenian language, you can find some old people up in Glendale in Los Angeles who speak it still, but it is completely extinct in its homeland. But the modern country of Armenia is up in this mountainous area here and spoke a different language, a different Armenian language. This area where Armenians were concentrated from the Iron Age on in large numbers, and where all the ancient Armenian kingdoms were, Armenians are completely extinct. They don't exist anymore. It worked. The Armenians who are left in the Ottoman Empire are people who assimilated. So like my actual favorite Turkish singer, Hayko Cepkin, is actually of Armenian origin, like ethnically, biologically, whatever. But he's a Turk. He speaks Turkish. Like he's a Turkified Armenian. That's all that's left. And those are people who were in the major cities. Because just like with the Yazidis, they weren't going around in Istanbul rounding up everybody. Because more neighbors would have objected. It would have been harder to pull off. Cities are more cosmopolitan. But in the countryside, in the villages, in the areas where Armenians were most concentrated, it worked. They're gone. They were eliminated. So it's the hardest part about this whole thing is that they got away with it. They pulled it off. Right? The total death toll for it is debatable. Lowballing, you can see it as low as 800,000. Highballing it, you can see it as high as 1.5 million, which is the common figure used in the state of Armenia. I think a more reasonable figure is somewhere between 1 and 1.1 million. So it is a huge number of people. We'll never be able to get the exact number because records in the late Ottoman Empire are still not great. And they weren't as meticulous about documenting every unaliving as the Yazidis were later. So our figures for their death toll haven't changed since 1945 because we inherited 6,000 tons of Yazidi documents detailing what they did. These guys didn't document as much of what they did, so we can only really guesstimate it. But most of the evidence points to somewhere just over 1 million, at least down. And almost every scholar is going to easily admit that this was intentional. The people who don't are usually ideologically committed to not doing it. So nationalists themselves, people who have to lie about it, in the same reason that there are assholes who try to deny the Nazi Shoah. But this is really hard to deny. So tremendous amount, like overwhelming amounts of evidence about it. Piles of bones. Here's our marching toward Deresor. A bunch of people down in a ditch. The last quick thing is I just want to let you know all the same stuff I'm talking about here also applies to other populations because it's all about removing minorities. Now, here's one thing that people often dishonestly do. They'll try to make it religious. They'll try to say, oh, these evil Muslims were going after the good, noble Christians because, yeah, the victims are going to be Christians. Armenians, Syriacs, Assyrians, Chaldeans, they're all Christian. But it wasn't the religion. It was because Islam became part of the Turkish nationalism. Nationalism is the point. Nationalism is the argument here. That's why they did it. And it just so happens that these populations, in addition to mostly not speaking Turkish, they also had a different religion. But Turkish language and Sunni Islam became part of the national identity in the late Ottoman period, and they are the constituent elements of modern Turkish nationalism, and one of the reasons that Turkey is still a racist as fuck state, as I'm sure Emily would love to rant on there too, vis-a-vis Kurds and everybody else. But you've got the Pontic Greek population here, a Thracian Greek population, an Ionian Greek population. They're all targeted. The Thracians less so, but the Pontic Greeks and the Ionian Greeks are in real trouble. And then you have the Assyrian population here and some Syriacs over here, as well as small numbers of Chaldeans from further down there. They're all ultimately targeted in this. And the numbers are sometimes quite bad. Like the I have some pictures here. Okay, so for the Greeks, right? So again, mostly Pontic Greeks and Ionian Greeks. It is probably up to 800,000 people themselves. Some of those are late in the conflict, and actually because of Greece getting involved in the fight here and all this. So, but there's probably about 500,000 Greeks who are taken out during the war, before the Greco-Turkish War is really relevant. And actually, the last speakers of Pontic Greek are actually dying out now, because the ones who managed to stay are ones who also spoke Turkish, could pretend they were Turks, and got to stay there, and they just passed on Turkish only to their kids. So linguists have been like struggling to document it fast enough with the remaining speakers, because Pontic Greek actually retains some features of Greek that were only part of like the ancient Greek languages, because Greeks settled in the northern part of Anatolia 2,800 years ago. So they're very, very old populations, but they're gone today. They don't exist anymore. The Pontic Greek culture and language is gone. And the Ionian Greeks, they've all been forced into Greece as well, but we're not going to talk about the Greco-Turkish War or anything like that. The total death tolls for Assyrians, Syriacs, and Chaldeans are overall smaller. Altogether, they probably come up to about 350,000 some. But there are massacres of some of their populations as well. And again, all because they're just different. And sadly, and this, I don't know if this will trigger Emily there too, but sometimes Kurds were used to do some of the dirty work here too. They actually got Kurdish tribesmen to ride in and attack Armenians and Assyrians, and basically like manipulating them into doing this. And then later, some of the same tactics get used against them as Turkish nationalism turns on them. But in some of these attacks here in the late Ottoman period, they were used as pawns for some of the dirty work in these attacks. So it's pretty fucked up. Yeah, there's a lot of change. You're right. I mean, there's, again, tons of things have changed in the way the Kurds think ever since, but Kurds were actually used to take out a lot of Armenians and Assyrians in this period, because at the time, Kurdish nationalism doesn't really exist yet, and most Kurds are entirely rural. There's actually a lot of like really Orientalist and racist discussions about them too, just because they were less civilized at the time, because they were still mostly a rural population. So the Turks were basically just manipulating them for their own nationalistic ends, and then afterwards turned those same weapons against them. So it is really just all messed up. But so there's some pictures from these events here, and the since again, this isn't like our topic per se, I'm not going to go into some of the discussion questions I love to do on this, but I'll leave you behind a couple of questions to think about. And if you guys want to bring some of these things up later on a different week or whatever to talk about it, especially since we also have to talk about the Nazis later, as well as tons of other attacks in the Mideast and Zionist and the Nakba and everything else. It's worth trying to reflect on at least what's driving the Ottomans to do this. And big hint, it's not Islam, it's Turkish nationalism. And then the other part is, why is it so easy for us to forget this? Why do we turn this away? Why do we not pay attention to it? And one thing that I'll just leave for you guys to chew on, at least, is the problem in addressing all these, the problem in addressing the Yazidis and Ottomans, what's currently happening in Palestine, any of the stuff here is that we don't really want to deal with what caused them. We don't want to deal with the ideology, because if we do, that forces self-examination here. It forces us to change. It forces us to look at who we are and what responsibility we have for these things. If instead we can say German bad and just leave it at that, then it's something very specific to them and it isn't really relevant to anything else. We can just disclaim any like overlaps with us. But if you actually pay attention to the causal relations, what's really driving this, i.e. radical nationalism, then it's never gone away. It's still today in France and Germany and the UK and the US and all over the place. You still see the same terrible ideas and the same terrible policies. And we refuse to learn basic lessons of history. If we can't pay attention to causal relations, if we can't look at what causes something, then we can't prevent it from happening again. And this is a good lesson for you guys to take, because we're talking about a Palestinian genocide now. If we had learned the lessons of earlier history, this wouldn't be happening. But we didn't, which is why we're perfectly happy to throw money at Zionists, despite the fact they are ethnic nationalists, just like this. We're ignoring what causes these things. And that, more than anything else, offends the holy hell out of me, that we refuse to learn anything from history, that we refuse to take these lessons on and actually get better as people. We just make them all isolated issues. Oh, there's something weird about Rwanda, there's something weird about Germans or whatever, and we don't pay attention to the very specific structural and ideological factors that make this happen. Because whenever you have those two things, it happens again and again. And we have a lot of these in modern history. It's not just the handful that get talked about in classes. There's a lot of these, and we'll keep happening. So Palestinians are again suffering because we refuse to fucking learn from our own history. So apologies to Palestinians for that. I'm sorry. I'm trying. We don't want to learn. So end rant mode. But that's that. Socrates does not approve. So that's what I had for today.
That's amazing. What a great afternoon.
Thank you so much, Liam. Does anyone have any questions? We're getting thank you
Thanks
for
for the little
teaching
gift
us. More thank you.
There was
Good
one.
Liam.
The question from Emily.
Yeah, you got it. What year did we just end at?
Oh, these events are again mostly 1915, 1916, but attacks on people continued all the way through the end of World War I.
Oh, I know.
So we're
So
basically
we ended
ending
before,
at the
like,
end of World War I, so 1918. And
Okay,
then
that's what I thought.
and then we'll start talking about the British Mandate period next time. So because we've left Britain in control, but then they have to build their institutions. So we'll go forward there. Somebody I saw in the
Another
comments earlier mentioned the
question.
Donma. The Donma are completely irrelevant and centuries before this too. So I don't know why that came up, but I don't want to engage with that because it's probably some ridiculous racist shit too.
Another question from Belle Marquise. How can they find you on YouTube? Just
the YouTube is Office Hours with the Mad Professor. A comrade of mine named it years ago, and I'm
with a map.
Office
That's
Hours.
charming.
Like people probably already associate with me with Office Hours because that's what I call my Friday things. But with the Mad Professor because I'm insane. So
With them, math professor, right?
Office Hours with the Mad Professor. That's me on YouTube. My social media is all basically the same as like my TikTok handle. Just leave off the PhD part because this is an alt because they shut down my first one. But it's all just at Liam O'Mara IV. So it's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all that business. Like I'm on it. I'm on all of them the same way. My YouTube is the only one with an unusual name because a friend named it many years ago, and I don't want to change it.
Oh, great.
I have a question for Liam. What can you tell us about Khazaria and its infiltration into Anatolia and how it's involved in the convincing of the Turks that the Armenians were colluding with the Russians?
I can tell you that no such thing happened. There is no Khazaria. Khazaria ceased to exist many centuries before this point. So that's nonsensical. What it sounds like is an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory about Jews doing that, which might fit with like the Dolme reference earlier, and that also is blatantly false. It was Turkish nationalists that directed this stuff. Jews played no part in it, and Khazars do not exist. So,
I'm honestly here to be ears. I just have a question. I'm not trying to imply anything or anybody else's involvement.
And I'm not going to make a direct assumption. I'm just going to say the rhetoric itself has an origin in anti-Semitic neo-Yahtzee.
I can appreciate that.
But a lot of people honestly hear this stuff and it sounds like it might make sense and they can fall for it. And I don't blame anybody for that. But I'm very blunt in pointing out when something is completely fact-free. And that is completely fact-free. The Khazars ceased to exist many centuries before this point. They were gone before the Ottomans controlled this area. And Jews played no part in directing these atrocities.
So I guess it may be propaganda that I'm probably inclined to ask about just because of the circumstances.
Right, and some of those arguments there come out of Turkish nationalist propaganda, because there are a lot of Turkish nationalists today that want to deflect responsibility from the late Ottoman period and blame Jews because that fits the modern political context, and a lot of people are upset about Israelis. So, we all hate the Israelis for what they're doing, so I'm going to say, look, Jews bad, and then they get out of their own problem there. It's modern Turkish nationalist propaganda, and we really have to be careful about it.
There's a question from Donna. I'm sorry, Momo. Is there anything you wanted to add to that?
I just wanted to say that just personally, and I appreciate Liam for what he's doing because it's helping me in my journey. I want to understand where the propaganda has infected my mind and caused me to hate my Muslim brothers and sisters for so many years. And I'm just I'm praising God that I've come to the light. And I thank you all.
I'm happy to help where I can.
Welcome to the bright side.
So we have a question. Professor Liam, do you know which camp Jews living in Luko, Poland were sent to? My family was from there.
Yeah, I saw that one. I could help you find it, but offhand, no, because they had a lot of there are dozens of camps, and from individual areas, they often ended up in multiple ones anyway. But I can help you narrow it down really, really easily, and from there, you can formulate a good question and then just send. I can give you the right contact information. You can send it off to the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum or Yad Vashem or one of the other major archives, because they collect tons of the records and they will be able to look up exactly where they ended up and can tell you where it goes. Because again, 6,000 tons of documents survived. They have a lot of information on where people ended up. So I can help you narrow it down and then give you the contact information who could point to tell you exactly. You can give them your family's name and they will show you what happened to them.
Also, another one is, did the Circassian genocide happen at the same time as the Armenian one?
No, it's actually more than a century earlier. It's rooted in as Russia's control pushes farther south into Ottoman territory, and they take control of the Northern Caucasus. Then they turned on the Circassian population, and a lot of them ended up being refugees. The Ottoman Empire actually took a significant number in as refugees, which is how the Circassians got into Palestine. They scattered all over the place because they were chased out of the Russian Empire.
Another one from Dancing Day is, did the Ottoman massacre Alawites, or was that a myth? Not in any significant numbers, no. But it does happen because they still don't fit the Turkish nationalites ideal, but there weren't as many of them around or relevant in the areas that they were doing this. A lot of the in a few rural areas, they do attack some of them. So
yes, but not on the scale we're talking about here, which is also why in the last three, when I mixed together the Chaldeans, Syriacs, and Assyrians, because on their own, each one of them is much smaller than the other two. But yeah, I'll always do get hurt as well, because again, they also don't really fit. But the main thing that saved them is that even though they are a different religious sect, they do speak. They're generally Arabic speaking, and they weren't turning on Arabs. They didn't turn on the larger populations. For the same reason they didn't go after Kurds, they didn't go after Arabs. They're very large populations in the area, and also majority Muslims, so they weren't worried about it yet. So it's more like on a small scale, individual soldiers. Some people were lined up and pew-pewed, but there's no systematic effort to go after them because they're just considered part of the general Arab population of Syria and not really relevant to what they were doing. So yes, but mostly no. That helps. The Ottomans were not. So the Ottomans weren't, Emily, going after the Ottomans were not mass unaliving Kurds or Arabs in this period. Their populations weren't considered a threat. The main thing that the Ottomans were actually concerned for, and this is one of the ways that the late Ottoman government can already see the writing on the wall, they're trying to, I hate using these kind of terms, but they're their terms for it, not mine. They want to purify Anatolia by removing the minorities from the Anatolian Peninsula. So that big rectangle area, that's where they're focusing their efforts on, not beyond that. It's why few Chaldeans are caught up in it, because most of the Chaldean population lived further south in Mesopotamia, so they're not really in the way. But there are Assyrians in eastern Anatolia, so they are in the way. They weren't really worried about the Arab territories for the most part because they kind of expected they were already going to lose it, whether to Arab nationalist movements or to European powers taking them away. They didn't think in the long run they would be able to hold on to it. So they wanted to take areas where Turks lived and make Turks the only population. So anywhere Turks already lived, they wanted to remove all the minorities. And the simple fact is, most of the areas where Alawites lived, they were just surrounded by other Arabs. There's only a few places where they, like in Alexandretta, there's a few places where they overlap a little bit in population-wise, but for the most part, Alawites lived among other Arabs and therefore aren't going to get caught up in this.
Okay, so Soul Speak says, what's Liam's opinion on Tabawi's Anglo-Arab relations and the question of Palestine?
That's an article, right? I think I've seen it at some point. Offhand, I couldn't tell you. I'd have to look back at it. Yeah, no, it sounds familiar. I've seen it at some point, but
it's a book.
Oh, it's a book. Yeah, so I've come across the name at some point, but I can't recall any specific offhand. I can look. It's not one that I personally have either, but it would have been something that I would have come across at some point in libraries or whatever.
Okay, we've got a thank you. Guys, did I miss any questions?
There was one from a while back. It said, before the revitalization of Hebrew, was there any productive use of Hebrew as a spoken language?
Not outside of religious context. No. So when scholars would get together, because they have to learn it for their work, they could have conversations in the language using a really weird form of like biblical Hebrew, but it would always be leavened with words from other languages because it's not really complete enough to use as a spoken language. But within a specifically religious context, a conversation among religious scholars could take place in Hebrew, and they continue to write things in it for the same reason. But outside of that context, it's not a full enough language for true conversation. So even in those conversations, a bunch of rabbis getting together like over cheese and wine or something and having a conversation or something, they could use Hebrew, but it would always be leavened with other words and whatever their vernacular language is. So it'd be kind of like like speaking Spanglish or something. Not quite one language or the other.
And then I have one last question. Is it fair to say that a lot of Zionist propaganda overutilizes the like Turkish nationalism and Ottoman Empire, I guess, like their own supremacy ideals for all Muslims in the region? Does that make sense?
I'm not sure. Are you saying that they argue that Muslims in general are like Turkish nationalists?
Like they use a lot of things like the dhimmi status. They kind of persecute all Muslims under the umbrella that they instituted the dhimmi status to be superior over Jews. So they universalize.
I mean, yeah, to the extent that that's just fantastically stupid in the first place. Yeah, I mean, because any empire is going to impose a certain hierarchy of value. They're all going to do that. That's not unusual. But that I have seen people try to take things, from the Ottoman period and turn them into like general Muslim things. All Muslims will be like this because Ottomans did this or whatever. And one of the weirdest things about that kind of rhetoric anyway is until you get to this period here where you're dealing with radical Turkish nationalism, the Ottomans were actually unusually tolerant as religious states go. They're not tolerant in the way that completely secular states can be, where religion plays no part in politics directly and you can't use religious law politically. But for a religious state, it is unusually tolerant. So it's really kind of bizarre to see them point back to these earlier periods and say, oh, look, Jews were oppressed. I'm like, if you actually ask the Jews at the time, they were pretty damned happy with it. And many, when Europeans kept kicking out Jews, most of them always went to the Ottoman Empire or the Muslim world. You know, so yeah, many ended up thinking again about like the Spanish case. Many went to Morocco, which is independent. Some went to Amsterdam, which also was preaching a kind of early secular tolerance. But most of them ended up in Algeria and Palestine and Greece and parts that were all part of the Ottoman Empire. Because the Ottoman approach was, okay, you're Jewish, right? Here's your tax rate. I'm done. I don't care. Do your own thing. It didn't matter to them at all. There's no really overt persecution. Tons of like top officials in Istanbul were Jewish. There's a chief official of the entire Jewish community who's a major politician in the empire. A lot of the physicians to the sultans were Jews. They weren't attacked in the way that they were in Europe. What they're often doing is they're counting on the fact that people are more familiar with how badly European Christians treated Jews and the fact that Jews were so heavily persecuted for so long. And if they count on people don't know enough about the Middle East, they'll think, oh, they were the same way. Clearly, obviously, yeah, of course they would persecute Jews because the Christians did. Of course Muslims would. But there's no theological basis for it. It doesn't make sense to persecute Jews from a Muslim perspective. This is not to say it doesn't happen. There are times when it happens. The Mamluks, for example, had persecuted Jews for a little while in their period in Egypt. There are times when it happens, but never for any sustained period of time because it has no deep cultural or religious legitimation. So you can't do it as easily as you can in the Christian world. But when they use that rhetoric, they're counting on people transposing their understanding of European prejudice into the Middle East.
Yeah, so my family, they were Romanian and Ukrainian Jews. So part of them lived in Ukraine and then they moved into a shtetl in Romania. They lived there for more than 100 years. And then they worked, my great-great-grandfather, he worked on a train in the Ottoman Empire. So he would go into what's now Turkey all the time. So he got his entire family into Turkey and then they lived there for a few years and then half went to Israel and or it was Palestine then because this was 1908. So half were Palestinian and half came to Chicago, which is why I'm American. So, you know, it wouldn't, if they were so persecuted under the Ottomans, were they able to literally
Right.
get to Palestine. So
Yeah, early before you get to the later decades of the 19th century under Abdul Hamid, overt persecution of non-Turks and non-Muslims was extremely rare in Ottoman history. It does happen. I can pull examples out of forcible conversions in southeastern Europe. It did happen, but it was rare, and it was usually just like overzealous commanders doing some fucked up shit. The Ottoman policies overall generally didn't support those kind of moves, and it was never really an overriding concern. Once you get in the late 19th century, yeah, nationalism fucks everything up. But the Ottomans were, for a religious state, unusually tolerant. Not perfect, but better than a lot.
all right.
And yeah, only Emily, not quite just when Turkey becomes Turkey, although we do start calling, people do sometimes call the late Ottoman Empire Turkey because Turkish nationalism took power. So in the Young Turk period, it became quite common to refer to the Ottoman Empire as Turkey, but still technically not accurate. Turkish nationalism and persecution does predate it by quite a few decades. And really, the Hamidian massacres are in 1894 and 95. So it gets bad earlier than that, but not like, like you can't find that stuff in like 1780 or 1680. They're really rare. They're small exceptions, not the rule. Where persecution is the rule in European societies, and you have exceptions and exceptional places where people didn't care to persecute Jews, like Amsterdam or something. There are some places that are nicer than others.
I have a question. I'm an Armenian man raised in the diaspora. I was born in Yerevan, but moved to the States in 1988. I've learned most everything I've learned about our history from word of mouth. And my question is just on based on the dates. I was told that the persecution of Armenians actually began as early as 1890. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I was just referring to there. Like the first really significant massacres of Armenians were in 1894 and 95. So the prejudices and the beginnings of those kind of like, direct persecutions are, building up in the few years before that. And then you have a massive series of pogroms over about a year and a half. So yeah, it is building up in that period. So I'm tying it to the reign of Abdul Hamid II, the authoritarian who toppled the Tanzimat era. That's the period when Turkish nationalism begins to take root and when Islam becomes a part of the Turkish national identity. This is one of the reasons I connected to like DoorDash earlier, is the way of making a nationalist movement that ties into a religion is used by some later Arab movements as well. But it's an innovation in this period that the Ottomans are doing there. So yeah, Turkish nationalism does immediately start causing problems for Armenians. But before the rise of Turkish nationalism, no one cared.
No one cared. Do you know much about the Zoroastrian? Do you know much about the Zoroastrian?
We have you have another mic on that's okay. There we go.
Sorry, Shibli, you have an echo, brother.
No,
It
was some. I think Polly. There was. Some,
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's
is this better?
Yeah. You just gotta stay muted unless you're talking.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
No, it's better. The echo went.
Yeah, it goes away as soon as you're muted. Okay, so was it Momo? Is it? You were asking
Yes.
something?
My question was about the Zoroastrians. I was told that Zoroastrianism was the religion of the Armenians prior to Christianity in 301 AD.
Not exclusively, but partially. Technically, they're pagan polytheists, but some of them did convert to Zoroastrianism because there's extensive. They're part of the Persian Empire for a long time, so there's extensive control there. Others actually became Hellenists as well and adopted a kind of hybridized Greek mythos. So the Armenians actually have quite a few different religions before they Christianize, but Zoroastrianism is one of them. Yes.
Shipley, do you have a question? Shipley.
And actually, Momo, There's a whole shelf on Zoroastrianism on the other side of the room. So
You can hear me. I didn't. I don't know if you guys covered it or not, but I wanted to get an idea of exactly how old is Palestine. Like I heard there was scriptures back to Ramsey II and things like that. Do you have an exact date when it was first started being called Palestine?
well, we can't do an exact date for it, but there's a word for it, and a variation on Philistines that's used by Assyrians and by Egyptians and by also the Assyrians, Egyptians, and then also the Greeks take it in. So there's variants of it always takes on their own name. So Pilashtu is our Assyrian version of it, and Peleset is our Egyptian version of it. But they're all from Philistia or Philistia. What we get it because our word comes to English from Greek and Latin, from Philistia and Palestina. But they all have variants of the name. So it does go way back. Ultimately, the name is probably rooted in the movements in the late Bronze Age, during the Bronze Age collapses, and probably ultimately derives from the Philistine population in the southern part. But the Philistines themselves very quickly assimilate into broader Palestinian culture, like the people that were already there. So it's really only the very first layer of Philistine archaeology in places like Gaza and Ashdod and whatnot that are actually Philistine. After that, it immediately goes back to the same kind of basic wares in the area. So because the population already there assimilated them, but their names stuck around, and a number of names for locations are probably theirs. So like Gaza is probably originally from them. So they do leave some mark, but it's largely in the name, not in their culture. But it would go back ultimately to the end of the Bronze Age. Our Assyrian records are actually pretty early Iron Age. Our Egyptian records are pretty early Iron Age. So yeah, it's as a name for the Southern Levant, it's quite old. It's actually historically in documents, it was actually more common than Canaan was, which is the one we use more commonly today. But it was used in a lot of ancient records.
I have another question. My great-grandparents fled to Greece on my mother's side, and I just want to figure out how they made it there. I was told that they were helped by Assyrians to get to Lebanon, and then from Lebanon got on a ship and were shipped to Cyprus, and then from Cyprus to Greece.
That makes sense. I mean, just geographically, in terms of cultural links, it makes a great deal of sense. There have been Greeks and Greek speakers along the Levantine coast since since almost back into the Greek Dark Age. I mean, they've been there for a long freaking time. It's how the Greek alphabet is actually based on borrowing the Phoenician one. And they just flipped the direction and added some vowel signs and built from there. And that happened because of Greek colonies, during before the classical period. So like very far back in Greek history, they've long had ties in that area and continue to interact there. And it's one of the reasons there's still a whole bunch of Greek Orthodox all through the Levant as well. So there would be extensive networks. There'd be people who are Arabic speakers who live in the Levant, who have close cultural, religious, linguistic ties to the wider Greek world and could help facilitate that kind of movement. That's perfectly believable as a way out.
It's just what I've been told growing up, and I'm trying to confirm everything I've been taught, because I'm finding a lot of what I've learned has been propaganda.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little harder to trace some of that stuff in direct records, although there are resources, there are libraries. If you're interested, I could hook you up with the names of some scholars on Armenia. I met a lot of people while I was at UCI. I actually worked as a TA and helped out in teaching some courses in Armenian history, working with the people who taught that directly. So I've still got some contacts there I could help with, but I wouldn't know. And honestly, I'd tell you the records are so spotty that I wouldn't be able to count on finding anything directly to confirm or deny it. But I can say it's at least, it's plausible. Like it makes sense that something like that could have happened.
That's great. I appreciate that info. One more thing. The Armenian alphabet is derived from the Greek alphabet, correct? By Mestos, if I remember.
Sort of. It's influenced by it because that one's older. But it is an independent development. They made up one that kind of like suited them, and there's a lot of changes from it. But yeah, it does. All of the scripts in the area do in some way build on previous ones, and Greek is a significant influence there, just like it is an influence on Cyrillic, you know, for the Slavic languages. Although they don't look much alike, they have a common DNA. But that would just mean it goes back ultimately to the Phoenician Canaanite script, and from there ultimately back to Proto-Sinaitic and Egyptian, because it's actually the Egyptian writing system that gives birth to all of those. You know, just a lot of transformations over long periods of time. But the direct influences are going to be largely Greek because they're religious scholars and they're studying this and they already work with Greek. They decide to come up with one that's different and suits them more.
Thank you. That's very interesting information.
One last
Mo Justice has a good one there I just saw. I look down every now and then, but I miss most of them.
I was going to say that, but I also want to remind people that Professor Liam is with us every other week on Saturdays. So Mo Justice said, why we never hear the Arab Empire expression used in Western history like the Persian Empire?
It depends on the class and who you're getting it from. Some people who use it are doing it because they're racist fucks, like Ephraim Karsh does that. So let's ignore him. But I actually use it, but only for the Rashidun and Umayyad caliphates, because that first 100 years is the only time an Arab empire actually existed. And it only existed because the ruling class were all from the Quraysh tribe of Mecca. As soon as they broadened that, as soon as they expanded it and they started letting people who had converted to Islam and everybody else started getting into it, then it becomes an Islamic empire and it ceases to be a truly Arab empire. But the first two caliphates, the rightly guided caliphs and the Umayyad Caliphate, their ruling class is entirely Arabs of Mecca. So it is reasonable to refer to that as an Arab empire, and I do. It's less common largely because we tend to like squish the whole period together and talk about the larger history of the caliphates. And in that sense, it makes sense to go from Rashidun to Umayyad to Abbasid and all that and talk about the history of Islamic empires. But if you're really focusing on that period, so in a class, if I'm teaching like late antiquity, early medieval, and we're talking about that, then I will refer specifically to that 100 years as an Arab empire. But outside of that 100 years, it doesn't make any sense.
Go ahead, Emily.
Okay, this is a question from the chat. This is the person with like a black circle and no name. So I'll just call them the Void. So the Void asks, this is really broad. I'm kind of like punking you by asking this, so I'm sorry in advance. How did people live before nation state and nationalism?
Without them? I mean, there's a bazillion different ways to do it, but realistically, okay, so it's hard because there's so many different ways of looking at this. Humans have been around in our current modern biological form for about 300,000 years, but the first territorial state structures only go back a little over 10,000 in their smallest, earliest proto-state forms. And those wouldn't have anything to do with nation states, but they are beginning of states, of like actual governments. But a state, a government of some sort, does not in any way imply an ethnic character to it, or the state has to be organized around a particular ethnic identity and persecute people who don't share that identity. So even tons of ancient ethnic empires, like, say, ancient Egypt, always had minority populations, Nubians, Greeks, tons of other people that settled all through it and lived there. And who cares? It didn't matter as long as you paid your taxes, whatever. That no one, it didn't matter to them in any possible way. So you've got your hunting gathering type tribal identities. You've got early state structures. You've got more fully fleshed out state structures or empires. Empires aren't nation states. Empires are military states, and as long as you pay their taxes, no one cares. So maybe the ruling elite are Arabs or Romans or whatever, it doesn't matter. But most people in the Roman Empire never saw the city of Rome and had no ethnic connection to Rome at all. And the government didn't care. As long as you pay your taxes and you're loyal, all good. Doesn't matter at all. Because your identity as a Roman was based on your loyalty to the state. One way to separate them too is to think, okay, and this is particularly prevalent among Americans, it drives me crazy. Nationalism and patriotism have completely different objects. They're different things entirely. A patriot is somebody who loves their country. A nationalist loves their nation. So you could be a good patriotic Roman who, like, I don't know, lives in Syria and is a native Aramaic speaker or something. Like it never sees Rome ever, but you can still love being a Roman, like. But you can't be a nationalist because there's no Roman nationalism. There's no Roman nation. There's no sense of like one single cultural linguistic identity that fits the nation as a whole, the whole area. But you can still be a patriot. So France as a country goes back to what? Late 4th century, beginning of the 5th century. So as a country, very old. And you could be a French patriot, but French nationalism isn't born until the French Revolution and doesn't stabilize there until you get into like the 1830s. So the French nation state is very young. The French state is the oldest in Western Europe. So people they lived in states, or they lived in tribes, or they lived as hunter-gatherers, or they lived in empires. Like there's a whole bunch of different ways that you can live, none of which involve nations at all.
I love that question, that answer in this example, because one of the Zionist favorite question is like, what was Palestinian president? So thank you, Professor Aliyah. That was amazing.
So for the most part, you don't have independent political structures, although there are a few attempts at that. I talked a little bit about Zahir and two recent ones of these and with different people, but no like actual state of Palestine for a long time. But there's always been Palestinians. There's been a Palestinian nation. It just hasn't been organized as a nationalism that would create a state. But it doesn't mean there aren't people there. Most people have these different languages all over the place, different cultures. If anybody asks those questions, I think one of the easiest way, and again, only do this if you think other people who might learn from this are involved, because the actual person asking you that question, who was the first president of Palestine, they're arguing dishonestly in 99% of cases. Don't worry about them. They're a waste of your time. But for anybody else, you can let them know, okay, cool. So by doing that, what you're trying to do is say that the Palestinians didn't really exist or don't deserve a state. So do you do the same thing for Slovaks and Slovenes and Poles and Estonians and Finns and tons of other people that did not have a country until the modern period? For crying out loud, in the early 19th century, when Greece fought its War of Independence starting in like 1820 against the Ottoman Empire, they had to convince Greeks that they were Greek. And I know this sounds weird, but Greeks in the Ottoman Empire called themselves Romans in the 19th century still, because Rome was their identity in the late Roman Empire. And that had been tied to their Christian identity, and the Ottoman Empire kept using the same label for them. Oh, cool, you're Christians in our empire, we'll just keep calling you Romans. So what the first thing Greek nationalists had to do was go around and say, did you know that we're Hellenes? We're Hellenes. We're Hellenes. Just like in the ancient past, just like Achilles, we're Hellenes, and created a Greek nationalism out of that. The Greek language was spoken, but there wasn't a Greek nation per se. They weren't organized that way, but there were still people there. And no one's going around saying the Greeks didn't exist. Like, they don't do that. They do that for Palestinians, but no one's going around saying that the Greeks and the Slovaks and the Finns didn't exist. So they're doing it intentionally dishonestly. It's an attempt to delegitimize Palestinians as a people. just by saying they don't currently have a country. And you can also flip it around and say, okay, so do Kurds not exist? Do Balochis not exist? Because there are other peoples who also have a national identity and a culture and a language, but don't have a nation state. Having a nation state isn't the basis for any legitimacy in the world. It's just not. It's completely nonsensical. Like, honestly, a lot of nationalist propaganda is nonsensical. But this is why arguing with nationalists in general is stupid, whether you're talking about Turkish nationalists or Zionists or neo-Yazis or anything else. Arguing with nationalists is generally a waste of your time because theirs is an emotional commitment that is ultimately fact-free. They don't care about the facts. It's an emotional commitment that they have and a social commitment they have. All you can do is help to insulate other people from falling into that trap. It's very difficult to pull people out of that kind of thinking. It's a tough process, and it usually involves people that they know. They're not going to listen to you and change their mind usually. So yeah, in the chat, they didn't have, nobody had a country till they did. Yeah, exactly. Like, duh. I mean, it shouldn't be difficult to understand, which is why, again, that talking point is inherently dishonest. And they know it's dishonest. They don't care. So all you can do is just help other people from falling for it, but don't waste your time trying to convince them of everything. Don't argue with them. They don't want to talk. They just want to talk at you.
Oh, no worry. I despise them. I will not talk to these people. But I heard them.
Yeah. It's a common and honestly a genuinely stupid talking, but it's one of the dumbest ones I ever see.
I want to say thank you for the 2,000K likes, everyone. And we have Freedom up here. Freedom. So again, thank you everyone for joining.
Yes, I want to say thank you also to our amazing viewers. You guys rock today. Like you crashed every single goal and so fast. Thank you for give us your Saturdays afternoon. I know that it's very hard. Thank you for the commitment. Also, the evening is not over, so we have an after party. Do you mind if I make my screen bigger?
There's one last one from Mo I can hit in just a second if you don't mind, and then I'll do there. So it says, is it correct that for a long time the Muslim Empire was 60% Christian? It depends on at what point you're talking about, because in the initial Arab conquest it was 99% everything but Muslim, because most people were Christian. You know, Egypt was overwhelmingly Christian at that point. Palestine was overwhelmingly Christian at that point. But over time, the scales shift. You know, you don't end up with a lot of like forced conversions. That's relatively rare. But over time, people will shift. And if one person converts, then their family is going to convert, and it just slowly tips the scales. But places like Egypt were actually majority Christian for centuries into the Muslim period. It took a long time in some areas. Some places are quick, others are not. Algeria converted relatively quickly. Egypt did not. And some places are much, so it varies a lot. But at its height, the Ottoman Empire was about half Christian. So it just depends on at what point you're talking about and which territory. So there's like the specific formulation you've got that it's the question can't be answered in that way. But yes, it's true that it was majority Christian at many different points and for long periods of time. So as a general point. But anyway, that's it. I'm done. I'm gonna mute.
You're amazing. Bella?
Can I just say thank you to the panel and everyone involved here. It's an eye-opener for me and very educational. It's a journey for me growing into Islam. I've been scared and strayed away from religion for a very long time, and I'm finding it again in my later years. Thanks to everything that's going on in the world and the way that Palestinians are standing up for what they believe in. It's inspired me, and I appreciate every last one of them.
Well, Momo, it's a privilege to meet you because it takes a lot of wisdom to change your mind and to keep learning. So again, also I want to thank our gifter. I want to let you know that all the gifts that you give us are re-gifted to journalists or to Salam and Solidarity or other people that work from Gaza, for Gaza. Oh, Freedom is here. Habiti, you want to say something?
I'm going to expand myself first before she says anything. Okay. Mikey, do you want to go take this? Mike?
Sorry, Bella, I was talking with the chat. Yeah, so everybody join us next week. The topic will be dismantling 50.1. So it should be pretty interesting. It'll be something a little different than what we normally do. And then in 2 weeks, Professor Liam will be back and we'll be discussing the British mandate. So thank you for everyone coming. And Freedom, are you there? Can you say a few words?
I think she had a lot of noise when she came up. I am going to speak there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Freedom.
Yeah. Dr. Liam, thank you so much for coming. I was listening the whole time and it was like an amazing session. The organizers, Mike, Bella Love, and Mariama, please. Everyone who was with us today, thank you guys. Like literally, each and every one of you. We appreciate every tap, every share, and every gift that you anything that you did today to support the live today. We appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much, and I will see you next Saturday. You will have my 100% attention, inshallah. And enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Freedom. Great session. Thank you, Liam. Excellent session. Always a pleasure to have you here.
Wait. The evening is not over.
Take it away.
Don't go. To our beautiful viewers, the evening is not over. We have an after party. Please invite all of you to follow us to Salam and Solidarity platform. There is a fundraiser going when you're gonna meet amazing people like Pali Biking with music, Eric's. We all know Eric's and all the updates he gives us every day. And for me, the most important part, you're gonna meet their team on the ground. These beautiful young people that work for Gaza, and Rafah, and other people. So please join us. The page is Salam and Solidarity. You can type in your search bar. It should show up like almost immediately. So we're gonna close with a song requested by our beautiful Anna. So I hope that everybody has a great weekend. Please keep talking about Palestine. This is not over until we reach liberation. Love you all.
Wait,
Yeah,
I just want to remind them.
I just want to add, I'm so sorry, guys, who I think Bella was talking. For everyone who gifted us anything today, we are going to donate like literally everything and then some more to Salam and Solidarity in this event now. So please go support them. They are doing an amazing work on the ground that we can see in videos they're doing. They expanded from Gaza to Syria now, so they're helping refugees and displaced people in Gaza and in Syria. So please go support them. Another great initiative is Feed Gaza Now, where they have like several packages where you can pay a certain amount of money and it will show you what they can give and for how many people. Basically, they feed people in the refugee camps, in the tents. These two amazing initiatives that you can literally see them working on the ground. With Feed Gaza Now, they can even put your name on a banner, and then they will let everyone know that you are the person who donated to that day. They go day by day. Every day they provide food. Depends on how much money they got, how much donation that they got that day. I know that they said recently that they do not have enough money to feed a lot of people. So please go support and donate for them. Everything is appreciated. So guys, we will see you in Salam and Solidarity event now. Thank you so much, everyone.
That's what I wanted to say. 54 people in the live. Hopefully when I go there, I'll see 54 people added over there.
And you don't have to donate. You are not in a position to donate. Please still go to the live. But you just by being there, it helps a lot. You share, you likes, you support. Hearing people that haven't been heard for 75 years, it means a lot. So your participation also counts.
Yep.
Again, I want to affirm. So if you can donate, you don't have to donate. There are some free things that you can do, like tapping, sharing, boosting the live. So you can do that. So you maybe if you can donate, maybe you have no idea that the person that you shared that live to can donate a lot of money, or even a little amount of money that can help help them to support somebody. So please go there, support their event. We can start some drama. Me and Bella Love and Mariama, we can start yelling and shouting there, so we can boost up the life. Anything that helps, dudes. Thank you.
I would love earlier in the session, a young lady, Rach, came up and spoke about Help Feed Gaza Now. And she told us about the auction of the painting, which is an iconic image of the journalist Mu'taz. And she did stipulate that there's going to be names of all the martyred journalists. Now, the owner, the organizer of Help Feed Gaza Now is here with us. His name is Tony. He is on the big screen. Tony, did you want to say anything before we play our song and end our session and head to Salam and Solidarity?
Yeah, I just want to thank you guys for what you're doing, really, for all of your support. I know you come on my live and how you're supporting Gaza. You are very into it from your hearts. I do appreciate that. And I'm going to run it really quick on here because I know you guys want to go. I was at Salam now. So we do work with Salam. They help us. We help them. We're one because we are the only two organizations that are actually feeding people now in Gaza, as far as I know. So what we do really quick is we feed between 2,000 to 4,000 people roughly every single day, depending on the donations we get. As soon as we hit our $800 mark for that day, we start feeding. The 800 can feed anywhere from 2,000 to 3,500, depending on what we're going to feed them, if it's going to be hummus or food, or it's going to be rice and chicken. And the more donations we get, the more people we actually feed, or we give them actually, meat, proteins. So, and Salam is working with us. When they have issues with their kitchens, they actually donate to us, and we work with them all the time. Like Freedom just said, if you don't have the money or financially you cannot do it, just spread the word. Tell everybody your neighbors, when you go shopping, anywhere you go, in protests, just tell everybody to go ahead and donate. You can donate via Cash App or PayPal.
We do have on a Telegram a page, so you can go to the Telegram page and see and search "Help Feed Gaza Now." It's gonna pull up. You will get these. This is one of them. This is a sample of them. You can actually get the flyers. You can print them out and distribute them if you want. Not only that, you can actually see the videos of us feeding. So if someone comes and gives us, they donate $800, we will put a big poster with their name, the day, and the date. And they will get like 3 videos when we'll show the food when it's packaged before they cook it. The other one is while they're cooking it with your name also on it. And then the third one is when they distribute the food. You'll have a sign and you will see it distributed. We try and feed first the orphans, all these children that lost their family, their father, dad, and then also if there's people that cannot walk or older people, they're sitting in their tents. We actually deliver, or our people there, they deliver the food to their tent. So the main thing is just talk about it, let people know. Please go to Salam's live now, help them donate there, because again, we all work together. So, and it's all for the same purpose. It's all about feeding the people in Gaza. Also, we have clean water we actually distribute to. You will see that in the videos. The big question we always have is how do you get the food there? So this is commercial. This is not AIDS. The aid trucks are stopped. Commercial goods come in. We do work with a vendor. And the vendor actually has the supplies. And if anybody has any question, you can come to you can send me a message or you can ask in our Telegram page. And this has been going on for over 3 months now. And within the 3 months, we actually did not feed, I think, like a couple of days. Another thing is if you donate to us or anybody else via Cash App or PayPal, do not put the name Gaza, do not put Palestine. The money will stop. They will not send the money in. We don't work with UNRWA. So just to be clear, all these big donation places, they can't get into Gaza. As you can all know, there's no aid trucks going in. So all the money that is going to the UNRWA and these big, what do you call them? The GoFundMe and I don't want to put any names out there. They will help people, but they're not helping the people in Gaza. They'll help. That money will go to the West Bank, Lebanon, Syria, any other country that they need support. But right now, as everybody knows, borders are closed, no aid trucks going in, and it's been a long time that no trucks came in. So that money is not going in there. Again, that's why I'm saying us and Salam. I don't know. I don't think there's any other organization is doing what we're doing, and it's food. You will see it in front of you. You'll see the names. So it's all 100% legit. You can just go and see our videos on the Telegram page. But they distribute it. They distribute the commercial. So commercial is bought. So it's like business. So there's some borders are open for the distribution for the commercial. So they come in, not too much. That's why the prices are high. We used to feed people for $650. We used to feed the 2,000 and 3,500 people. Now prices went up to about $775 to $800. Hopefully the prices will go down. But that's what we do. and appreciate you having me on this panel, and appreciate you guys supporting Gaza. I've seen you. You are just amazing people. We love you, and hopefully you just keep doing what you're doing. That's help these people. That's the only way we can help them. But going to panels and debating them and arguing and drama is not helping any of our Gazan people. So,
Shukran, Tony. We have 43 viewers. Please, everybody, follow Tony for updates and more information. Thank you. Shukran. We're going to finish with a song and see you guys, and salam and solidarity.
Great work, Tony.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Tony. Cue the music.
Thank you, everybody.
Let's do that. So, for anybody who's watching here, oh, look at that! I missed. Darn it! I got so caught up in the darn lectures, I keep forgetting to look at comments here. Gosh, I missed a bunch of these. Sorry to everybody. It's when I'm doing the big like pleasure type stuff. If it's primarily there, it's hard to watch here too. My bad. I should ask somebody to help me with this and pass these questions to me. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, so anybody who enjoys following along in this format for what I'm doing, these little TikTok things with Freedom Advocate and that crew, it's every 2 weeks. So next time is the mandate period. So we'll look at the 20s, 30s, part of the 40s, and then after that we'll look at the rest of the 40s and head into like Nakba, early Israel, and that kind of stuff, Suez Crisis. But other way, they got me busy throughout the summer every 2 weeks, so I'll be doing some of these. So, you know, if this is valuable to you, you know, I'll see you in a couple of weeks. Otherwise, have a good night. And I'm ending this now. Oof.